most interesting parts for me of international Brawl Stars is seeing how different regions develop their own drafting identities. Now, Kanan and Slivy, when you look at China's drafts, what stands out as the biggest difference compared to your home regions?
I think they're not afraid to play unique brawlers. We saw Engine's Miko at Brawl Cup last year, and Frank was even picked on Hideout against us in Brawl Cup, so it'll mainly be pocket picks that I'll be looking out for.
Yeah, I think they've got a unique style of drafting. I think they're not afraid to go something that might be not so much in the meta. I've watched a lot of China, and I also see a lot of Fang, so I'm excited to see how often Fang gets picked today.
I would love to see some more niche picks that we haven't really seen in the Chinese Mainland Finals of other regions. Let's see if China has a completely different draft today. Now we're going to catch up with the two of you a bit later. First up, ready, Spoo? We've got some explaining to do.
Yes, it's true. We got a lot to talk about. Let's start with what everyone is playing for, because there's a lot of yuan on the line. We're talking 80,000 for the champion. Now, translated roughly, Spoo, I think that comes out to a pretty penny, roughly equivalent to, I think, an EMEA monthly final. So there's a lot on the line for these players.
Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar with the exchange rate, it's about 12,000 US dollars on the line for the champion position. But really, beyond prize money, what we're really looking at here is that both the champion and the second place team will be qualifying for the last chance qualifier. So, and for the monthly finals, I mean, they've had 5 monthly finals so far, and they've got a pretty good amount of prize money there that they've earned so far.
I think overall it comes to be about $22,000. Now, looking at the map as well, these are the maps that the players were able to pick from. We have a map draft also over here in the Chinese mainland.
That's right. It is going to be an interesting one as well, as we see the return of some maps that we haven't seen in a while. And here's our bracket for the day, everyone. We briefly discussed that it's going to be the top 2 teams headed on to the Brawl Stars LCQ. In just a couple of months, it's going to be double elimination style. We'll see TOC play versus Iris Out first, then Toxic Lotus versus Ace Zero. We're going to play this until we have a champion, Spoo, with the top 2 teams making it on to the LCQ, but playing for number 1 so that they can have seeding.
It's a big difference. Number 1 will avoid the coveted, I mean, not so coveted, but the kind of terrifying group of death in Group A at the LCQ. And the second place team will unfortunately have to go up against that, seed number 1 of EMEA, which I'm sure nobody wants to face. This bracket is really unique to me. I mean, TOC going up against Iris Out is not a matchup that I think many expected if you are closely following the mainland China scene. You would think that A0 would have clinched that second seeding here, but that's not what happened in the elimination round, where because they lost to TOC, they now have to face Toxic Lotus in the first round.
Okay, well, folks, we're going to be jumping ahead to the very first game. No draft, no nothing required. It's just raw gameplay here as we're going directly into TOC versus Iris Out. Game number 1 of set number 1 here on Out in the Open. And they already have the Angelo set up on the left side. Damien up inside of the bushes of TOC. Looks to be quite a threat. And it looks like it's going to be difficult for Iris Out to lose this position, quite honestly.
Yeah, here on the open, timing is key when the smoke comes in. The resources currently on both teams, they've got so many hypercharges out. This is a good breakout play there from TOC, managing to zone away the Damien here. The Pearl is going to be the next to fall, and now 3 versus 1. There's nothing this lonesome Byron can do. Just try to farm some hypercharge here on the way out, but he will fall in the end.
Once more, Dynamite trying to take up space on the left side. We'll be able to get a quick peek shot around the left side, and looks like Iris Out have been scouted. The position of these spiders has just been overwhelming. Pearl decides to walk out on the open quite literally. Didn't really need to at all. I just have to wonder what the play was there, but could be a big jump in from Damien. Going to receive some assistance from Byron to break him out of the cocoon, but it's going to go absolutely nowhere. What a heroic play from Byron, though. Wanted one more tap onto one of the enemy brawlers in the home side. It's a little tough to recognize. On the Chinese build, they do have different skins, mind you, so we're getting to peel back the curtain and look at a very different game from what the rest of the world plays.
That's something that I think I enjoyed a lot, getting to see some of these exclusive skins here in the Chinese mainland client here. So forgive us if we kind of don't recognize some of your familiar brawlers, but big plays can be made out here by Iris out. Huge gamble play there, sending in both the Pearl and the Damien. Didn't get rewarded though for their efforts, just gonna be feeding a whole bunch of super there to talk.
That was Gus. After all, look, he just hides inside that balloon at the end of the game and turns into a big brain. But we need to see the big brain plays out from this guy. Looking for the pinch around the right side as Iris out has been completely cornered and boxed in. Is still receiving some assistance from Byron just to keep him alive and healthy. Damien going to fall, and Byron immediately after. TOC looking pretty healthy on the utility out here. Iris out. They did manage to get really aggressive in game number 1 where they were able to push up to TOC side, but we're not able to accomplish anything beyond that, unfortunately.
It's starting to shape up like a little bit like a draft gap to me, but I mean, I'm just a caster. I'm not allowed to talk about draft. We'll leave that to the panelists later on. But in this game so far, big aggressive play going on here by this Gus and Charlie. Hypercharge popped out, running it down at the moment, but no commitment from them. Just using that move speed and the stat padding to get themselves positioned, but not rewarded for their efforts just yet.
Maybe hoping that TOC will make the first mistake. Just watching to see whether Pearl can land that burn. That's the most important thing for her. Stay alive and get that burn down. And receive the healing from Byron to stay alive, but Iris out have not really wanted to push out of their spawn. They're going to let Damien be the one to bring the boom for the first interaction. Here it comes, looking to catch people on the periphery. A missed cocoon could actually spell TOC's doom. Still need to see a burn for Pearl, but there has been nothing yet. Dynamite going to pop that hypercharge and super, and this smoke is boxing everyone in. TOC 3 strong, and they will be able to get this round and game and make it a set 2. 7-1 squared away. That was a pretty rapid transition, Spoo. I'm not going to lie. We went directly from talking about the bracket to the game.
As we do, we're back to player camps here. This will be starting up to set number 2 very shortly. But yeah, you guys can see that they are playing in a studio. Mainland China is a LAN environment after all. I mean, Sunny, don't they look just absolutely dazzling here, all in their jerseys, getting to play face-to-face?
And deaf chairs! How exciting is that? They get to play sitting down. Really nice to see that they actually have a LAN for this one. Still get their own rooms though, so they will be able to strategize here. And talking about strategy, I want to bring in Kanan and Livy now. Please dissect the draft for us. Was it truly a draft diff like Reddy was hinting towards, or did Trick of China, at least for me, just play better together as a team?
Yeah, I think the Trick of China comp was much better. They had way more range, and the win condition for ours out would have been to safely farm super with Damien and waiting for late game to do something, but Trick of China did do a great job of getting early kills to mitigate that.
Yeah, I think the Damien, as hard as it is getting a super with no range, once he got it, he couldn't really solidify a kill, and it's pretty hard to do that against Charlie. Even when Charlie missed the cocoon, it didn't matter that much because it's hard to commit when the cocoon is available. Excuse me.
So in the end, it is a little bit of a draft difference here. We unfortunately didn't get to see the draft. Kanan, could you dissect for us how that draft might have gone down?
It is a bit of a tricky one. It was probably Byron won, I think. I don't know if Izzy would agree, but Byron won.
Yeah.
Charlie last seems quite appropriate. With Gus and Angelo being the 2nd, 3rd pick, and Pearl Damien being the 4th and 5th pick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is very interesting. We usually get to see Pearl a lot earlier on. Slivy, in your region, Pearl has gotten some great time on the field as well.
Yeah, I play Pearl for my team. I think she's a really solid brawler. It is pretty crucial to land the burns on whenever you get them. If you miss it, it's kind of like just giving the other team some free position. But overall, I think a good Pearl player can make a comp work, but that one just looked too difficult with the Damien.
A good Pearl player like yourself, you mean? Now, I don't actually know Set 2. Is it pit stop? Is that correct? we didn't really get to talk about the ins and outs of this first match. We didn't get to show you all of the map picks and so forth, so I'm not 100% sure. I believe it's Pit Stop. So now on a map like this one, we talked about this specific map already coming into the show. It's not your favorite, Kanan, but what do you think would we see here today?
I think it's a very draft-heavy map. We'll expect to see a lot of tanks and assassins, Edgars, maybe bulls. We'll see how everything goes, but yeah, it's quite the map is quite enclosed, so we'll see a lot of high HP brawlers trying to get into the safe.
Slavy, what would be your first pick in this one?
I think if it's open, I'm expecting to see some Edgars. If not Edgar, I think Lumi is pretty diverse. I know Lumi is not the aggressive pick that most teams go, but if Lumi gets on the safe, it's like top 3 probably base race brawlers. And if it ends up being a base race, I think the Lumi would probably win.
Personally, I do like Pit Stop, not as a player. I give you that, Kanan, but I do like it as from a viewer standpoint because we get to see so many different drafts. We can't just make it a base race in this one. You can also play it slow and controlled, or just open up the entire map with the Colt and Brocks now that are super strong. Brock also just received his Buffy, so we're gonna hopefully get to see a draft this time around. I'm gonna bring you two back for that. Up first, I want to bring in Reddy and Spoo again to talk a bit more about this very dominant first set from Trick of China.
Yeah, we could talk about it forever, huh? I mean, I feel like it's quite cut and dry. Kanan and his Livy are always going to do a phenomenal job of explaining the why, but I feel like it's quite clear when you get every single round that it is a dominant victory. And this is sort of what we expected to see in this matchup, Spoo, where Iris out, they're a team that like consistently will advance to the top 8 in mainland China, and they're up against basically region number 2.
Yeah, just to catch you guys up on the action, Iris out is the dark horse of this region. They were seed number 7 on the leaderboard, and thanks to something that they call the elimination round, which is effectively is a 8-team group stage, they managed to leapfrog from the 7th position into the top 4. Meanwhile, though, Talk, they're a team that was touted to be the 2nd strongest team in mainland China at the start of the year, kind of underperformed throughout the spring split, and then in the last second in the June monthly final, they clinched a win over Toxic Lotus. News on the ground is that they're the strongest team today.
It was a really up and down season this year for Chinese Mainland overall. We had 3 monthly finals, 3 different winners in April, A0, in May, Toxic Lotus, and now in June, finally Trick of China, who have shown us today that they can draft, they can play, really synergistic team overall. And on the other side, Iris out, as you already mentioned, I called them the Cinderella story of today. They were already 7th in the leaderboard, catapulted themselves into making it into the top 4. We had an elimination stage here in Chinese Mainland, where we had a group stage, and those 4 teams came out on top in the end.
Yep, and I mean, it's amazing to see a team make it a top 4 like this. It is just a difference in expectations, okay? Because for Iris out to make top 4 is a huge achievement, and the odds are stacked against them. This is, in all likelihood, the furthest they will get. The stakes are quite high for them, okay? Because they're in a matchup that they are massive underdogs in versus the team that is pretty much slated to take number 1 if you just look at recent games.
Well, it is a double elimination bracket, so they do still have a second life if they were to lose this one to TOC.
Well, it's only the first set after all. I think anything can happen at this point. Best of 5s are a fantastic design, and they also do have a map draft system that has also been put inside the mainland China. Now, I know in past years, China Mainland has had a history of having a format that's kind of a little bit behind in patches and a bit different from the English stream. But if you notice, this year, the alignment has been very, very close. We've got monthly finals, map draft is in, the map pool is 1 generation behind, but it's still all the same maps that you guys all know and love. So we are now on the same page with them.
We do get Bolt this weekend already, as it is open in the August monthly finals for the rest of the world as well. Bolt is in. Starnova's Hypercharge is not quite out yet, so it's also not going to be playable today. Starnova Roll will probably get some showings. We did get to see her banned out very, very often in the other regions. She was probably banned in this one too, otherwise I do expect her to come out. Now, China has shown some flashes of brilliance internationally. I wonder, and this is the question that I want to have answered by the end of today, which of these 4 teams actually gives China the best chance to make a statement at the LCQ, to make it through 2 Worlds. Now, we already are in the draft. Kanan, this Livy, can I get you for this one?
Yeah, we see a Shade first pick here with a Berry and Cordelius as the response. I think that's quite standard. Berry's really good at getting onto safe, throwing a gadget onto there, and we see a Bull as well coming up. Is Livy? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Bull comp has obviously the more damage. I'm interested to see how well Sirius will do. I think Sirius could be kind of good with the Berry clones if that manages to happen. I don't know. I just think the Berry clones are super annoying. I don't know if it will be that big of a difference maker, but we'll have to see how it goes.
We get to see the rosters once more as well. Let's see if Trick of China can take a second set here in this one. I do agree with you guys here. A Berry and Glowy clone, those 2 turn out to be one of the most annoying you can have because they can heal your teammates as well as do some damage. Heading into set 2 now. Radiant Spook, take it away.
Let's make this happen. We already have the aggression from Iris out coming around the right side, but it's a pretty good matchup for the Nita, all things considered. Going to see this bear coming down around the left side, and the pressure starts to mount. A solid pinch would be in store. An interesting gadget, I guess, to just waste some more shots there from the Bull, but it'll allow TOC to continue pushing forward. Also, the Shade on top of the safe is going to do a lot, but he needs to get within range of someone to charge a super off of.
Iris out now already 60% behind and no way to stymie the damage here. This Bull has just been darting back and forth up against a really bad matchup in this Nita. They're finally going to make some adjustments here, sending that Cordelius to drive out the Cordelius in the mid. But honestly, Iris out, they just look like they can't make up their minds.
Okay. Waiting for the next move. Plenty of defense ready for TOC. This is going to be the move for Bull to go forward. No comms on his position. Even going to go for the kill on Sirius. Rings true, in fact, and he's going to be able to get this down to the next stage of the crack. Unfortunately, a Hypercharge Anita on your base is never a good sign. They were behind by too much, quite simply.
It was a good start for the side of TOC, and I think it was just kind of insurmountable by them. They managed to get the stage through, start off a base race. On the side of Iris out, they gambled into 2 really, really strong defenders. Both the Sirius and the Nita were able to completely win out their matchup 2 versus 3. So we can see Iris out there making this adjustment. They're no longer going to allow this Shade just to sneak in through the back. They're playing 2 versus 2, but the matchups on the right are just so bad. This Bull is getting absolutely bodied here. Might just go down to the Sirius, and he does. Now the Bull Shade is going to be thrown onto the same weapon used on his own save, and he's going to cycle it out here.
Sirius still holding the right side. Just keeping a careful visual on Bull, who basically has 2 very bad matchups. Not really great into the Sirius and not good into that Nita either. And the closer he gets to Dynamite, the worse it's going to get too. Still has that super on hand. He's going to have to go for this Sirius. Just anything he can to defend. And doesn't really have the worst matchup into Dynamite, provided that he's clear of the Indestructible, which Dynamite is going to do his best job of staying as close to that as possible. And even charging a super off of Berry to get some crits on the safe. Should be yet another crack. Only 2 more shots will do it for TOC to bring this to a 48% game.
It's still TOC fully in control of the position. You've got Anita with a Hyper Bear, managed to deal with the Bull in the back. He's going to be bringing it forward here. This Bull's got a Hypercharge of his own, going to be trying to chain off. Gets one onto the Sirius now, looking for another, shining dart across, thinking about going on the Dynamite, but no, opts to go for the safe instead, leaving the defense to this Cordelius and the Berry, but it just might be too little, too late. Hypercharge is committed there from Dynamite. A few more swipes here going across. Another super plus the Bear should close this off, and that is going to be Talk taking the set.
Wonderfully done by Talk. I loved the draft for them, by the way, because, well, I just liked the matchups into Bull. I felt like Bull was pretty much just feeding supers over here, and it wasn't even his own fault, Sonny. It was just a couple of bad matchups.
Yeah, I mean, our two analysts were actually right. It was a little bit of a draft if here for the side of Trick of China. Yet another 2-0 for them. Only one more to go, and they will advance in the upper bracket. Now, Kanan and Slivy, we already talked about the draft a fair bit here. The series worked out wonderfully. Anything else you spotted now you can tell us about the ins and outs of this match?
Yeah, I think TOC definitely had the better draft this set. The Bull last pick wasn't what Iris Out really needed, and it also has quite a bad matchup into Nita and Sirius. I think the Barry Cordelius 2 free picks could have been better. They could have maybe drafted Meeple and Roster Cole to kind of open the map into the Shade, which would have helped them a lot. But yeah, what do you think, Easleby?
Yeah, I think they didn't have the best answer for Shade. I think Shade is one of the best brawlers on the map. The Nita and Sirius are practically unkillable. The Bull will maybe get a super eventually to do 1 pop worth, but in the end, the Nita and Sirius are just going to bully Bull all day.
What would have had to happen in order for Iris Out here to win with this draft still?
I think they would have had, they needed a lot of luck, but would have had to have gotten safe, potentially very unsafe as well. But as Easleby said, they didn't really have an answer to Shade with their 2 free picks. They probably needed a better 2 free pick in order to answer the Shade first, and then pick a better last pick to counter the Sirius and the Nita. So it's mainly a draft diff, but potentially if they get someone in Realm, get Bull and the Barry on safe, they could have had a chance.
Okay,
Yeah,
good to know.
I think...
Maybe, yeah, maybe Slivy has a different opinion as well. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to piggyback off of Kanan. I think the only way to win that is if somehow a Bull was spawn killing the Nita, and they just continuously got enough damage before the other team did. But that's all I could see happening.
Okay, well, we have one more set to go now, a last chance for our side to turn things around here, but as already mentioned, it's a double elimination bracket, so they still have another life to hang off of. They can still make it through the lower bracket, make it to the finals through that as well. Now, third map is going to be Pinhole Punt. I kind of expect that Damon to come out again would be one of the best brawlers to have, I feel. Crow has had a lot of showings as well as Mech. Kanan, what would you bring in here?
Yeah, I think a lot of control brawlers are good on Pinhole Punt. We might see an aggressive comp with Poco and potentially tanks like, say, Damien, or assassins like Kenji and Ali coming out as well.
I think, like Sunny said, I think Damien's a big favorite. I've also seen China likes their Fang on Pinhole Punt. I'm interested to see when and if that comes out on this map. It's not an NA pick, so I'm curious to see it live, to see how well it works, and to see what it will work into. But yeah, I think if they don't do Fang, I think Damien's a good solid choice to pick.
You mentioned a Fang earlier already, a bit of a Chinese special potentially, because I didn't really see him pop off at all in any of the other regions we've seen in the July monthly finals. And yeah, especially in Brawl Ball, we haven't seen him in quite some time. Maybe Knockout, maybe Bounty. You mentioned maybe Poco Tank could come in. We saw a bit of a different iteration of this draft for quite some time now. It's not Poco double tank anymore. It's now more often Poco, a tank, and then still something to hold on to the lane just to give some, more range to the draft.
Yeah, I think Poco is quite good at control comps nowadays. Getting super in 4 hits is very helpful. Just the kind of control he gets by entering the bush on Pinhole Punt also really helps, and Poco's a very solid pick. The only weakness Poco has is really either an Ems or a Griff opening the map, or an assassin like Edgar. So if they can get those banned out, Poco would be very, very useful in the draft.
Yeah, I think Poco could also be, if it's paired with Max and an aggressive brawler, I think it's a arguably easier comp to play. depending on what the other team picks, of course. But I think Poco Max aggro comp is pretty dangerous. I don't know how much China likes this type of comp, but we'll have to see if that's what they go with today.
Thank you so much, guys, for dissecting the draft and also the strategy in game a little bit with us. We're going to enter pinhole punt soon. First up, I want to introduce our teams a little bit better because we didn't really get the chance at the start of the show, guys. Trick of China on the one side, they were expected to be the top 2 team in the region. Yet their start into the season was pretty rough. They kept running into A0 and it just did not work out for them.
Yeah, well, you know, running into Ace Zero seems to be a common issue for everyone, okay? Because the same fate befell Toxic Lotus and resulted in Ace Zero actually earning their way. By the way, they earned their spot in the Brawl Cup at the middle of the year. It happened, though, that we would consistently actually see Toxic Lotus face Ace Zero in the Grand Finals, you know, just a happenstance of the bracket. So for TOC to finally get the upper hand, it feels like they are finally able to do what they were supposed to do. Someone was able to finally best Ace Zero.
Indeed. Ace Zero here. I think they are the favorites going against Toxic Lotus. They have beaten them 3 times already, but there's a bit of a roster change that happened sometime in the middle after Brawl Cup. They did have Nagi leave the team, and ever since then, they haven't been able to achieve the same level of success.
Trick of China also brought in a new coach, Pirin. Let's see how well he can draft for his team. Slivy, Kanan, I'll start with Slivy for this one. What do you think of the draft so far?
Well, here, remind me of the map real quick. Sorry,
Pinhole
I can't
punt.
see it right now. Okay, okay, right.
Can you not read Chinese? How dare you?
I know, I should have studied more. I like the 8-bit one. I think 8-bits or oh wait, no, sorry, it was not 8-bit one. I think it was Meeple one then. I don't know. It all went so fast. I think the comps are pretty 50-50 right now. I didn't get a good solid look at it, but I think I like the 8-bit comp a little bit more, just from what I saw, but we'll have to see how it goes.
For you quickly as well, Kanan, which comp would you pick?
I definitely like the 8-bit comp more. I think the other team picked Griff, so they'll be opening the map, and the 8-bit will excel in this matchup.
Well, Radiance Boo, maybe finally Arisa takes the set. It seems like they have the draft in this one.
Okay, Iris out. You got that 8-bit. Let's see what you can do at mid. TOC are being so cautious to play more reserved around mid, and you see, look how aggressively Stu is playing. Going to be able to pick up 1 and 2 with the assistance of 8-bit. And here's the box from Dynamite. I think this works out quite well for 8-bit. Just got to wait for someone to, wait for the mansions to break down, wait for someone to walk forward with their respawn shield. Iris out finally are getting some kind of lead in this match.
Yeah, I agree with the panel here. This draft for sure is something that TOC is going to struggle to play with. They cannot afford to wait for that end game as well. I mean, there's no overtime advantage for them. They really just need to try and get as aggressive as possible and out-mechanic Iris out here, but that is not happening. With the turret coming down here from our little down mountain, the 8-bit here, Iris out have a choice. They could either choose to corner the ball and turtle for the rest of the game, which I think would be advisable, or they could attempt to get another team wipe and score a second one.
Stu going in very aggressively. It's going to be his ultimate downfall, and now TOC can fight a 3v2. Still, Dynamite going for a huge play on the Colonel Ruffs, gets the kill, and now could be a ball up over to him. No angle on this goal. Really, they have to disrupt this stronghold that 8-bit has built up on the left side. Going too aggressive? Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Allow themselves to be surrounded. I want to give a shout out to Iris out. They're actually playing pretty good, Stu, over here. There's some plays I didn't totally agree with, but overall, the pressure he's offering is just ridiculous.
Total outdraft here, I have to say, from the side of Iris out. It's pretty clean for the time being, and TOC, they look like they've already missed a crucial timing. They're committing this this critical role here from the Meeple, but it's gonna get deleted inside the wall there. TOC are completely on the defense, and they cannot pressure Iris out in any way whatsoever.
20 seconds to move. TOC have a lot of ground to make up and not too much to get there. Ems has her super. She'll be able to get a little bit of invincibility, move forward, maybe get some solid damage on 8-Bit, looking for the angle, but not even the acid spray connects. 5 seconds to go, and a hypercharge is ready for Griff. Might be enough to clear out this goal. No, not quite. Despite the best desperate efforts of TOC, they will concede this game to Iris Out. It's the first game that we've seen Iris Out get this entire time. Is this the moment where we see TOC truly challenged? Because I feel like we saw pretty good, solid gameplay from them, but when the draft does not go in their favor, it seems like they're totally shut out.
This is the exact way that Iris Out managed to get an advantage, leapfrogging from that 7th leaderboard seat all the way up here. Draft has been their bread and butter. They may not have the same mechanical standard nor the team play to match a Titan like TOC. But for the time being, this draft is working out. They are being pushed back all the way inside the spawn there. It's a massive effort there from TOC. They're going to get the first kill there onto the stool, and they have full ball control as well. Just being very patient here, waiting for Ems to get a nice super onto 3, and then maybe convert into a goal.
Waiting for this opening provided by Griff. Has a super to utilize. Or the extra credits also not really going to connect. Iris Out just throwing all of their utility away because they have nothing else to defend. TOC gradually pressure forward. It's exactly what they needed. But now the script is about to flip. Iris Out will have insane defense here at mid with the 8-Bit turret. But what about that offense? It really just comes down to Stu. The double box is deadly. And Stu has to about face, go around the right side. It'll eventually fall to the poison. It's only 8-Bit to defend. And the damage is good for Iris Out. They will have a successful defense. I would say needlessly aggressive by TOC.
Kind of forced the issue there. I think they're going to be a bit more patient, but also wonderfully played there by the 8-Bit, utilizing that hypercharge that buys them breathing room, a second life here. They're still going to be going hyper aggressive here, just trying to force out that super from the Ems. Iris Out still remain 1 goal behind for the moment, and the side of TOC, they're going to have to make a choice here. Yeah, still going to be choosing to press forward with the ball. They've got the hypercharge on the Griff as well. Gets one. Tries to pinch out another onto the Rust. Passes the ball over here. Stu has to try and clear this ball. Finds the way. Threads the needle between the two. Gets a wonderful clear and buys Iris Out yet another life.
35 seconds to go. A bunch of ground to make up, but they do have an 8-Bit hypercharge, so that will hopefully be at their disposal. Here comes the hypercharge. 8-Bit acid spray immediately to push it back, and it's like Ems didn't even have to try. Had that one all along. Wonderful synergy also with the box for Meeple, but no reason to force this issue. With 15 seconds to go, the ball is exactly where TOC want it. They can throw it away if they don't think that they can get a goal. A hypercharge for Ems is going to keep them just a little bit safer and keep Iris Out trapped in spawn. The acid spray has been ridiculously punishing, and yeah, why not get a goal at the end of the game? That brings TOC to match point.
Well deserved by them. We talked about draft. The panelists felt that the draft was good for the side of Iris Out, but at the end of the day, it's still a 40-60 draft, and that 40%, I gotta say, it has to do with the Mansions of Meeple plus that acid spray. Iris Out, they cannot get afforded to get boxed. Yes, indeed. They see it this time. They're not gonna give an easy win condition over there to the Ems. Now that they're out of the woods, it should be their game in control.
Watching for the early interactions, Iris Out have the damage, and they have the accuracy to connect on that damage. Really aggressive positioning for that 8-Bit turret, and Stu continues to push and picks up 1 and 2, and a sort of worthless Meeple super thrown down. It's going to be cost utility for TOC. It's not going to be easy to get it back. Still keeping an eye on Iris Out. They don't have that 8-Bit turret yet, but it didn't seem to be an issue for them in the last game. They have such a supreme range advantage that it's not too much of a challenge for 8-Bit to get it.
The only way that TOC can get control is literally with a perfect box that from Dynamite that we saw in game number 2. When that is down and they don't have that combo, see the box going to be flying out again, not going to connect. That is literally the only resource that TOC can use to wrestle back some control. Without it, it's really basically next impossible to push into this 8-Bit unless Ems can somehow sneak forward, get a nice sneaky pick there onto the roughs. Could be a good opening there for Talk.
Would love to see it around the left side. Not quite yet, though. Iris Out just stands strong. The box on the left is not going to do too much. Just keeps refs pressured back, and it's not really who they need a box. 8-Bit would be the one to deal with. Something to combo with the acid spray from Ems would mean everything. Still waiting to see that move. Yet another turret placed down, and here comes the hypercharge, but we need to see the accuracy. Oh my goodness, and it's an absolute bloodbath. 8-Bit is just different up here. Super that one down the field. Iris Out are keeping themselves competitive as they advance on to a 4th set.
The panel was right, Sonny. The panel was right. This draft was absolutely indomitable. And I think that's going to leave TOC scratching their heads, wondering what went wrong there.
China's delivering today. We get a set 4 that is beautiful to see. And yes, draft is playing a huge role in this one. Kanan as Livy, you were right. Indeed. You both said you preferred the 8-Bit comp, and it worked out beautifully for Iris Out.
Yeah, we saw quite an evenly fought game here. We saw in game 2 that once Ems gets positioning on this map, she can carry the game. But in the end, the 8-Bit pick was just a bit too strong, and TOC also had no answer for the Ruffs and Stu in the side lanes.
Yeah, I think the 8-Bit played great. I thought once the 8-Bit utilized and realized that they had more range than anybody else, that once they got any sort of position or a hypercharge, it was almost a guaranteed goal. I think the only way the other team could make plays, which was what they did, I thought they played great, was with the Ems. And like Kanan said, once Ems gets positioned on pinhole punt, it's pretty hard to get out of that. And I thought it was a great played set, and I do think the outcome was deserved for the 8-Bit comp.
I really liked the mention of Meeple plus Ems combo as well, with the Meeple and the Ems both on their side. I felt like they had a pretty decent draft as well, and as you said, once the Ems was actually established in mid, she had like the whole mid to herself, and they didn't play bad at all. But as soon as 8-Bit has turret, it's just gonna go the other way. The next map we're gonna see now is gonna be Open Business. Do you guys feel like we get to see another 8-Bit in this one?
Yeah, potentially. It's a map that can be opened quite easily with a Stu, a Ross, or a Griff. And 8-Bit's obviously a very, very strong brawler, as we saw in the last game there. So if 8-Bit is left open in the draft, I definitely expect to see it coming through.
For sure. If it's not banned, it'll be picked. And if it gets paired with something to open the map, like a Griff or a Ruffs or something like that, that is going to be hard to beat. I'm also interested to see if there's any gray comps. I don't know how much China likes their gray comps. I know NA does. Some no skill gray comps could be the answer that TOC is looking for, but we'll have to see.
One last question before I bring in the casters again. It's now 2-1, so that might be a bit of a influence towards that answer, but you watched those two teams play now today. You haven't seen them play often yet until today. Who do you think is going to take this game?
I think momentum plays a big part in an important game like this. As we saw in the previous set, the draft wasn't too one-sided, and we saw Iris Out playing very well, so we could perhaps see a Game 5 today.
Cool.
I'm kind of hoping for a Game 5. I don't have any favorites, but I just like to watch set 5s all the time, so I guess, yeah, I'm going to have to go with Iris Out.
Okay, so you're both saying that we get to see a set 5. I would be down for it. The first map or the first match of the day already going all the way. I would absolutely love to see it. Now, Reddy, did you want to talk about what the teams can bring home today again?
Yeah, just a little reminder of what's on the line, by the way, guys. I mean, it's coming down to one final set. I would say it's in all likelihood a final set. Don't mean to discount what Iris Out have put forth so far, but I've generally liked what I've seen from TOC. Even when they're like hard out drafted, I think they fight really, really hard. But yeah, let's keep this discussion rolling also, because this is further than I personally expected Iris Out to go. A set 4 for them, and also just a draft diff. Clearly, Spoo, this is what has made them viable to advance to a top 4 and play for this spot.
Yeah, TOC, ever since they brought in Coach Pirin, their drafts have improved quite a fair bit. But full credit to the coach there on Iris Out. Natsuki there, standing in the back, probably is the one deciding most of the picks for the team. It feels like this entire series might just come down to a battle of wits. At the end of the day, Brawl is now a game where the draft plays such a big part. And yeah, just 2 more good drafts and we could potentially see our panelists' dreams come true. But realistically, looking at the way that they're playing, I mean, even with a bad draft, they got a they got a game off that. I mean, that to me just shows the difference in the levels of these teams.
Iris are definitely the underdogs in this one, but they've just proven to us that if they get a good draft, they can indeed win against a team like Trick of China. Once again, they've been in the top 7 for the whole duration of this year. They were just always showing up. They were never spectacular, but now they truly are in the elimination stage already. Now they made top 4, and they do have what it takes to beat a team like Trick of China even. Now, I call them the underdogs, but we actually have one of their players already showing up in the LCQ. Last year, Valentine used to play with Yu Kyung, who is now in Trick of China. So those two used to be teammates on Chapter of Happiness, played at the LCQ last year. They got grouped by Totem, Navi, and Upcore in the end, but they did make it to LCQ back then. They can make it again this year, potentially.
Yeah, well, and because the reason the method that you make it to LCQ by is by being the best in your region, right? Now, it is certainly helpful to be really strong internationally, especially if your region has not really shown up in the previous years, because it shows promise. It shows that, like, oh, okay, so this is why they're so much better than everyone else back home, is that they're real competitors on the international stage. But again, for the competition at hand, all that matters is whether you're better than everyone else here. So we have experience on this roster, especially in person, which is where this is taking place. So that is a large factor at play for their performance today.
Indeed, and on the next map on Open Business, this is another map where you guys mentioned gray comps are absolutely disgusting. And, you know, I want to see that banned out. I don't want to see a team get cheesed to oblivion like a certain Electros team. Or did they want to say? I mean, I can't remember who did the cheesing to who, but
Team Electro's got a great comp versus Vatic. Yeah.
I don't want China to come down to a no skill comp as Livy said. I want China to actually showcase to the rest of the world that they are starting to catch up, or they have potentially already caught up to certain regions. I think so far from what we are seeing on the side of TOC, I am seeing a lot of very high level moves from them. They understand very clearly what they want to do with each comp, even when they're behind.
So far, overall, we're seeing some very similar comps to the other regions as well. Now on Open Business, Lou is going to be that first pick. Makes a lot of sense on Hot Zone, right, Kanan?
Yeah, getting the super on the middle of the zone would be very, very good for the side of Iris Out. We see a Crow and Max coming out from the side of TOC. What do you think about that, Isolivi?
Yeah, it's a little strange. I mean, I get it. Crow's good into Max, so you take Crow and Max, I guess. Answered by a Griff and Damien. So if the Lu hits the shots, I think the Lu and Damien are going to win. And then they TOC last picks a Cord, which is good into Damien. I don't know if I have a preferred comp. I think I would have to go with Lu. What comp would you favor, Kanan?
Definitely the Lu comp. I think if Griff runs the coin share gadget and doesn't open the map, the Max, Crow, and Cordelius will have a very, very difficult time if they ever lose control. But we'll see what happens.
It's not even just the Lu, it's the Griff for me as well on that roster. So Iris out again with a pretty good draft. Let's see if they can prolong this one in set 5.
Okay, Iris out immediately gets swarmed. They just cannot get this Damien really into position. Waiting to see what the Cord will do versus him specifically. But they don't seem to be prioritizing that matchup too much, interestingly. Doesn't matter. He'll just like rotate over to the left lane nice and quick to claim the kill, but it seems his primary focus is on this Griff on the right lane.
Dynamite now just have full control of the mid. Jumps out there of that Damien super, and this Max and Cordelis, the damage is just so great. They're going to be able to pinch out this Damien so easily. You get another hypercharge super there from the Max, going to be giving up to the entire team. Dynamite and Cordelis both with hypercharges now, going to be able to run it down. The Max pops another super yet again. You got to lose super flying inside the mid, but it's too little too late. There's just so much advantage given there on the side of TOC. This is a tempo lead. It is so difficult for Iris out to come back from.
Iris out, though, will have a 1v1. It is Lou versus Crow, but it's tough to hit shots on a target that's so quick. Here comes Damien, though, and he'll crash down while gaining the control for the team and forcing a 3v2. Watching to see this area denial from Iris out, especially in the face of the max speed. That's fine. Can't head up that avenue that is mid. Go instead around the left and right sides. It'll be Cordelius getting pretty deep. Solid damage locked in. They really only need one more retake, and it's looking to be amazing from the top side, from the bottom. Talk have this one squared away.
I think there were signs of life there for Iris out in that second half, but as he's, I mean, 75% is a pretty big deficit to come back from in any hot zone map. And this one in particular is one where you really can't afford to give up that much early percentage. I think it was just too big of a snowbally lead. Max supers after supers into, you know, Crow hypercharge, into the Cordelius hypercharge, and I think TOC just really ran away with that game.
They just need one more in order to go to the next stage of the upper bracket, and from there they only need to win once to make it to the last chance qualifier. It's real serious. And they had that early game aggression down. Not going to be a contact on the gadget for Dynamite. In fact, just off that play alone, Iris out are able to punish heavily. But Griff doesn't want to sit up this high in the zone when he's on low HP. Decide instead to duck around the right side, and the rest of the team gets swarmed. Griff has been largely absent from this battle. A lot of the times he's been pressured by this Cordelius, who unfortunately misses the hypercharge. It was just a little bit late, and this is Iris Out's opportunity to get on the zone.
This Max has been so slimy inside the mid. The Damien, 2 attempts to try to bring him down, failing there. Jumping on the Crow and not working out in his favor as well. It's just going to be the Lu here that's just gradually bleeding out. He at least gets a super there to drive Dynamite off the point. It's a slightly better game too from them, but I'm still not seeing the value come up from this Griff and the Lu. They didn't opt to go for the wall break, going for that coin shower instead. They wanted to give the Damien a good game, but so far it's just not working out for them. The Griff does delete the Max on the right. Too much aggression there from him. Cordelia that's slow on the draw. Couldn't send Damien into the realm. And for the first time in this series, we see Iris out take the lead.
Well, it could be short-lived. It's a lot of damage from Crow. Here comes a huge hypercharge from Lu. And Cordelius has to run away on the right side. Just a little bit more for Iris out to go, closing in on a 20% difference. And Damien's going very aggressive. Is it going to be worth it, though? He's sentencing his team to fight a 2v3. They have to back off this point, and Damien doesn't respond with a super to show for that effort.
Griff put inside the Shadow Realm. It's just a temporary stopgap solution. He's got a hypercharge at the ready. Could potentially go for a 1 versus 3. It's only 4% left here. Gets one here. Tries to find a second down the Max, but he's a little bit too slimy. The Damien here, though, will seal the deal. Big jump in there from him. And that's going to be Iris out taking this second game and keeping their dreams alive.
Is Cinderella visiting mainland China? Do Iris out actually have a real shot of taking this map just like they did the last one? And to draw similarities, TOC advanced to a match point, but Iris Out seemed to have ice in the veins. They got that early game lead so effectively in game number 2. We'll see if they can do the same in number 3. Damien has weaved his way in to get a few punches off on Max. He's got to be close to that super by now, but the initial control does still go to TOC.
Yeah, this is the weakness of that Iris Out comp. I mean, the early game for them is just very poor until the utility comes online. But if they can just survive the onslaught that this early Max can bring, which he is absolutely bringing right now, tearing through the Damien now for a second time. This is an excellent start there from TOC as they reach 50% here.
An avoided Damien super for Crow, who has that hypercharge now. Could actually help clean up the team at mid. It looks excellent for TOC. Now nearing a 30% lead. and they have control of the point. Iris out just don't really have much at all. Dynamite could go for a huge super. Well, he's certainly thinking about it, looking for the midpoint between Lou and Griff. Looks solid for now, but the coin shower will shut him down and give Iris out a real chance of taking this. A sneaky sneakers, however, for Max is probably the sneakiest sneakers that I've seen yet from a Max, as she was able to get a kill off of it too, and now cycling out the hypercharge. Looks like Dynamite and Cordelius were not able to get the hypercharge canisters, but it's not like they needed it anyway. They have the position that they need to close in on 100% and close out the match.
Arizona just trying to force it so badly here, and the Lu supers have, for me, just haven't really been on point. It's going to be a last-ditch effort there from the Damien to try and stop it, but you can't stop TOC from making it to the semifinals. They count up to 100 and dominate, even though our panel said that they preferred the Iris out comp.
Another wonderful performance from both teams. I gotta say, Iris out, they should be proud of themselves for showing up today and having the drafts. I think they do have a shot in the lower bracket, but keep in mind, you're up against regional #1, at least people say skill-wise and performance-wise, even if it's not their actual ranking.
As we already mentioned, they still have a second life. They're dropping to the lower bracket now and can still make it through all the way to the finals there as well. TOC looked phenomenal in this one. Kanan and Slivy, we all three agreed that they actually have comp in this one. What went wrong for them?
I think Spoo said during the game that RSL needed a better start, and I completely agree with him. We saw in game 2 that once they had control of Blue Supers and Damien Walls, they managed to come online, but TOC played really well, especially the Max, so they managed to close out the game, and yeah.
Yeah, I think the most impressive part of that match that I watched was the use of the Max gadget. The less popular Max gadget really got like 2 or 3 extra kills that I thought wouldn't have happened otherwise. I thought the Max played great. I think also, like everyone else has already said, the Lu probably got 6 or 7 Lu supers game 2. I think he got maybe 2 in game 3, games 1 and 3. I think that's a big difference maker. I thought the Cord played well, realming the Lu when he needed to, because even if he doesn't win that 1v1, if he just lets that burn out, the Lu doesn't get any super, and that's pretty much what wins them the game.
Yeah, Cordelius did a phenomenal job at making sure that those Lu supers can't be cycled whatsoever. Yeah, overall, I felt like the Cordelius was the playmaker for them in Trick of China. He did phenomenally. The Lu comp we thought would be overall a bit better, but yeah, Iris out. They still have a chance now in the lower bracket. Do you think they're going to make it through to at least the lower bracket final afterwards?
Yeah, I think RSL had a great showing. They played really well. Their drafts were nice. I think they have a great chance of beating whoever's on the other side of the bracket.
Slivy, you pointed out that Max gadget. It's now Sneaky Sneakers that is actually favored in many pro player matches. It's a gadget that we haven't seen for a long time, but now with the buffies, you can also heal your teammate. You said your favorite is still Phase Shifter.
Well, I guess I see Tribe use it. I see Tribe use the new one a lot. I still think it's kind of slowly, it probably is better now that I'm thinking about it. It's slowly trickling its way to surpass Phase Shifter in NA at least. But I think that what we just watched was a great example of how the true potential of that gadget can be.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out. We have a lot of buffy brawler that are super strong at the moment. And then Griff, for example, showing up every now and then. Kanan, what do you feel? Why is a brawler like Griff so strong in the current meta? He didn't receive any nominable balance changes or buffies.
I think the buffies did help him quite a bit when they were released, but being able to open the map has been very, very helpful for a lot of the meta brawlers. Also, the coin shower gadget has been changed and does a bit more damage. The range is a bit bigger, so that has always been used when they prefer not to break the map. And in addition, Griff has always had lots of HP and decent range as well. Lets him shred tanks, and overall just a really, really solid pick in the meta.
And as Levy, we had Bolt and Starnova come into this patch. They're both open today. Why do you think we haven't seen them yet at all? I think they weren't banned out so far, every single round at least.
Well, for Starnova, yeah, if she hasn't been banned out, I'm not sure where she's been. I don't know if China just doesn't like the brawler as much. She's definitely top 3 in the game right now. For bolts, I don't have a ton of experience. We've just now started scrimming with bolts. The only vision I can see with bolts right now is some cheesy kit comps, but I don't know how cheesy China gets. But if we see Bolt today, I think it will be pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I would love to see him. He's super annoying. Probably Brawl wasn't his best map to pick him on there. Starnova would have been left open too, by the way, in game 1, but we did not see her out in the open whatsoever. For Bolt, I think maybe Gem Grab would be his best most currently. Now, what do you play against this brawler if he ever is in the comp against you, Starnova as well? What are the best counters to those two right now?
For Bull, I think a high DPS brawler or brawlers with crowd control will be the best to counter him, being able to burst him down before he gets onto you. And in EU, Starnova is quite a strong brawler. There might be brawlers that can punish her mistakes, such as Ems. If she gets too close, she can get knocked back in one shot. But Starnova is a very, very mobile brawler. She can be played basically anywhere. The gadget is very, very useful. Lets her escape situations, lets her play aggro. So personally, I think there isn't much of a Starnova counter in this game, but I don't know how it goes in NA.
Yeah, it's not that different. I think you nailed it on the head. It's pretty hard to have a specific brawler name that comes to mind when you think of Starnova counter. I don't think there's a solid one. When it comes to bolts and the kit comps that come with it, I think brawlers like Cordelius and Charlie are 2 good ones because they stop the bolts in its tracks and gets the kit off of the bolts back. But other than that, I'm still experimenting, and I'm sure there'll be other counters that come up in the future.
So picking up that Cordelius might have also been to make sure that they can't pick Bolt. Hotsign would have definitely also been a pretty decent mode for him currently. Now I want to bring back Ready and Spoo. We can round off that match number 1. Trick of China moved on 3-1 overall. They are now standing in the upper bracket final. Ready. We have Toxic Lotus versus Ace Zero next. Who do you think is going to move up and with them?
This is a tough one because this is a matchup that we've seen repeatedly in the finals. Usually Ace Zero takes the upper hand, but I thought we saw Toxic Lotus pull ahead there right after coming back from Brawl Cup. So this was very interesting to see. I'll tell you what I predicted. By the way, at event.brawlstars.com, you can put in your predictions and get some of your points if you didn't finish them up on the last couple of weekends. Toxic Lotus is who I had winning everything because I'm a believer, y'all. I'm a believer in the old guard of this region, the folks that, you know, respect the organization that TOC is today. They literally have Talk, otherwise known as White, on their roster. Maybe I'm just a fan. Maybe I'm predicting with my heart, but it's good TV, Spoo.
I'm with you. I think the whole world will be split on this prediction as well. It's 50-50. I know that on the side of TOC, they don't mind facing either of their opponents anyways. They've already beaten Toxic Lotus once in June. They beaten Ace Zero before earlier inside the elimination round. So for them, this matchup doesn't, you know, they don't really care about who they're going to be facing off here. But, I mean, I have to vote with my boy Snardragon and OU. I mean, this guy just turned 27 just 5 days ago. Happy birthday to OU. And I want to see him at least win this one and, you know, qualify through that upper bracket.
Toxic Lotus has a huge history, not only here in China, but also internationally. They're the first Chinese team to ever win a set internationally, the first Chinese team to win an international match, and to reach a top 4 finish. Yet this has been one of their weaker domestic seasons, really.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how things will shape up in the future. I'm just going to pretend like I wasn't completely doing something else on the side. Because, look, folks, we're all wearing a lot of hats here.
Okay.
We're wearing a lot of hats here. I'm wearing the producer hat as well as caster today. So, folks, welcome to the English cast of Mainland China.
Maybe Spoo can cover that.
I think in the future, I just want to see more than just Toxic Lotus being the talk of the town, right? Like, it's almost as if there's only one superstar that comes out of China and the rest of China just gets zero respect from the international scene. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the level has elevated a lot. We saw at the Brawl Cup, A0 took a set off South America, and I think that's just the start. They needed more LAN experience, and hopefully at LCQ, that's not going to be what happens.
They won a single monthly final in May, but it was because A0 didn't play back then. So I'm super excited to see this matchup here between the top two teams of the region, if it's not Trick of China. So we have three superstars teams here in China, and Iris Out, who just proven that they have every right to be here standing today. They still have a chance to make it through later on as well. So stay tuned now for our match number 2, Toxic Lotus versus A0. We're going to be right back after a quick break. Refill your snacks, your drinks. You don't have much time. One match down already. We're now finding out who else will join a Trick of China in the upper bracket final. For our next match, we have Toxic Lotus versus A0, and this is a fated matchup. Those two have faced off against each other many times this year already in the finals each month.
It is a El Clasico of the Chinese mainland, and these are some classic players as well, folks. I mean, we've gotten to get very familiar with them over the last several years, but now we move over to Ace0. These are newer faces that you should be familiar with from Brawl Cup because they advanced onto that stage. But again, it's a classic matchup. These are the top teams in the region right now. Toxic Lotus actually taking a number 3 spot, interestingly enough, but we'll see if they can ascend back to their former glory spew.
And now looking at the maps here, I mean, it's wonderfully in Chinese, but if you guys recognize, you got Hideout, you got a pit stop here out in the open. A0 picked up the donut map on Pinhole Punt, and the tiebreaker map is on open business. As usual, it's, you know, the same business as always. But this is a map draft system, folks. It's the same as in the English streams here. And I think it's just very interesting to note the fact that these teams are, you know, making use of it in their own way. And okay, Sunny's got a reaction. These global bans are what? Like, go ahead. What is it? Rip them up. Go.
I am seeing a Frank in the global ban stage. I absolutely love it. This must be a very targeted ban towards their opponents. Otherwise, I cannot explain why Frank would show up so
I
early
can
on.
explain it. I think it's just trauma and PTSD. Maybe this is, you know, the secret weapon that Ace Zero has been zeroing in the entirety of the last 5 months. No, I don't know. Honestly, I look at it. I wonder what the panelists will think about a Frank ban, like whether that signals anything.
I'll take it away. Kanan and Slivy, what do you think of that Frank ban? We're starting with the draft already.
Like I mentioned earlier, they actually picked Frank against us on this exact same map, so I'm not too surprised. As we can see, Galaxy on the side of A0 has picked Glowy 1 and a Gene Griffin return to counteract that.
Yeah, and then okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, Zero going with Pearl Brock, so pretty standard. I like the Glowy Pearl combo. It's pretty hard to kill the Pearl, and to be honest, there's not much damage coming from Toxic Lotus. I'm interested to see how they plan on killing this Pearl if it's not with the Gene Pull.
You must be happy to see that Pearl come in. One of the picks we talked about coming into the show already. super strong in the current meta. Now, both of those teams have been playing at the Brawl Cup. Kana mentioned it briefly. A0 actually landed in the same group as Humble, and unlucky for them, they had two very strong opponents in their group, dropped out there already. Kind of the same fate for Toxic Lotus against Tribe Gaming and Foot Esports. We called it the Group of Death, also a 0-2 for them. Heading into set number 1, who of these two teams will make it through? Radiant Spoo.
That's why we play Brawl Stars, to find it out. But I look at Toxic Lotus's composition and I see something very classic, while Ace Zero are just ahead. I want to see that Glowy tethered to the Pearl as often as possible. However, that is when they're really going to get to empower this. Also, the wall break coming out from Brock, it's not exactly what they wanted. They didn't perfectly break it. It means that Talk is still going to have some area to lurk around as this Gene. And Toxic Lotus have that blue star, but note that they're actually sitting up quite high for as long as they can. They know that they have amazing defense, and they can play some good offense too, as long as they have a Gene pull in their back pocket.
Excellent play there from Talk. Now on the defense, though, they are going to be starting to get hammered there by this Brock, who has the complete dominion of the range here. It's not the end of the world there for Toxic Lotus, though. They do have the move speed here. Engine will unfortunately fall there. It's a pinch that was just too unbreakable there from the side of A0.
Still, as long as Toxic Lotus can hold this position, it's all fine and good. It really looks like the main threat to them when they're behind these walls is Brock, because, of course, he's able to break them open. He's also able to peek around them far more effectively than any other brawler on Ace Zero is able to. They just cannot peek these walls. They're going to prioritize playing the 2v2 in the open range, and we'll actually see Brock rotate lanes over towards mid. He's got to keep a watchful eye on this Gene pull, though, if he decides to get aggressive. Also, Engine having a hypercharge is a major threat.
20 seconds left on the clock. Talk looking for his second pull of the game. Could opt to save it, to use it defensively. Would love to get a pull there onto the Brock to delete him from the equation. We're seeing OU there try and zone him out there, and it's actually an aggressive play there made from the Jae Young with the hypercharge, giving it over to the Gene, but no pull from there. It's a big rocket rain there from A0, starting to rain them in, but it's a nice pinch there from the Gene plus the Griff to secure this game 5-2.
Really solid opening here from Toxic Lotus. They're playing something classic, not really getting too inventive. But look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's something that we love to say. There is merit to playing the good old stuff, but can they get the blue star this time? Can Ace Zero actually challenge them? Jae Young is supposed to get this, but last time they let Talk split off and get it. We'll have Engine prioritized over here. It's going to be nutty damage from Brock, but he doesn't have that final shot to finish things off. They nearly managed to steal that lead back in the beginning. We nearly saw a very different game 2 from number 1.
A much more aggressive push there from A0. The pair between this Pearl and the Glowy almost getting down this Gene. He gets too much to bring down Talk here. OU tried to get a return there, but he was just completely outranged there. And now Toxic Lotus have to play from behind. They don't have a Gene Pool at the ready. They don't have any of the resources. There's the Gene Pool coming online there for Talk, but it's much more difficult to get a pull from this distance once the Brock shreds open this whole map.
And Ace Zero are going to keep on retreating into these walls. It's a good thing for Toxic Lotus, though, that they have a couple of good wall peak brawlers, so they should be able to crunch in. It's just that they're lacking on damage, really. They cannot really get rid of this Pearl. Glowy is going to have really good defensive capabilities, so Brock is probably their most likely target. But as long as they have this pull, then they should be fine. 45 seconds to go. Toxic Lotus are very aware that they can just play aggressively for this kill in the final few seconds, and then they don't have to worry about Ace Zero respawning and, you know, bringing them all the way back to their own spawn, getting pinched up against the wall.
It's a timing that they'll have to play for, but they have to break through this Glowy and the Pearl. Pearl excels at this defensive type of position there, but he doesn't want to go too far and potentially get pulled. Talk is still remaining patient here, but tension inside the mid. We're practically in purple paradise. The entire map has been wide open. It's anybody's game now, down between A0 and Toxic Lotus.
Countdown active. It is drive time for Toxic Lotus. Gotta hit this pole. That is the single point of failure, or maybe OU on the right side, but they're gonna lose one. Talk is the first to fall, and OU is too far out of range to make any difference. Ace Zero strike back with a game of their own and a similar lead, but a different method. It was the star acquisition, the reacquisition that they were able to pull off after the first few seconds. They had a brawler pinched early on in a forward position. Gonna watch that blue star, see if Toxic Lotus can't get that on their Gene. It would be an amazing brawler to have in possession of the blue star. Definitely the safest. Ace Zero are threatening to get it, though. Engine will go for it and completely sacrifices himself. Total sideways start for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, it's not the start that they want. Let's be real here. I mean, they have to force the blue star because we already saw what happened in game number 2 when they're forced to play from behind. It's an inevitable loss that awaits them there. The Pearl and this Glowy is a pretty unbreakable combo. You might be the 5-time Dynasty champions, but mechanics can't only take you so far here. We'll see now, though, in game number 3, can they find an alternative way to enter here? Maybe it's off in a, a more aggressive approach here. Don't wait for that end game. Find more opportunities. Maybe just get more than one pull here. We're seeing OU already make hyper aggressive moves here on the Griff here, trying to dodge out all of these Brock shots, and there's already pressuring A0 to the back. Great pull there from Talk, but can he get out alive? The Jaeyoung tried to heal him, but just didn't block for him in time, and Engine might fall here as well. Disaster for Toxic Lotus.
Absolutely disintegrating in the face of this Pearl. Toxic Lotus are down 4 stars. They're going to have to get at least a couple of kills to make this happen. They are losing by the blue star at the moment, even if they kill someone with 4 stars over their head. Not even a consideration at the moment. Cold Drink would not be able to get them that win if they took him down. Hypercharge is awaiting them on the other side also. And the Brock one is especially fearsome. Makes his shot pretty difficult to miss, if we're being honest. It fans out so much. Pretty much looks like a Gale attack sort of width. But with 20 seconds to go, Toxic Lotus cannot afford to screw up now.
Yeah, pushed back by double hypercharges there from A0. The Gene popped this hypercharge for a moment. Beautiful super there from OU. Will chip away at them, but the heal there from Galaxy is just too much. Engine gonna fall there, and Talk will as well. A0 with the spins and the pins will be taking down Toxic Lotus in this set number 1.
Calm down, y'all. It's only set number 1, but it was a hard-fought victory nonetheless. It was really, really rough to get that blue star. It took everything out of Toxic Lotus, including the blue star of Sunny. They played really aggressively for it and just could not hold on to it for too long.
Well played, honestly, here. And as Livy, I'm sure you were happy to see that Pearl. You mentioned it earlier, that a good Pearl player can bring out the best of this brawler, and she's going to be so strong in the hands of a really good player. Now, how did you like the performance of Cold Drink?
Yeah, I thought they played it how it should be played. There's really no way for a Gene, Griff, or Jaeyoung to get a kill into that type of comp unless it's with the Gene pull. So their entire set was in the Gene's hands, literally Gene's hands. And at the end of the day, it's pretty hard to win a set when that's the only thing going for you. And I just think that the Pearl Glowy had too many, had too much dominance over the other team.
Yeah, Kanan, we had double heals on the side of Toxic Lotus there with the Jaeyoung and the Jean, and it did work out in game one. They did manage to win it, but in the end, even with 2 healers, they just didn't have enough HP to win against this pro comp, I feel.
Yeah, as Easy Livy mentioned, Toxic Lotus's only win condition is the gene pool, so it was catastrophic when they missed it. On the other hand, A0 required a Pearl Gadget or Brock Super to secure any kills, and because of this, we saw that the team with the early star lead usually won, and that happened to be A0 in 2 of the 3 games.
Yeah, I felt like both of those comps were super, super nice, though. We have some speed for the Jean. Usually that makes it a lot easier to hit your pull. We have the wall break, some buffy brawlers here as well with the Brock on the right side. I think that was the most even match we've seen all day, right, Slivy?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty stalemate until the end. You could tell that the way the Gene wanted to win was in the last couple seconds. He waited to use his pull. He didn't know, he wasn't confident enough to try to go for 2 pulls in the same game, which I get. You don't want to miss your one and only pull. So he waited until the end, which is usually when you can get the enemy in the best position possible to hit the pull. And unfortunately, he didn't get that, and that's why they ultimately lost.
Yeah, at the
Whenever
same time...
those... Excuse me.
Sorry.
Go on.
It was quite difficult for Toxic Lotus to come back after A0 broke up the map. And we saw in games 2 and 3 when A0 had the lead and the map were open, it was quite difficult for Toxic Lotus to come back with the gene pool and with the Jaeyoung speeds.
Whenever those 2 teams faced off against each other, A0 had usually the better draft. They outdrafted Toxic Lotus more often than not. In this one, as we talked about already, it felt very even. Heading over to pit stop now, what do you expect from those 2 teams? We saw the map already. We had Trade Series Nita versus Cordelius, Barry, Bull. Are we going to see something similar from those 2 teams again?
Yeah, I think draft is quite important on pit stop, and I expect to see lots of high mobility brawlers with high DPS, and I think we might see some base racing today.
Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, I do think there will be some base racing. That's usually the name of pit stop. I do think the winner will be decided in the draft. That's usually how it goes. But yeah, we're gonna see some Edgars, some Shades, some Kazes, and I do wonder what defense either team goes with, and to see if that will overcome the offense of the other team.
Is it wise to even still have a defense, or do you just want triple damage in the current meta and pit stop?
Yeah, I think usually people like going the triple aggro, but as we saw earlier, we saw the Nita Sirius combo being super deadly into Bull. I mean, and it is a great matchup for the Nita and the Sirius. So if there's something like that, I think the defense, can win. But we'll just have to see what each team decides to pick.
Kanan, for you as well?
Yeah, I think it depends on how risk averse the team is. They could opt for a triple tank, triple assassin, triple damage kind of setup. But then again, good defense trumps good offense.
Well, with in the past, A0 usually out drafting Toxic Lotus. We're going to find out what they're going to bring us into a pit stop. Now, I want to hear from the casters as well. Ready, Spoo? What if you felt like, did it seem a bit one-sided? A0 did win that set number 1 in a 2-1 in the end, or will this one go all the way now finally? Do we get to see a set 5 between those 2 teams?
I have a feeling that it was close enough that we could see a set 5. I saw the merits of both compositions in set number 1, but yes, like, I gotta agree with his Livy. When we head into a map where the winner is pretty much decided in the draft, it's extremely heavily favored for Ace0 because they've just been reliably out drafting. And just like a little history lesson, Spoon, you've been keeping up with this really, really nicely as well, is that pretty much every single finals, Toxic Lotus has been brutally outdrafted by Ace0 repeatedly.
Yes, Toxic Lotus has been noted to be the team that is mechanically more skilled, they're more experienced, they've got better team play, better synergy. Some would argue they're even more handsome. But it's the draft. I mean, handsomeness doesn't save you there. When you lose in a draft in a game of Brawl Stars, 70% of the game is done. And I agree with what Kanan said. I mean, if you only got one win condition in, the gene pool, all it takes is just one big mistake from there, and your entire plan falls apart. As Livy mentioned it as well. All A0 had to do in that game is just play according to standard theory. I love that we have panelists now that can, confidently tell us which draft is actually better.
And both me and the viewers got super lucky today because our casters and the panelists aren't just super handsome, they're also super knowledgeable today. So we just win in every way. Now, set number 2, pit stop. What do you two expect to come out from these? We already heard speed, base race, a lot of damage, and still some defense here as well. What we've seen in the past, you two have guided me through some other regions as well. Sometimes we just see triple base race, triple tank, and it worked out too.
I have a feeling that what we will see, just based on the reputation that Ace0 have earned, is that Toxic Lotus will attempt to play some aggression, and then Ace0 will be able to completely dismantle it in counterattack. That's just my opinion. I think also earlier, like what we saw in Pit Stop was a Bull that was like double countered by some of the best things to deal with it. Sirius was one, Nita was another, and it does make me curious as to what the regional meta is. Is Bull such a high priority that you would pick it early enough into the draft to react to it so strongly with a double counter?
Yeah, that just might be an Iris out special. I think, from what I recall from Star Dragon, Miko, this is something that they popularized on other maps. They are, the OG kings of the monkey madness itself. But aside from that, they love their cows as well. We saw all you do at the Brawl Cup, and it did get a recent balance change. Could be a sneaky last pick to get in there. With the Edgar banned out, I think Lumi is definitely a big pick that's in contention. But if I had to expect things, I feel like Toxic Lotus, as the more big brother team here, will opt to go for that, 2 defense, 1 dive kind of brawler. They want to control the game, don't get into too much of a dicey 50-50 base race kind of situation. Whereas Ace0, they were the ones who picked this map, which means they're coming in with some sneaky ideas, and as Kanan said, this map can be a bit coin flippy when it comes to the draft. As soon as bans are locked in, there is a way to break every single draft.
I can tell you one thing. They're most definitely not going to play Frank on this map because it's global ban. That's still the highlight of the day for me. We have a Frank global ban. A0, super dominant at the beginning of the season, but it seems like that early dominance got shut down in the end. Trick of China beat them. They didn't show up in May at all in the monthly finals, didn't make it into the top 8 or didn't even play the qualifiers. So, Spoo, do we have now a team that can beat them? Is Toxic Lotus going to be the ones to stop them today?
I hope so. I hope they can break that curse because, as you mentioned, the one monthly final that Toxic Lotus got to win this year was the monthly final. Ace0 had a last-minute roster change, and I think that's why they kind of forfeited their position. They reached top 8. They're just like, yep, we don't even need to play this. Didn't even take the top 8 points, by the way, and they're still here as like seed 2 to 3 of mainland China.
Now let's head over to pit stop, and I see a Lu and a Lumi. Kanan, what do we think about that?
The Lu one is definitely interesting, but as Islevi said previously, Lumi is very, very strong on this map. She's great on defense with the Edgar Global Band, and she's also amazing on offense.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the first really 3 brawlers picked here were all defensive brawlers. As we were talking about seeing a bunch of base racing stuff, it doesn't look like that will be the case fully. There is a Miko. Miko's, I mean, that's his middle name is base race, so he's just gonna go to the safe. That's all he's gonna do. I do like the BB pick. I'm interested to see how well the BB is played. I think BB can be super dangerous on this map. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty defensive comp on both sides, so I'm interested to see what happens.
Toxic Lotus overall with 2 defensive picks, leaning a bit heavier into that. Now a bit more base race on the side of A0. Ready, Spoo, what do you feel? How's this going to go down, and are you missing Frank as much as me?
Man, I just wish we saw the big man. He's one of the most prioritized brawlers on this map. Now isn't he, Spoo?
The big man, I mean, I'm fine to have him absent here, to be honest. I don't think he's much of a pit stop brawler. It might be a Toxic Lotus brawler, but at least in here, I think the expectations, Miko has been seen, Lumi has been seen. We've got a base racy comp coming up instead of A0, but I do kind of favor the Toxic Lotus comp a little bit more. I think this last pick, BB, is pretty interesting, has good matchups into both the Cult and the Lu, in my opinion. Yeah, it's not too bad in the Miko as well. If they end up in a base race, this is a comp that Toxic Lotus could certainly walk away with.
Okay, getting a visual on both sides at once. It's Miko on top of the safe, getting that first crack squared away, but it's going to be a two-pronged effort from Toxic Lotus. It will not have the advantage in terms of timing, however, and Galaxy is ready with his super. It's going to take pressure from both sides to make this happen. OU does have a pretty good matchup on the right side, especially when his opponent is cornered in to a little box, but they don't have the timing is the major issue. They will not be able to get through the second shield by the time that Miko takes down the entire safe.
Yeah, they just don't have time on their hand. This monkey is already doing what monkeys do best, tearing safes apart. Eats this one for breakfast. One more should do it. And with a swing of his stick, there goes the safe. It was a very, very, honestly, straightforward plan from the side of Ace Zero here. They literally just did what the comp was designed to do, and they won.
Yeah, that was a little concerning, though, also, because I'm not sure if you were paying close attention to the enemy safe, but it was down to, like, 10,000 HP by the time that Miko killed Toxic Lotus's safe. So Toxic Lotus were actually able to chew through that HP in the end. It just came down to all three of them being there. So now that they're not acknowledging the Miko's existence at all, things are about to get serious. In fact, they've even gone within the range of taking a lead over the Miko.
Yeah, this is the start that Toxic Lotus need. They need to be able to delete the defense before the first Lu Super comes online, and the Lumi will do the rest. The math is good from the side of Toxic Lotus, but they've got one more layer of shielding left, and it's a trade for both teams. You see the BB engine here deciding to ignore the Miko here. This is a big gamble from them. It's gonna come down to the wire. They desperately need to get onto that safe right now, pronto! And oh my word, it was a 1% differential, but with a last swing of that BB, they managed to seal the deal.
That was uncomfortable right there. Legitimately, it was within the range of being a tie. I could absolutely have seen that being a tie in Heist. 1.3k HP on Toxic Lotus is safe, and I think needlessly abandoning their own prospects of defense. There was no way they were going to get through a Miko. It takes Miko, what, maybe like 4 or 5 attacks to get through a single shield, and we're already going to see him get through this very first one, as Toxic Lotus now swarm the enemy side and get their first crack too.
It's a similar start there from game number 2. Even better, I would say, now from Toxic Lotus, but it's a different equation now. Colt plus Miko on the bottom versus the entire might there of the Toxic Lotus there, and it's just too much from them. A0 will drop on their own math. The math wasn't mathing. Miko and Colt does not beat this Toxic Lotus Goliath comp that they've built.
It's quite interesting also to watch Toxic Lotus benefit from using the strategy of their enemy. Basically, the only thing holding them back in Game 1 was that their typical playstyle involves respecting their opponents and trying to win the individual matchups instead of throwing caution to the wind and just going 100% in on the enemy safe.
Well played, Toxic Lotus. Turning things around here, evening out the score to a 1-1 in the end. Now, that Mika comp, we really liked it, but it didn't work out in the end. What was the problem here for the side of A0, Kanan?
I think getting to the safe is very important, and A0 could do that with Miko, but Toxic Lotus knew they could do more damage if they got onto the safe with Lumi, and over time they do more damage, calculating that, which is very, very important. They also made sure to kill the enemy defensive brawlers first, and making sure the rotating toughs were staggered and ensuring that their tempo eclipses the enemy team.
Yeah, I think the Lumi getting on the safe was the real difference maker. They also did a great job of killing the Lu in the spawn. If Lu can't get a kill, there's no hope for the Lu, I guess. But having a Lu and BB on the safe, there's not. I don't know if there's another combo of brawlers that can do more damage than a Lumi BB on pit stop. So yeah, once they realize they can just let the Miko go, that's when they realize they could win pretty easily.
I mean, in game 2, we came super, super close. What a matchup that was by simply having the Miko on the other side. It was just a 1% different in the end. So, yeah, one of the closest matches, one of the closest maps yet again. I'm super excited for this one. We might actually be able to see set 5 in the end here. It's 1-1 so far, now heading over to out in the open. What's your first pick, Kanan?
I think Angela is always great if that's not banned. They have to make sure the meta brawlers are banned. Brock's really, really strong. 8-bit's quite good if Brock is banned. Max is also strong with the buffies. But yeah, buffy brawlers are very, very strong in this map.
I think a brawler that that's usually not banned, that kind of slips through the cracks and that also doesn't have buffies, that's really stronger is Meeple. I think the Meeple box on this map is one of the best things on this map for getting position. And so if they pair that with something, I mean, there's endless possibilities, combinations that you can pair with Meeple, but I think Meeple could be a slept-on brawler that they might, I don't know if China likes their Meeple or not, but we could be seeing some of that today as well.
Do you like the Meeple too, Kanan?
Yeah, we saw the Meeple on Pinhole Punt earlier, and it was very strong in getting control at the start. That's something that you'd like to do on this out in the open map. And Meeple is also a very good tank counter, so if they run anything aggressive, Meeple can play the stun gadget, which will also help them out dearly.
Now, Sleevy, you did your homework. You mentioned that you saw Fang played very often in China. I think if on any map, Fang also shows up in other regions on out in the open quite often.
Yeah, this could for sure be the time that we see Fang. I've seen Fang like a dozen times probably while I was watching some China gameplay, and I haven't seen it yet today. So this could be the time and place for it. As I was talking about Meeple, I realized that they might go Fang, and I think Meeple is a great counter to Fang with the stun gadget as well, because it basically just neutralizes Fang and his ability to get a quick kill. But yeah, hopefully I want to see some Fang, so that's all I'm looking forward to right now.
I mean, with the global bans banning out something like Frank, we have a lot of meta brawlers still left open. So I'm super excited to see the draft in just a second. I want to see those bans because, yeah, you have to ban out every single meta brawler if you're last pick here. And there's so many currently that you have to account for here on a map like out in the open. I want to head back to our two casters. We just saw a 1-1 so far, a super even matchup here. I think you both said you see a 0 potentially taking this one after the set that Toxic Lotus just won. Would you change your outcome?
Not really. I still think that, well, okay. Keep in mind, my prediction is Toxic Lotus. I think Ace Zero are expected to take this, though. But I feel like Pit Stop is very coin flippy. You know, it's like very, very 50-50. I feel like the more interesting observation is that the only thing holding Toxic Lotus back is their playstyle and their respect of Ace Zero, you know, like trying to outskill them when they actually did have a composition that won that by itself, Spoo.
The dynamic between Toxic Lotus and Ace Zero reminds me a lot of NA's Tribe versus Team Electros, right? Like, you've got this old guard that's just been at the top for eons, and then these new kids show up, and you just have this mental block in your head, and you can't seem to get out of that. You outdraft yourself, you pick comps that you think are familiar with, but just, you know, doesn't work against this one specific team. So yeah, I'm with you about that. I agree. I mean, A0, they seem favored, but it's really just, it's only when they get a good comp. I want to see a single time where Star Dragon actually steps up to the plate. You know, this is a team that always performs when it matters on LAN, and I think this is a LAN event, kind of. So they can absolutely just start to, you know, pull out all the stops here and outdraft A0 here as well.
You both have been following Brawl Cup very closely. So far, we've seen all of our 4 teams that we get to see today play. Do you feel like China improved since Brawl Cup?
Really interesting. I feel like yes, personally.
Right?
It's a very good question. I feel like I have seen Toxic Lotus definitely come back more into their own since Brawl Cup. Ace Zero being challenged internationally has no question also like spurred their ideas, gotten things churning as well. It's also interesting to like look at this finals within the context of like Brawl Stars at large, as things have just changed in the meta as of late. And China are keeping pace.
I'm going to throw that question at you again later, Spoo. For now, I want to bring back our panelists. The draft has started. What do you think about the bans?
I think the bans are quite good. We see the Bolt ban here, potentially a good brawler here. Star Nova is still not banned, and as I mentioned earlier, Angelo 1 is very, very strong, and we've seen a Poco Gray in response to that.
Yeah, this is definitely different. I don't think I've ever seen Poco Gray out in the open. I believe that's the map. So this will be a crazy comp to watch. Both of these comps are pretty wild to me, so I am in for a fun ride. I don't really know what I can say about the draft. I'm kind of clueless when it comes to both of these because they both look pretty crazy.
Words you use now to describe these two comps are wild, crazy, and different. Do you agree with this, Libby here, Kanan?
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna have to see how this goes.
I guess so. Let's see. Two very interesting comps on either side. Let's take it away, you two, Ready and Spoo. Do you also think these two comps are a bit crazy? Is this just what we have to expect from this region, who doesn't get to play against other regions as often?
Yeah, well, in a word, yes, and in many words, don't worry. We'll say a lot of words over the next couple of minutes to explain what's going on here. A bit mysterious, this one, but let's see how it plays out. The Gray, Poco, and 8-Bit for Toxic Lotus, and for Ace Zero, Lou, Angelo, and Kit. Angelo makes a whole lot of sense here as a first selection. Got to be top priority. But Toxic Lotus believe in themselves to have the mechanics. Look at the way Engine, oh my gosh, completely lasers Cold Drink for Ace Zero. And finally, the pairing on the right side, but it doesn't even work. The damage from everyone has been too much.
Look, I had so many comments lined up, and the game started playing, and there's a Kit up against an 8-Bit and a Gray. If you told me to guess the map from these drafts alone, I would not be able to think for a second that it's out in the open. We're just gonna watch this Kit throw away his super for whatever reason. Okay, that was a pretty interesting play there. Interesting is the word of the day from this panel. And Ready, how many synonyms are we gonna find for the word interesting today?
You know, curious, perplexing, fascinating, enthralling. I mean, we can just go through the thesaurus. I will say my attention has been completely captured by the drafts in China. We knew that this was going to be the expectation coming into today, and even still, it has managed to shock and amaze us. Toxic Lotus on the back foot at the moment. They could use another 8-bit trip, but they don't really want to commit it. Maybe until, yes, Kit has detached another laser beam for Engine down mid and on the right side. OU just holding on. Those heals are going to keep him nice and healthy versus Galaxy, who's hammering away with one arrow after the next. They might be able to recover this. It's only Talk remaining, and somehow these guys have untied the Gordian's knot of defensive compositions. Ace Zero are slated to take this round. They just want to get a little bit of hyper and supercharge for Kit while they can.
Couldn't find the cat in the bag there. That was a very sneaky play that made by this Kid. And that was the only way that Ace Zero could have bailed themselves out of that position here. Now they're going to opt to join forces together, almost deleting Talk there. But a beautiful shield there from there to the entire team keeps him alive. He's going to be disconnected shortly here. Talk goes hyper-aggressive there, straight into the jaws of Cold Drink's Lou. And that was just not the play that Toxic Lotus were looking for.
No, and now Toxic Lotus kind of have to push up. They don't have other moves because Ace Zero, the next Kit super they get, will be the last one that Toxic Lotus sees for this game. I'm sure of it. It is so strong. AXR pushing together as a group. Going to get one. A couple hypercharges out. OU in the 1v3. He is not a quitter, that is without a doubt, but Ace Zero will make that decision for him. It's game one. Over to Ace Zero. The health from the Kit composition is too much to overcome, and it doesn't seem like Toxic Lotus can really generate the mobility. It's 8-bit that is anchoring them down, which in some situations it's great. In this situation, it is a drawback because they can't take up all that room that Ace Zero are giving them.
I mean, it's Giga Brain, right? Like it's crazy comps and wild and different. You got Poco there to deal with the Lu. You've got this Gray that's taking Grand Piano instead of getting the pull because he doesn't think it's relevant. And then you got A0 now with this Kit Lu combination, and they're abusing the fact that Engine is literally a snail here, but he's got the mechanics of a god though. Tensai possessed him for half a second, and it was A0 that got melted completely.
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh man, Engine's just wielding the Ark of the Covenant out here. Just melting faces off with his main attack, and he's going to go for another, but he's not going to be offered the opportunity. Ace Zero just want to pair up this Kit with the Lu, and they'll get it now. The TP in for OU, sensed a disturbance and an opportunity to get a free kill. Things are looking quite good for Toxic Lotus right now. Make it even better. They've managed to detach the Kit. And why not get a little action in there with the turret Engine just throwing it away? He didn't even have a TP, by the way. He just felt like flexing it.
He flexed it well. Total domination statement from Toxic Lotus here. Their comp came together here, and if I'm going to be real here, I still kind of don't get how it works. I mean, the Poco, I think it might have been a sneaky last pick there to deal with this Lu. They set up this Gray 8-bit combination, and it gives them flexibility. You know, you could cheese out and go for the Doug last pick, and then you just come back and like, oh, guess what, guys? Poco is open. It deals with this Lu super duper well. And then A0 is left with this kind of in-between comp, right? They've got a Kit without a proper boyfriend to hop on. You got a Lu that's pinching tanks that don't exist and have the potential to get the leader, but they are still gonna commit to that game one plan, you know, go with this Lu plus the Kit combo. But it looks like Toxic Lotus, they figured out the map. Just stay away, keep your distance, and you know, play patiently.
It's holding back for now, but it's kind of exactly what Ace Zero want. I mean, if they had their way, they would not be giving 8-bit a turret, but they can still join the Kit. Create something better than the sum of its parts. Here it comes, Kit and Lu. Engine just needs to line up these shots is the only issue. They're playing so well around this Indestructible. Not going to be able to hold on to this position for too much longer, but Engine is just a fish in a barrel over here. So easy to hit when he has no speed at all. Kit's able to fire those balls of yarn and get an easy takedown.
That's the A0 comp coming online. This Lu plus the Kit, it's an unlikely pairing between them. You would not see a romance between these two brawlers very commonly, but apparently where it is working out is out in the open against specifically an 8-bit. It is an easy target for that Kit. Does so much damage with Beyond Balls here. But once again, we're back to the same position where Toxic Lotus is on the defense. They just need to hit shots, and Engine is on the ball. He wants to compete against this. Talk doesn't have the protective tunes to save Engine for this moment. In the last second, gets it done there, but he will get pinched out here. A0 now collapsed completely there onto Toxic Lotus. There's only one member left standing. OU, you might be the oldest player, but you've got no more tricks to deal a 1 versus 3 here. If he can win this, I could win the lottery tomorrow. OU, I wish that for you, but it is not happening today, as A0 will take the set.
That's real tough for Toxic Lotus. It looked competitive for them, and it looked like that 8-bit might be able to do a lot, but the duo is so strong. You know, I've noticed something out here from Ace Zero. They love to play some would call it cheesy, but they love to play compositions where there's someone dedicated as a healer and someone that it latches onto for the entire round, Sunny.
A really interesting draft here with Kit coming in from the side of A0, and they win game 1. They now also win game 3. With that, they get a 2-1 lead overall already. We had some interesting discussions in the back here, Kane and Slivy. Why did the Kit choose Lu to jump on another Angelo?
I think A0 played that really well. They realized that after contesting the middle of the map and dying to 8-bit multiple times, they knew that Kit jumping on the Lu on the left provides them with enough pressure to win the game. Because the left is more enclosed and there's the wall there, it wouldn't be the same as jumping onto the Angelo on the right side of the map.
Yeah, I think that was the key difference maker. Whoever made that call was a big reason of why they won that set. I didn't know what to expect going into that. I mean, there are two completely off meta comps for the most part, but it was really cool to see the adaptations that the kit did, and I am going to want to try something now in the next scrim. I don't know if it's going to be Poco Gray, but it will be something new like that.
Okay, not to give away too much for your opponents. After all, qualifiers are next weekend already, and that's it. Good luck to you. You still need to lock in that LCQ slots. Now in China, here we have 4 teams who made it through the elimination bracket. They won in their group stages. Now they're here to fight for the 2 LCQ spots that the region has to give away, because unlike every other region, Chinese Mainland is not gonna send teams directly to World Finals. They're gonna send 2 teams to represent them at an international stage at the LCQ, who is gonna be in their home region in China itself. So exciting stuff. A0, Toxic Lotus, they give us one of the closest matches overall. Now, Kanan, you said Pit Stop is basically a coin flip. That's the only map that Toxic Lotus has won so far. Is the next set therefore going to end in a 3-1 for A0?
It's Pinhole Punt coming up next, and Draft is quite important on this map as well, as we could see earlier. It was the only map. Iris. Iris out 1. So potentially we could see A0 coming, or sorry, we could see Toxic Lotus coming back and winning a set off of A0 and pushing the game to set 5.
Yeah, this was the map that I saw a ton of Fang on earlier. So I know I keep talking about Fang all day, but I'm hoping nothing changed with Fang, so I don't know exactly why there hasn't been as much Fang as I was expecting, but hopefully I can see the Fang in Pinhole Punt today.
Yeah, it's interesting. In scrims, he popped up so often. We talked about it coming into the show today, and he hasn't been played even once. That's the Casters Jinx. Welcome to the world of broadcast, Livy. Yeah, both of their teams so far have also lost their map pick, which is, funnily enough, something that we see across the regions. I think the current win rate for your own map pick is at 47%. So it's pretty bad. Kanan, what do you feel like? What is the reason for that? Why are teams picking maps that they then end up losing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's usually a few kind of strategies behind picking a map. You could pick a map that you've played a lot, that you have a high win rate on, or you could also pick a map that your opponents might not have a very good win rate on. But sometimes opponents might draft freely when they haven't had a map prepared, which might allow them to pull off some surprises.
Yeah, we as Invatic have had the issue every time we played Team Electros in the past 2 months. We have lost our maps and won on their maps, besides one. I don't know exactly why. Like Kanan said, it's kind of confusing to prioritize whether you want to pick at something that you have a higher win rate on or something that they have a lower win rate on. And if you can find the perfect in between, then you have a recipe for success, I think.
Yeah, it's so curious to see. You'd expect that most teams win their own map picks, and the 47% actually point into the different direction. I'm super curious to see as to how this map draft is going to be used in the future. We just introduced it in June in the BSC. Now today, again, same issue here between A0 and Toxic Lotus. They keep winning the map their opponents have picked. It's so curious to see, and as you guys already mentioned, there's different approaches as to how you want to use that map pick. Maybe someone all of a sudden is going to find a strategy. Maybe it's going to be Humble and Vatic, and that's the reason why they're going to pop off in future events. Now we're heading over to Pinhole Punt, as you already mentioned, also a map that we've seen already today. We've seen Ruffs, Stu, and 8-Bits. That comp worked beautifully for Iris out. That was the only map they actually won. Is this going to be a draft that we could see again here from these two?
Yeah, potentially. Like we said before, mid control is very important on this map, and Iris out just had a comp that could take better control of the mid compared to TOC, and I do expect to see more Stews, more Griffs, more Emses in this map.
if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Max is one of the 4 global bans. I could be wrong, but if that's
Yep,
one of the global
you're correct.
bans, then we will see less. Well, we'll see 0 Max this set, which I think is a crucial brawler on this map. So I'm interested to see if 8-Bit gets picked again. If he slips through the ban phase, I think he's one of the best brawlers on the map. He just has the scout that's necessary, the damage output, and obviously the range. But other than that, yeah, we'll be looking for the stews and the meeples again, the control types of comps.
Okay, a lot of control on a Brawl Ball map where you usually want to play pretty quickly as well, but with Pinhole Punt where you have all these bushes in the middle, area control, mid control is one of the most important. You have to hold on to that and then make sure to actually get a kill on the other side, only then you can score. We also do see some wall break from time to time on a map like this one. It definitely makes sense. The walls right in front of the goal break those open, and it's going to be a lot easier to score. So maybe something like a Griff or Pearl could also be handy here, Stu, as well.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Ruffs in the game earlier. We saw Griff as well, although he was running the coin shower gadget. But breaking the walls is definitely a very, very good strategy on Brawl Ball, and just making sure you get full control of the map against a team with lower range.
Yeah, Griff is probably one of the most versatile brawlers that usually slips by the ban phase on this map. The decision between using coin shower and the wall break gadget is really nice to have at the end of the draft phase. You can run a more enclosed map depending on the rest of your comp, or you can open it up if that's what is needed. So yeah, we could see more Griff. Ems is also like I would say the second best, or it's like on par with Griff, I think, on this map in terms of how important mid control can be. So hopefully we will see something like that as well.
I asked Kanan this earlier, but Slavy, what do you think? Why is Griff so strong in the meta without any balance changes to him, without buffies?
Yeah, I think really just the diversity when it comes to whether you want to open the map or not. He's always been a good anti-tank, and now he can just be paired with so many different types of brawlers. I think that he can just be one of the most versatile in the game, and almost all of the modes he can be used. It's just depending on what type of comp you want to be running.
You two have both been performing at the Brawl Cup, so the same question I threw at the casters earlier to you as well. We've now seen the top 4 teams of China play. Do you feel like they've improved since the Brawl Cup? Maybe I'll ask you that again later. We finally have the draft available, and as we know, it's gonna be a very quick draft.
Yeah, as we see, Stu won, and M's also looking like it's getting picked up. As we mentioned previously, control is very, very important. We also see a Sirius coming out to counter the Stu with Amber taken, just so Toxic Lotus can't use it for the Sirius.
And finally, a Star Nova appearance. That will be fun to watch. I do really like the Glowy Ems combination. The longer Ems is alive, the better the comp is, obviously. But Ems is just so good on this map. It will be interesting to see how it's paired with Glowy. But ultimately, Star Nova is the brawler I'm going to be looking out for. She might be making the plays and getting some team wipes.
Her debut today, and over the last few regions, we haven't seen her too often either. This is exciting stuff. Now let's see if the Star Nova comp can actually take the win here. Ready and Spook.
Yeah, and of all teams to pick it, it would have to be Ace Zero, now wouldn't it? The moment that you see Toxic Lotus seemingly go outside their comfort zone, pick something that's very Ace Zero-X, Ace Zero go, oh right, we have like the best brawler in the game on our hands. No hypercharge out here, it's still gonna be very good, but I would say synergy in a synergistic comp is always going to beat this type of stuff any day of the week, Spoo.
Agreed. Blink and you'll miss it. The synergy was so strong between this Glowy and the Stew. They're just so difficult to bring down. Between Amber and the Sirius, there's just no burst damage. And until Cold Drink on this cosplay character comes online with the Sword of Destiny, they don't have much burst damage to bring this comp down. A0 need to find a way to slow down the pace of the game. And by breaking open that mid, they've successfully done so.
Toxic Lotus just trying to hold on to some kind of control on the right side, playing around the ball, and Engine has to keep the sight line next to OU. Cold Drink ready to crack open this defense for Toxic Lotus, provided the opportunity. He needs his teammates to soften them up just a little bit so they're easier to chew. On the right side, the Im's Shadow is going to do an amazing job. Cold Drink hovering overhead, playing so well around the floaty time gadget, and Ace Zero will generate a goal off of that. The pressure on the left side was too much, and Toxic Lotus were crunched into that corner where Ace Zero ate them alive.
Yeah, Ace Zero with his big hypercharge there from Galaxy. That connect there onto Engine. He's going to be forced to go back. They see Talk is now trying to play 1 versus 3 here, but the Sword of Destiny is out there from Cold Drink. Goes into the skies there, puts it over, but Talk with a nice interception saves it for his team. He's going to get the clear there to save his team for the time being. But Toxic Lotus, they're still boxed deep inside their base. It's a uphill climb from here to get out of that spawn trap.
It's not going to be made any easier by the Amber Oil burning down on the left side. Cold Drink on the left reacts to Talk pushing in with the floaty time. Now just hunting him down and go for the pinch with Galaxy. Toxic Lotus really just cannot seem to break out of this spawn trap. Ace Zero have them locked down. Cold Drink's going to add some insult to injury. Now going for Engine. Didn't want to risk being feared. Now going back in for more. 1, 2 swipes is all that they need. And this one's not even going to go all the way to the end. Ace Zero depositing one last goal to bring us to a match point.
It just feels like Ace Zero have a comp that is so easy to come online. You need to slow down the game for this cosplay Star Nova to come online. She gets a single super, and from them she's just a team-wide machine that just generates too much pressure. I mean, it looked like a last pick, and I do think it is. The timing, the Toxic Lotus that have to win this game basically is this early game there. They are trying to generate a similar amount of pressure there. We are seeing a slight difference here with the Stew going on the left, but it was completely punished there. Oh no, it's Ace Zero that now take the lead.
Good interception, though. A shot on goal blocked by OU. Ace Zero are just where they want to be, though. The only thing that they could use now is a bit of supercharge. We'll see the ball position just slightly differently. Engine takes an opportunity to clear it. That's exactly the move that they needed, but that move right there forward might have actually caused that entire chain of events to occur. Nonetheless, though, Ace Zero will lose their Star Nova. This is the chance for Toxic Lotus to push out a spawn.
It's a chance that they need to capitalize on. Just desperately big super there from the Sirius. I don't think that was much of an angle there. He just might have wanted to reposition. It is a free super from him. On the right side, we're seeing Engine and Talk continue to duke it out. Here's a big push there coming in from Ace Zero. Cold Drink once again. The brawler of the hour here will be trying to do so. It should be an easy force from them. You can see Talk is just like, yep, I'm saving my super for the next goal. You can have this one. This is not going well for Toxic Lotus.
It's looking pretty rough, just 1 goal separation from going down 3-1. It's the last thing that they want, and all they can do is fight to hold on to control of mid. They know that if things get down to their own spawn, then it is hopeless. Engine pops a hypercharge for all the speed in the world. Wants something, does get the fear on Cold Drink. They'll be able to get the takedown, make this into a 3v9. A daisy chain over the goal is what they need, and Talk has the angle. It's 1-1. And Ems has a hypercharge. There is a chance for Toxic Lotus to get another goal off of this if they can nail the Ems hyper.
He just forced to pop it though. The Sirius there got the slow onto him. That's a disaster for them. The one resource that could have potentially saved them now could be their undoing. And Cold Drink now, I mean, the entire team is gone there, but a Star Nova continues to be oppressive here. You can see the spacing there from Toxic Lotus. They don't want to feed the Star Nova super, and we're barreling down in overtime. Which team has the advantage?
Toxic Lotus do have a couple of supers here. They have Talk just where he wants to be on the Stew. And they've gotten the takedown into Star Nova. This is the time to strike. A pass over to Engine would be good if they can even get this ball. Ricochets off the wall, but OU cannot grab it just yet. Cold Drink in the middle of his super has a wonderful matchup versus Ems, and he's managed to get the takedown. It's one of the premier defensive brawlers for Toxic Lotus. Cold Drink in once again, forced to take to the sky, and going for this solo play is going to cost him his life. Whoa! What a shot on the left side. Ace Zero with the dagger to finish things off. 3-1 as they advance through the winner's bracket with a shot of a lifetime.
My heart goes out to all the Toxic Lotus fans. The dagger you mentioned, is in mind as well. I feel so bad for them. You could see it in their eyes. You could see it in their souls even. This is a matchup that was destined to fail for them. A0 continue to be the Toxic Lotus Slayer, Sunny.
Well played, A0, and another 3-1 in our upper bracket semi-finals today. Yeah, you gotta really feel for Toxic Lotus in this one, for all their fans as well. They came close. It looked like they can turn things around. They won the map draft from A0, and this would have been their chance to double down on that and make sure we get into a set 5. But in the end, Darnova leaving her open might just be a huge mistake, Kanan.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to say that was an amazing last shot. But as Stu mentioned repeatedly, Toxic Lotus needs to play fast whilst A0 had to slow down their game and farm serious clones, burn open the middle bushes and use their range to their advantage, and once A0 had control, it was extremely hard for Toxic Lotus to come back.
Yeah, the Star Nova, I mean, if that's not the set that shows you how dominant this brawler is, I don't know what is. It got all the way to the 6th pick, and it did what it does. There's, like we said earlier, there's no specific brawler that comes to mind when you're trying to counter Star Nova. So I thought she did what she was supposed to do. I thought Toxic Lotus played great. I think the Stu got 9 kills or something like that, but it just wasn't enough into a comp like that. It was a good match. I enjoyed watching finally the Star Nova that came out, and yeah, I thought A0 played out of their minds.
This is the second time already where we see an Ems comp lose on a map like this one, even though we keep talking about how strong she is on a map like this one because of the area control she has. They had some really great pushes on the side of Toxic Lotus, but yeah, Star Nova coming out as the 6th pick as well. Really underrated in this region today, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to the M's, in both games, the enemy team had a brawler to open the map. They'd Ross in the previous match, and now the Amber to open the bushes. But as we said, we saw M's getting some value whenever she pushed up to the enemy goal. And yeah, but Star Nova, just too strong.
Yeah, we know how strong Ems can be on pinhole punt, and we now know how strong China is at countering it. They know how to counter it, which is very smart. The roughs, the Amber, they're doing all the things right that they need to do to make sure that Ems is as useless as possible. But yeah, ultimately, the Star Nova was just too good. There's a reason she's the best brawler in the game right now.
Definitely. Bolt was banned out in this one. We didn't get to see him yet today, but maybe he's going to have his debut today as well. We now know our upper bracket final. It's going to be Trick of China versus A0. And for our lower bracket semi-final, because each of these teams has 2 lives in a double elimination bracket, we have in Iris Out versus Toxic Lotus. If you had to lock in your predictions, you can still do that on eventsprocess.com, by the way. But the 2 of you, who's going to win that upper bracket final and who's going to win that lower bracket semi-final?
I think A0 is looking quite strong. They had a really good showing in Toxic Lotus, so I'll be rooting for them in the upper bracket finals. And I'm assuming Toxic Lotus will take low bracket semi-finals, but hopefully Iris Out will surprise us.
Yeah, I don't want to just copy what Kenny said, but that's also what I'm expecting. It would be cool to see a Toxic Lotus and A0 rematch. I think that was pretty entertaining. But I always love an underdog. So if Iris Out manages to pull off what seems to be the impossible, then I am all for it.
I don't just want to copy what these 2 are saying, but I'm going to say the same exact thing because those 2 know what they're talking about. So I seem smart. We're going to head into a quick break. We're going to be back after it. So make sure to tune in once again. Fill up your snacks, your drinks to also see and hear some more of Ready and Spook.
心如止水，方能愿者上钩。出身于新妙乐园的阿宪，天生就拥有超出常人的力量。本期秒懂英雄带来的是剑刺与风姬之子阿宪。阿宪普通攻击愿者上钩分为2种模式，普通单点的情况下，阿宪向前挥杆攻击造成范围伤害，而长摁蓄力则可以向远处抛杆并造成伤害，蓄力时间越长，抛杆越远。蓄力攻击命中墙壁或者英雄时，可以把自己拉向目标，在最大蓄力时甚至可以跳过墙壁。阿宪超级技能水花四溅，阿宪的普通攻击命中英雄的同时还能钓到鱼，作为充能资源，并增强超级技能的范围与伤害。当阿宪使用超级技能时，会跳向目标位置，同时潜入水中，召唤一只巨鱼，造成范围伤害，并消耗所有普攻累计的鱼。阿宪升至7级时，钓鱼佬出现雏形。1妙句鲜鱼寿司，阿宪可以食用普攻积累的鱼而恢复生命值，最多一次性可以食用3条。2妙句天罗地网，阿宪丢出自家特制渔网，将首个命中的敌人禁锢短暂时间，造成少量伤害，而角色达到9级。家传秘术让阿宪彻底远离空军。1星辉浑水摸鱼，阿宪使用超级技能命中敌人时，还可以钓到3条鱼。2星辉忍者风范，阿宪的普攻命中敌人时，还会提升移动速度。课后总结：年纪轻轻的就染上了钓鱼，顽皮的阿宪继承了完美的钓鱼技术，但是这不影响他也是一名合格的忍者。福利时间到，本周末将会上线阿宪专属幸运日，各位斗士们完成每日胜利对局，即可获得阿宪英雄宝箱。让我看看哪些欧皇单抽出奇迹，发在评论区，让大家沾沾欧气吧。好了，本期秒懂英雄内容到此结束，下期登场的英雄会是谁呢？快来评论区留下你的本命英雄，咱们下期再见。
大家好，我是 TOC 战队的队长戴拉麦克，也可以叫我狐狸。
Hello， 大家好，我是爱丽丝奥托战队的华丽青。
大家好，我是 Airsoft 战队的前神。
我是 XR 战队的冷饮。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Toxic Lotus 队长 TOC 若白。
我的队友是自信丢枪和橡皮人的友谊。我们队伍从2月份建队以来还没有经历过选手的改动，直到4月份教练匹林加入，6月份经理蓝头加入才算完整。
我们队伍的成员分别是队员小欧、司机、教练兴隆。
我们队伍3名选手分别是队长下山情人还有 EXP， 然后我是作为教练。2、3月份的时候，原本是我在 EXP 这个位置，在队伍里面定位是玩坦字。后面我们引进了 EXP， 我们就全权把坦克、刺客全都给他玩，然后队伍的这个实力也是进行了一个质的改善。
我有2个非常棒的队友，分别是顶级抗药位嘎兹选手和手机操作玩家意境选手。在过往的比赛中，我们的人员有过变动，我从原先战队的指挥位变成 XR 的操作手。
总决赛我比较期待第1场和Airsoft 的对决，毕竟自己时隔1年重回线下，比较期待自己在线下赛的第1场发挥吧。
肯定是我徒弟 TOC 啊，但无论哪个队伍出现，都希望大家带着 CN 赛区的实力，在外赛打出我们的风采。
最期待交手的队伍那肯定是 TOC 啊，我必须打压一下 TOC 的这个匹林兄弟，好吧？
最期待在中国总决赛与 TOC 进行交手，他们的打法风格非常的凶悍，训练强度也很高，与他们交手能有激情对拼的满足感。
LCQ 的话，那肯定是北美赛区的波比队啊，这波比一把年纪了还在这边打比赛呢，然后这个 Sense 也是啊。Brawl Cup 玩那个谢德，连情人这个格雷的 DPS 一半都不到，16 DPS， 这种队伍必须打压一下，知道吧？直接把他们打退役，知道吧？
我想跟 SKC 进行交手，他们的风格与 TOC 类似，其中的奶批鼠选手更是我的偶像。
金字塔的尖，方程式的解，流水的天才，铁打的前神。其他3支队伍很强，但很可惜遇到我们 Airsoft， 你们只是挑战者。
那就我们线下见真章，硬实力说话吧。
准备好了吗？我们这次 TL 要认真了。
向其余3名队伍投降。
这关键先生肯定是我自己啊，毕竟我是一个残局兜底的神。
那肯定是自信丢枪，月赛很多次逆风局都是靠他站出来，顶住压力，稳住局面的。
我们队伍的大腿肯定是意境选手了，他总是能carry全场，带飞我们2个。
一直肯定是我们啊，我们的实力摆在这边了，剩下一个就是他们弱者之间的竞争了，这个不关心，知道吧？
我希望能和 TOC 出现吧，师徒2人组全力应付，
尤其是 AXR 和 TL 吧，他们在之前的比赛对版本的理解一直都很透彻。那会儿还是21年我读高中的时候， 放学看到几个朋友在寝室里面玩乱斗足球，我就在旁边看他们玩，就觉得这游戏节奏很快，还挺有意思。
我18年在意大利的时候，一个朋友带我入坑的荒野。我开始玩的时候很菜，当我认识那些国际服大佬都很强，比如图腾的海尔兄弟，我也想变强。就这样玩着玩着，一晃都过去8年了。
主要是20年的时候，我的一个小学同学带我入坑这款游戏的。当时觉得这个游戏操作挺简单，现在发现这游戏上手容易，精通难。
国际上，我从24年就比较粉 Humble， 他们无论是线上还是线下的精彩表现都让我非常佩服。我最喜欢 Lucky， 他也是公认的天才少年。
这其中我最欣赏的国际服队伍是 CR、Tensai、Midq 和 Moya， 他们无论是实力还是心态都还是太强了。
最欣赏战队应该是 FUT 吧，然后最喜欢的选手是 Gastia， 他是我的一个偶像啊。
而我世界最欣赏的队伍是2021年全国总决赛的哪位？最佩服的选手是 TL 之前的队员考拉选手。
LCQ 在中国举办的话，相信对中国赛区也是一种激励吧。毕竟能在自己家门口看到比赛，本身就是一件让人很兴奋的事。
本土作战不用适应时差、网络，我们会牢牢抓住这份优势，全力发挥。
祝愿 LCQ 能在充足经费的情况下圆满展开，我们队伍也会以自己最好的状态去欢迎世界朋友。
说实话，当时大家心情都挺激动的，觉得终于把自己平时训练的东西打出来了。毕竟那段时间我们训练的也比较勤，加上状态也还不错。去年全国总决赛我是电军，自信溜枪是季军，那会儿我们还是对手。今年年初的时候，我原来的队伍 CNS 解散了，正好自信溜枪联系我，问我要不要一起组队试试，就这样组建了现在的 TOC。
我完全不意外，也由衷替他们开心。他们的崛起是 CN 赛区向好发展的信号。HR 和 TOC 他们6位年轻选手操作上限很高，两队的教练也有自己独特的 BP 风格，但他们的崛起不代表我们 TL 的没落，就让我们一起期待总决赛和 TOC、HR 还有 Iris Out 给大家呈现好看的本土对决吧。技术层面我们不用再分享什么经验了，主要是大家调整好心态，比赛有压力是很正常，但不要被外界期待束缚操作。压力和动力一直并存，但动力永远胜过压力。压力来自粉丝高期待与捍卫 CN 赛区成绩的责任，但这也恰恰是我们前行的动力。
首先，我们的心态是不可能会受影响的，毕竟我们在训练赛是所有队伍里氛围最好的一支。然后呢，这经常折抵在8强，只是我们队的一个障眼法。这淘汰赛我们直接就发了一轮，知道吧？战术布置呢肯定是有的，我们平时训练赛全局班的都是纳吉亚和皮尔斯，但就在淘汰赛前夕，我们临时决定把皮尔斯改成了阿方，也正是这一决策成就了我们进入了这个线下赛。
Welcome back to the Chinese Mainland Finals. By the end of the day, 2 teams will keep their World Championship dreams alive still. We will determine the 2 teams that will represent China at the last chance qualifier. And one of those teams that they could actually face would be Vatic. Seed 1 of NA will face against seed 2 of China. Slavy, welcome to the show. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah. Toxic Lotus, I would have to say, is the scariest. I know Ace Zero has shown that they have what it takes to beat Toxic Lotus, but there's just something about Toxic Lotus that they have this aura about them that is a little bit scary sometimes on LAN.
You got aura. You have aura.
It's true.
Come on.
It's true.
Don't discount yourself. You have aura as well as Libby.
Toxic Lotus is just like another tier, though. You know what I mean?
Okay, but they don't have like a good version and an evil version. Like your team photo when you're on Tribe from like 1 year with the red jersey to the next. You know the transformation I'm talking about? You're like happy and then you're like, it's time to kick butt in this next season.
And then his 2 teammates were little propeller heads, so I don't know how serious they really are.
Yeah.
It's true. Now you're Unk on the squad. That's crazy, and you're probably the youngest one here.
Humble had the chance to face off against the Chinese team before at Brawl Cup this year. Kanan, you faced off against A0. Do they have aura too?
I think they have aura, yeah. They beat Toxic Lotus in virtually every single matchup this year, so we were quite scared of them going into Brawl Cup. But
I'm calling cap on that. I call cap. I don't think you were ever afraid. I have a feeling you don't just 3-0 a team at the Brawl Cup and then come onto this stream and you're like, oh yeah, we were totally afraid. You know, in your mind, I'm guessing your in-game speech before the match is, guys, it's just China. Let's slaughter them. I mean, was that what it was like at the Brawl Cup for you?
No, we actually properly prepped for them because last year Toxic Lotus was quite a big surprise. And they played really well against us, so we didn't want to underestimate them.
Let's have a quick look at the bracket here, guys, because we had a really promising start into the day already. 2-3-1, so very different from what we've seen from NA and EMEA monthly finals. Not only 3 zeros, TOC and A0 have moved up in the upper bracket. Now, I already asked our 2 panelists, what do our casters think? Who is going to be the winner of the upper bracket overall?
I think the overall winner has got to be Tuck, okay? I think Ace Zero had good drafts, but sometimes their gameplay looked a little sloppy. I think Tuck did make some mistakes of their own, but I think they're also going to get to benefit from facing Iris out in the very first match. This is not a team of the caliber of Toxic Lotus and Ace Zero. They obviously deserve to be in the top 4 because they've earned it through the entire process.
One team is not like the other. I agree with that. TOC is coming in as the favorites. They have beaten A0 and Toxic Lotus in the past. And that's the match that we're going to be jumping into very, very shortly, really.
It's true. We're going to be going into it pretty much now. We already have our global bans in. It's going to be Damien and Kit on one side, and we've gone through them so quickly. I guess we're going to get to catch up with those global bans once we start talking about draft. But we'll let the experts take that discussion over when we get there, Sonny.
Sounds good to me. Well, I asked you already. Now that we've seen all 4 teams, I want to know from Spoo as well. Did they improve since Brawl Cup?
I think it's very hard to gauge for me because international competition, I think Kanan would be an expert on this. Like when you're playing on LAN and you're playing at home, it's very different. And here in China, I think even when you're playing in your own region, like correct me if I'm wrong, guys, when you're playing in your own region, your preparation is very different from when you prepare against the rest of the world.
Yeah, definitely. I think once we get to the LAN event, the teams kind of figure out where the true meta is, and therefore the preparation that you have for your online monthly finals is drastically different to what we have during LANs. He's living? Is it the same for you?
Oh, well, I guess I haven't really played a LAN. I have not. There's only been one LAN here, and I was not a part of it. But I would have to agree with Can. I mean, there's always a new meta that gets created when it comes to LAN events. It's just a mixture of all of the different regions and teams that ultimately make up a brand new meta that is always fun to learn when you scrim the other teams from around the worlds. But yeah, I guess I would imagine so that the preparation would be a little bit different when you have home court advantage.
You haven't played in the Brawl Cup this year, but you have been playing in many other lands, so don't dim your light. Make sure that you are as confident as you should be. And I'm very sure myself that we're still going to see Vetic also at the LCQ, potentially facing off against TOC, A0, Arizite, or Toxic Lotus. Every single team still has a chance of making it there because we do have a double elimination bracket. Arizite and Toxic Lotus still have a chance to move up into the finals as well. The first match we're going to watch right now already is actually going to be the upper bracket final.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think it was originally slated to be the lower bracket final, but we're going to be...
That's why.
Yeah. That's the way that things usually play. But we'll go through upper bracket, which is wild in that case, because it means that we'll actually get to get acquainted with the first team that's going to be going to the LCQ already.
Very true.
Potentially.
Overall, we'll have 2 teams in at the end that will go to the LCQ. So TOC or A0, whoever takes this next match, are going to be the first team of China to represent their region in their own home region, as LCQ is going to be in China.
What do you see?
Newsflash, I got it wrong. My bad. Poo-poo spoo, as usual. Match 3 is Iriza versus Toxic Lotus. That's what we'll be watching.
That is what
instead.
I expected, so I'm not mad about that change.
Yep. Not
blinking aggressively.
Look, Kanan Aslimi, sorry I gotta drag you for this one, but I mean, yeah, welcome to China. Welcome to the new Ready Set studio. How are you finding it here on your first day on the desk?
Yeah, what's it been like casting?
It's been a great day. It's definitely, there's more work behind the scenes than I thought there'd be. So props to you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like a great talent what you guys have got going here. There's a lot more work that goes in than most people will see. And now we're into the drafts already.
Kanan, feel free to take over here with the bands in already. Bold band out, Starnova open again.
Yeah, it looks like it's is it Hideout again? Yeah, it looks like it's Hideout. Nani first pick, and Starnova is open. Looks like it's getting picked.
Yeah, it is Hideout. Yeah, Starnova again, back-to-back sets where Starnova is picked. I wonder if she's gonna keep her 100% win rate. We will have to see. She is quite good on Hideout, so naturally I want to go root for the Starnova or favor the Starnova comp, but we'll just have to see.
We saw her a couple of times in East Asia and all the other regions. She was banned out completely, and there she didn't actually have a 100% win rate, so she can be beaten. Let's see if this is going to be the case for this match. Ready and Spoo, this is our lower bracket semi-final. Whoever moves through this still has a chance at LCQ.
Okay, Toxic Lotus going to be fighting for their lives. They're the anticipated people to move into at least a top 3. Iris out, really the imposters here, if you will, but hopefully that syndrome does not get to them because they fought for the right to be here. They have the blue star in their possession already. And a Toxic Lotus that is, and they're just going to be playing the defense. Engine has proven to be absolutely deadly on this 8-bit, so we'll see if he's able to keep it up. He is playing into one of the classic 8-bit counters, and he's marked up. Things all coming up, Iris out.
A very difficult matchup there for Engine, actually, but they do have the benefit of completely outranging this Starnova. It's not like the previous one where they kind of just let it slip through the pool without a real answer here. This time, this is a map where she is kind of neutered a little bit. I'm not seeing her get that same level of pressure. In fact, she's kind of getting bullied here. I mean, forced to take to the skies there with that lovely gadget that is completely broken. And Toxic Lotus, they can just chill here beside this beacon, loads of move speed. Lots of plays that they can make here.
Big springboard that they have. How will they utilize it? 45 seconds left in regulation. Iris out still looking for their opening. Engine marked up and decimated by Iris out. And they have a visual on Leon. OU on the left side has been scouted. Toxic Lotus need to break this, though. They have a couple of ways of doing this. Rather, they have, I would say, 3. Leon Invis from the flank. They have Tox Teleport. and they have his walking cane. Going to be an excellent use of the super to tank from Nanny, but it still is not enough. Toxic Lotus steal back 1 kill, and now they're running for the hills.
They just gotta avoid the Star Nova push here, which is coming in, but the spacing is just so fantastic from the side of Toxic Lotus. This is the entire Star Nova super that is wasted. Only 3 seconds left on the clock. They need to get a kill here. OU here fell really, really low there, but with Talk intercepting to clean that one up. It is all going to Toxic Lotus this game.
Really interesting. We saw Gray teleport forward for Toxic Lotus, almost as if it were meant to be a body block. Which is, I think, indicative of good mechanics and synergy. It's just that you're next to a Star Nova. Maybe I'm reading it too much into it, but Star Nova is such a fresh brawler that intuition on how to play into the brawler is not yet developed, even at the top level. Toxic Lotus get that first advantage with the blue star, looking for yet another kill, perhaps in a Star Nova. Not quite. Engine, though, is getting tapped up by this Bell, I'm not going to lie. He's getting absolutely pieced. And he's pretty close to giving her a super.
And Talk that forced to commit his super just to get out of his harm's way. The Star Nova is starting to suffer here with the map being completely opened up. It feels like a 2 versus 3 here, with Toxic Lotus just having such dominion of the range. The Star Nova it's a very, very difficult game for them, but they can still create so much pressure. I would love to see the matchup go onto the 8-bit instead, try and make something happen here. Nice taps there from the Nanny. That's another way that you can make work happen here. But OU, once again, the captain of the team, stepping up to bail Toxic Lotus out when it matters.
Another kill for Toxic Lotus. Engine from long range just seems to have endless damage. Scouting the left side, I guess he expected something there perhaps. Not going to come to fruition though. Just got to keep a wide distance from Bell, who would love to mark him up, make him take a bunch more damage. Toxic Lotus fall back into their spawn. It's exactly where they want to be. Talk now launching the attack. Won't get a kill. And the left side now falls. Toxic Lotus only ahead by 1 star at the moment. And as his hypercharge simmers down for Iris out, they only have one more method of entry. It is going to be the hypercharge for Nanny. Teleport forward, got to find a target. TP behind you. Teleports, nothing personnel, kid, but he'll still get eviscerated in the back right corner.
The comfort picks are working for the side of Toxic Lotus. All 3 members of the team playing signature brawlers for their engine. It's going to be picked off here. It's going to bring the star differential down. But honestly, that was kind of intentional, right? He knew that they were just so far ahead that there was, no risk to his team to even die there. And that's a very clean set that's coming out here from Toxic Lotus.
Well done. Also, they prove that you can let the enemy have the, in theory, better brawler, given the Star Nova. It was the rest of the draft that was interesting to me. The direct response to the 8-bit in that Bell and the Nanny at long range just feels a little out of date.
Very well played by Toxic Lotus, and yes, they can win against Star Nova. We see now why they let it slide through not just once but twice already in their bans. The first time around it was against A0, didn't really work out their way. Now in this one, the Star Nova didn't really have a lot to say. Her range just, was a lot shorter than every other brawler in their opponent's roster.
Yeah, Toxic Lotus definitely had the better comp there. Nani didn't really have a good matchup. And easily, I know we both mentioned earlier that Star Nova didn't really have a true counter, but what do you think about playing it into a triple range matchup?
Yeah, I guess that is true. It did look like a difficult Star Nova game to play. I could tell the Star Nova did the super gadget combo 2 or 3 times. I thought it was a little bit predictable. I mean, I could tell by the way the opposing team was playing that they knew that it was coming, and that kind of hurt the only value that Star Nova could provide in this matchup. But I think they played as well as they could. I think it's a little bit easier for the 8-bit comp. I liked that comp, just with the invis and the lack of scouting from the opposing team. But yeah, it was a good match.
Yeah, they almost baited them into picking Star Nova here. Iris out themselves won a set against their opponents, TOC, in the upper bracket, where they had the 8-bit comp, and it worked out wonderfully too. So maybe picking up Star Nova actually hurts them in the end. She now has a 50% win rate. I'm sure we're going to see her a lot more often today as well. East Asia was also the only region that had left her open in the monthly finals, so they seem to be a bit more courageous at or confident almost at knowing how to counter her. Now we're heading over to New Horizons, I believe is our map number 2. It's a map we also talked about coming into the show today, and you both named them when we asked you which maps actually don't you like in the competitive map pool currently.
Yeah, I think the layout of the map isn't great. You rely on either cheesy comps, having to fully open the map, or waiting until the last second to make a play. And it's just hard to draft, especially if you're first pick, when the enemy team can pick a really good counter bowler on the 6th pick.
Yeah, the word I use to describe the map is just kind of stale, as Knockout sometimes has a tendency to be. It just kind of feels like, from a player standpoint, that it's a little bit boring to play, and so I imagine watching it as a viewer can sometimes give off that boringness vibe to it. I do think there are some comps that you can run, like with Max or something, that's able to be easily synergized to make aggressive plays. It makes the map a little bit more enjoyable, but it is also easier to counter those types of comps on this type of map where it's pretty open. But for the most part, it's a knockout map. It's classic knockout. I guess it would be a little bit better if there's, or in my opinion, I like it when there's more, it's a more fast-paced composition.
Okay, well, unfortunately for you, I do think that to watch it, it's going to be exciting too, because you have these 3 different ways to actually play it. As Kanan mentioned, you can either just wait for the time to run out, almost play a cheesy comp like a dog and come in at the last few seconds when the smoke is coming in, which is purple, by the way, in the Chinese version. For the viewers who have noticed something is different, we are playing on a little bit of a different Brawl Stars patch here, and we have purple smoke, which actually looks kind of sick, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we can play these cheesy comps. We can just open up the complete map. Kanan, you mentioned these 2 strats. I know which one Humble is usually going for, but what do you think Iris Out and Toxic Lotus are you gonna go for here in this one?
We've seen Glowy quite a fair bit today. I expect potentially a Glowy Pierce comp where they open the map and play long distance. We've seen the Kit come out in the open, so potentially a Kit comp as well. Maybe some cheesy strat with Doug, Gray, as you mentioned before. So yeah, all possibilities are open.
Yeah, I'm in the mood to see something a little bit more I guess annoying to play. I like to watch occasionally. I like to watch the Kit comps or something like that. Maybe we'll see the bolts. You know, I have no idea. Maybe a Kit bolt comes out. Maybe we'll see the bolt appearance, the first bolt appearance today. I don't know.
You also mentioned that you would like to see something a bit more aggressive, so I hope for you we finally get to see your Fang. You mentioned it all day long as one of the most picked here in the Chinese region, yet scrims look very different from what we've seen today. He didn't come out even once. Radiance Boo as well. What would you like to see? Maybe a brawler we haven't seen so far today. What is your secret wish?
It's a shame that we saw Frank banned out, because I thought we were going to see Frank all day. I mean, I don't know how you frame your expectations for China, but a lot of times I expect to see like tanky business coming in. But maybe I'm like old-fashioned Spoo, okay? Maybe I'm not up to date, because a lot of times I feel like that was sort of the method.
You're not. Yeah, you're absolutely not. You're definitely old. It's time. That's why you're not a pro player.
It's time to retire. Just like
it's time to retire. Hey, Casters and Masters is not happening. No. You need these 2 boys down here to carry you. No, but no, I'm with you. China has always been. I'm gonna open this to the floor, right? This is a question that I've had because I used to compete, right? Like back when we were all kids, I used to compete, right? In case we all didn't know. But do you think you're getting any inspiration from the comps of today? Like, have you gotten any new ideas that you're like, that Lou Kit thing I might bring back to my region?
I guess Livy saw something.
Lou Kit was quite interesting.
Is interesting a code word for like, because I'm hearing interesting.
A lot of things are interesting.
And whenever you say the comp is interesting, it loses. I'm just putting it out there, okay? I think can we be real for a sec here?
These 2 just don't want to give away their tricks for the qualifiers coming up next weekend.
That's gotta be
So we did say with that Luke Kid comp, he wants to try something, a different iteration of the comp, but he didn't actually want to say what exactly he meant by that. So maybe They have some secrets
Spill it.
here.
Spill the tea, as Livy. What's the tea here? I need this for my master's push.
I just think it's good to try new things sometimes, and whether or not they actually work, that's what scrims are for. And so what I've seen today, for example, on the Out in the Open set, was something new, and I think it would be fun to try it. I have no idea if it would actually be beneficial or not, but there's no harm in trying something new.
Yeah, Kanan just nods. He seems to agree. We're heading into the draft now, New Horizon. As Livy's hoping for an aggressive comp, Kanan, we have a Surge and a Rico so far. What do you think about it?
I don't want to say the word again, but the Rico is very, very interesting. Surge, first time it's been picked today. Everyone knows he's very strong now with the change to Super, where he gets stage 2 instantly. He's able to jump across the wall and instantly freeze up someone with the gadget as well. But yeah, let's see what Toxic Lotus picks.
Yeah, this isn't as wild as earlier, but this is definitely different. I think the Surge might have, well, depending on what, yeah, I think the Surge is going to have a good matchup. The Ollie, I did not see coming. If this Gray is running Grand Piano, he could potentially make the Rico a lot less useful. But we'll just have to see what Gray gadget he's running.
Yeah, I like the Surge matchup in this one. It actually looked like it was the first pick, so interesting to see that. Gray, Ruffs, Surge, Ollie, Squeak, Rico, Ready, and Spoo. It's on you now to carry us through this match.
Okay, well, looks like we're setting up camp in the bottom right. No one really wants to leave this spot. We're comfortable in this corner. No interest in even advancing up the right side of the field. We're just pitching the tent. Stakes are down. Tarp is up. Let's go. Let's get comfy. Let's set up camp.
I think it's kind of funny that Tox even taking this gadget, not opting to, go for the other one that's... I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Rico post buffies. And as Kanan already mentioned, this is a map that is kind of cheesy. It's kind of weird. You just kind of wait for the end game here. And Toxic Lotus, they had a really, really good spawn trap going on, but they're just kind of getting pushed out here. They still will have the Squeak Ollie late game that will make it very difficult for Iris out to come out. They will attempt to do so now. They kind of were forced to do so because they're going to get boxed in by the Rico otherwise.
Surge looked promising on the right side, but they're going to fall one by one to this Squeak. It's been an absolute menace, and that is not enough DPS from the Gray. It seems like Gray is always the last one standing. Your Gray player is going to be all slippery and everything, but they just don't have the DPS to get a kill of their own. And Iris out now, assume a different formation. Toxic Lotus doing their due diligence in scouting. Yeah, and Surge got the spooks, had to get out of that left side. He probably could have sat there for a little bit longer and jumped out and surprised Toxic Lotus, though.
This great TP is online. The surprise factor is that, as you mentioned, could go for the Squeak here, but with the Ollie just kind of beside him, it's very, very difficult to get a play online. Nice long pull there onto the Rico. That's the surprise factor. That's another way you can use a Gray pull. Turn yourself into a Gene, and I mean, it's 10 times harder to pull off, but that was a pretty lucky pull.
It was quite nice. It's just what Iris out need to drop this to a 3v2. Get the advantage over Toxic Lotus. Where is the Ollie super is really what I want to know. I don't see them winning this round without another excellent pull to disrupt this on the right side. And Toxic Lotus decide, no, it's not worth it at all. Well, maybe Surge will get aggressive. No, guys, he's not getting aggressive. Iris out, get a round of their own. They have a hypercharge too, so they've earned some stuff here. And Toxic Lotus, all they have is this Rico super that I don't think they're going to be offered too much value for.
This feels very reminiscent of the Gene series, I think, that Toxic Lotus played against A0, where they basically have just one win condition in the form of a pull. Now it's Iris out with a, kind of much worse version of the Gene pull, if I'm going to be honest. I think this Gray long pull is extremely difficult to pull off. I still believe that Toxic Lotus basically have a completely domineering comp here. They can just chill here with the Squig destroying the right lane, just completely boxing them in, and Tok holding the minion in the middle. That's another walking cane. That's going to be a whiff there. And yeah, it's a very easy endgame to convert here for Toxic Lotus.
Just got to keep Iris out pinned down here in the bottom right. An aggressive move forward by Surge. Gets one. To get the most bang for his buck, he wants three. Gets the kill, too. Iris out converge onto this Ollie. It's going to be extra punishing. Wonderful reaction there from Tonk, but it wasn't soon enough. Going to go for a big hypercharge, but it comes up anything but. Now it's just the DPS that that OU needed, but Surge with the perfect timing on the power shield gets all of his ammo back to win. And man, are they happy.
They are so happy already. I honestly don't even think that they expected to win that one.
Oh,
I think
dude,
they
it
went
was a
into
dead
it
round.
probably. It was a dead round, exactly. I mean, I you know, this is the part where I throw the panel, but we're mid-series. I want to know what went wrong there for them. I mean, Toxic Lotus, I don't know. I mean, I'm desperately trying to keep up with the micro plays that are happening in the end game there, and it's just, I mean, I guess that's why the Surge was picked. I mean, I understand it now. It looked so weak at the start, but yeah, Toxic Lotus are not having any of it, right? Now they're turning up the gas. They're saying that we've got a perfect spawn trap, we've got a Rico, we gotta take some risks here and try and break into that base a little bit early. Don't get to the pure end game.
Exactly. Well, the only issue for them is, will that Squeak be able to hold on the right side? He's able to lock down a lane by himself. Toxic Lotus, I guess, get kind of low on HP, or they just get bored of trying to break the defense for Iris out. Talk will be rewarded with the super on the left side. Also on the right, big teleport forward for Gray, and he manages to get it back and teleport out. Just what Iris out needed. 3v2, Toxic Lotus want the Ollie super more than anything else. It's the only reason that they're still out in the open over here. But it's going to be massive value for Surge to break this up, soften everyone, so they're nice and digestible for the rest of Iris out.
I can't believe I'm saying this. It sounded so dire for the comp of Toxic Lotus. They were in control for the most part of this game here, but Iris out. This Gray especially, it's just completely popping off this game. And on the other side, though, on Toxic Lotus, I gotta say, I'm not impressed with the way Engine is playing at the moment. I mean, missing easy pulls there, not really having a big impact. It just fed a Gray, now an entire hypercharge online. It's a massive resource that RSI are going to capitalize on for sure.
It hurts is just because he can't really aggress that Surge. He's going to get absolutely deleted if he does. Surge has just enough ammo, and he has the survivability to stay away from Engine 2 with his jump. We saw it in the end game of game number 1 where Iris out managed to clutch up with Surge. I mean, they couldn't believe that it happened, but that is just the nature of the brawler. Talk going to get this Gray super low, goes for more, but cannot finish. Still deletes on the bottom side, and Surge falls at mid. Gray knows it's time. Walk into that gas and reset for the next round. He has the hypercharge super. He made a huge play with the teleport earlier, so maybe he can do it again.
Both teams taking turns, their playmakers stepping up to showcase why they are top 4 in China. The signature pick from Talk. This Rico has bailed them out of so many sticky situations in the past, in lands, against Tribe specifically. Cough, cough, haha. But here in this game, it's what they need to claim yet another set. Iris out though. They are resetting their position. They realize, okay, we won a lucky round there in the end game, and maybe, just maybe, it wasn't all down to luck. Maybe with a good pull set up there with this Gray hypercharge, we can do a little bit more.
Well, I'm going to send Gray to do a little bit of recon around the left side. He was able to get an individual kill. Also pulls some of the pressure off of these two pinned on the right side. Gray going really deep, and now they explode outwards. It's still a slow and steady push. Massive damage will take down Curl Refs early. What a long pull from Gray. Makes this a 2v2. Now Surge with the super is going to have to do everything and needs his power shield active to hypercharge in. That's got to delete everyone, but no, just gets him pretty low. One more shot for Gray. Gets the survival by teleporting away, and I just can't believe it. Iris out takes set number 1 as a massive underdog here versus Toxic Lotus with such insane plays.
And they're through the moon. They just look so happy here. I want to see Toxic Lotus on the other side. They must be beating themselves up. The plan was executed so beautifully for them, and I think on our result, they had such a small margin of error, but they made it happen, and oh no, the energy in the room is just looking so down, Sonny.
Toxic Lotus was who we gave our vote as well to potentially make it out of the lower bracket as the winners. Now, Iris out, the underdogs coming in the 7th seed, still making it into the top 4 here in China, are showing us with a great draft and great potential of that roster. They have very well what it takes to beat a team like Toxic Lotus today. Now, Kanan and S. Levy, was it just a draft diff? This Surge Gray Ruffs comp, is it just the better one? Or did you see something else that might have put Iris out ahead of their opponents?
Honestly, I think the drafts were quite even. It was such a close set, and Spoo asked earlier what went wrong for Toxic Lotus in the endgame, and I think the difference maker was the Ruff's field promotion star power, allowing them to win the 2 extremely close 1v1s as we can see here, with 1 HP remaining. But I'll throw this over to you, Easlevy. Do you think the Iris Out composition was easier to play?
I think it was a little bit easier to play. Just stacking up the HP, it really bailed them out in those last seconds of each of those rounds. They were insanely close. I wanted to see a little bit more from the Surge Hyper that we finally saw. I don't even know if it got 1 kill. And then I also saw a couple of missed Ollie gadgets, where if he did hit those, it would have probably resulted in a round win. I thought that Rico played really great. I really liked the Rico Hyper. He actually changed the Hyper, I think it was that game. That was really well played. But overall, I liked the Ruffs comp a little bit more.
Rico was definitely the playmaker. Spoo called him that as well. Insane what we've seen from this guy today overall. On the other side, I really like that Gray. As you mentioned, Kanan, he just won a couple of these 1v1s that he just simply shouldn't have won. It was super, super tight between those two. And yeah, it's now 1-1. Iris Out can very well take this one. Yeah, it was individual gameplay that stood out to me. Great pinches as well from Ruffs and Gray specifically. The Surge had a pretty decent matchup, as we said earlier too. So overall, just really well played. And I'm with you there, Kaden. I feel like the draft was actually pretty 50-50.
Yeah, it's looking like draft and gameplay is both quite even. So it's exciting to see who will come up on top.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the Gray long pulls that set were perfect. Everyone that he hit resulted in a round win, I'm pretty sure. So shout out to I can't remember who was playing the Gray, but they played it very well. It's hard to do that consistently, so to be able to do that in this type of high pressure environment is very impressive to watch.
Definitely. Were you also just taken in by the Gray and the Rico most Ready and Spoo?
I was mind blown. Like, I couldn't believe that we were seeing this level of gameplay. It felt reminiscent of when we saw Toxic Lotus play at LAN in 2025, where I was just very impressed by what we were seeing compared to the standard set in the region in the past. And so, yes, to see that level of mechanical difference, and also it made me happy to see them so impressed with themselves. It makes me second guess, like, whether they are going to be able to take down Toxic Lotus here after that showing. But again, it really just like took my breath away. You guys can't see it, but since I'm, changing all the scenes, clicking all the buttons, I see everyone's cams. I wish you'd seen Spoo's face when that happened. The final moment, he was absolutely flabbergasted.
I lost it. I just couldn't believe that it actually happened. Mm-hmm. I think I see the future pretty well sometimes, but sometimes I forget that, even goats can make mistakes, and sometimes you can see new dragons rise from the east. And then today, so far, it is Iris Out that stepped up in that one. This is their map, after all, that they picked. Don't know if this is really, really like the play, because frankly, it's 50-50. I don't think there was I agree, I don't think there was much of a comp difference, but it did feel like if this was my mythic level ranked game, I would prefer the Toxic Lotus comp just by virtue of the fact that it's just easier to play, and I never expect Gray to land like 3 long pulls in a single knockout round.
I mean, after all, they are the top 4 here in this region. The 4 best teams across China. I'm hyped to see what they're going to show us on Hard Rock Mine now. We haven't seen this map today yet at all. What can we expect, Kanan and Slibby?
I think there will be a lot of aggro brawlers coming to play here. Edgar's, Mortis's, brawlers that can get into the gem carrier's face and assassinate him.
I'm predicting it now. This is going to be the map where Fang comes out. I saw it played from China earlier. They like their Fang on Hard Rock Mine, so I'm expecting it, and I'm praying that it reveals himself this set.
It's so funny because you said that he was everywhere. Uh-huh.
Ball? Really? You guys want to see Bolt?
I want to see Ball.
I hate the Bolt. I hate the Bolt. Can I ask for some advice now that we're here anyways? Because all of you collectively are higher ranked than me, right?
Sure.
Surely
collectively, especially.
Surely, even Kanan is Masters, right? Like, no doubt about that for sure. You got at least 3 accounts as Masters, right? No. So, talk to me. We haven't seen Bolt just yet. But if we do see it, what is the most definitive hate pick against it?
High DPS brawlers, as I mentioned before, and brawlers that can cancel his role.
Yeah, I would just piggyback on what Kanan said, pretty much. I'm still unexperienced when it comes to Bolt a little bit.
I want to take our focus now over to this set already. Griff is going to be banned out, a brawler that I would have loved to see here. Boss and EMEA special Kanan for this map specifically. All banned out. We have a very different draft here.
Yeah, it looks like Toxic Lotus has banned out the Griff and the Buzz for the Shade first pick, but Bolt's getting picked here. Interesting.
All right, I'm gonna be satisfied. It's not a Fang, but I will be happy with the Bolt pick. Even though I think that 8-bit Shade is pretty scary. Like 8-bit might be the best mid on Hard Rock Mine, but we'll have to see. I'm expecting big things from this Bolt. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I would definitely side with the right-hand side comp here as well. The Bolt has to pull a lot of weight here, Kanan, to turn this one around.
Yeah, definitely. The DPS from the 8-bit and Ruffs as well, Shade might just be a bit too much for the Bolt, but we'll see if they can pull it off.
Let's find out. Ready and Spoot, take it away.
Oh my goodness. Have much sphere. Bolt is here. Man's rolling out. I am ready to talk about the ball. I'm ready to talk about the rotund, the radius, the rotation sensation. We finally get to see him in a competitive setting. And Spoo, you don't understand how ready I've been for this. Iris out. You guys are absolute legends. Let's see what he can do.
This is the first time I'm watching Bolt in competitive. I might have missed it out on challenges, but here in mainland China, it is making its debut, and he's rolling. He's hating. He gets the Ruffs down. That's the first target of the game. Oh, you too far from Engine to help with the pinch, and just generating so much pressure, even scooping the gems on the way out.
I'm so concerned for what Toxic Lotus can possibly do into this Bolt with it apparently coming late into the draft, because I don't see anything that's a direct response to this. He's absolutely bowling over them. He did lose a lot of speed there on the left side. It's one of my gripes with Bolt is that, you might like drop a packet or something and then lose all of your speed because of that, but it's very rare. Usually would not happen more than one time per game. I think he was really on a roll, pun fully intended. We'll see what he can do with this Hooper and whether he can work around the ability to become immune to stuns. We'll take a closer look. Looks like he was annihilated by Shade. Not a major concern. He needs to find a way to break this defense for Toxic Lotus, though.
Can I mention it was just a massive amount of DPS. He's respawned and already going to get another cycle here. Somehow the gem remains really, really close, but the gem carrier in the back line there is being hunted there by the Shade off screen. Talk couldn't clean this one up, though. The Stew was just a little bit too elusive. It did generate a ton of pressure there for Engine to scoop up the 8th gem, but we're back to a rolling start there from Iris out there. Now thinking about committing that for a moment, but the Bolt will second guess himself and just roll away. And he's gone! And he's gone! Up goes the balloon, I guess!
Yeah, the meteor shower is all that it takes to take this guy out, but it doesn't seem like he minds giving the enemy a bunch of damage. That was insane. The way the Engine completely destroyed the Stew. We'll see if there's any way to come back from this. Bolt constantly feeding utility to Toxic Lotus is the biggest concern, basically. With just a couple seconds to go, there's really not anything that Iris out can do to recover this. I think the Bolt was a good idea. They went for the knock up star power, the one that like knocks your enemies into the sky when you're at max speed. I still feel like the other one is better because it gives you max speed during your super. It gives you plus 15% max speed when you have it active. Just a lot of feeding, basically, from Iris out with this bolt. I've hyped it up a lot. It's very exciting to see it, but it's made this matchup very difficult for his teammates so far.
I mean, it's been fun to watch. Not gonna lie. I think I like watching this guy roll over OU. It's an easy pinch from him. And now he's gonna roll out. I mean, this is very, very not standard Hard Rock Mine. I mean, you're more used to what the Shade is doing here. And he is absolutely tearing into the Iris outcome. His terror will come to an end. Nice pinch there from, I believe that is downhill. That brings him down there. And the Bolt has an opportunity to go into the back, but is he just here to feed, or is this going to be a massive hit and run? It looks like he's hitting. Is he running? He gets out of there. Massive pressure exerted by him. And that's 4 to 4 gems, though. I mean, when all said and done.
Seems fair for now, but Toxic Lotus have the setup that they want. They have the turret down. It's not really easy for Bolt to access it. Best way for him to do would be with the super. And he needs to go on a big pass, but he's taking so much damage on every foray into the enemy side that it doesn't really seem like he can stick around there for very long. Meanwhile, teammates are completely trapped by the Shade. Talk is right where he wants to be, gets another crit on Rico to shut him down, but it's up to Bolt to disturb the enemy side. 2 hypercharges await him on that side, and a teleport back for 8-Bit brings him and his turret back to full HP.
It's kind of crazy to realize that Talk here on this Shade is just doing the same amount of pressure as this Bolt, who quite literally has the ability to just, you know, it's the most mobile brawler in the game right now. He's got a hypercharge at the ready, which I still have no idea how that works. And the Shade, though, on the hand, that one I understand. Managing to delete 1, maybe 2, and pushing for a 3rd here. Talk, the man of the hour, pulling out a signature Shade here to bring Toxic Lotus yet again in another set. Potentially putting them at set point just a couple seconds more, and they will take this. The debut of Bolt not really successful here. Well anticipated from our panel, who spelled it out, the counter. Very educational for me, actually, as well, already. You know, high DPS does indeed work against the Bolt.
Yeah, it does, especially if he's taking things head on, and you saw him trying to go for flank routes. The issue, though, is that he's running a star power that's so reliant on max speed, and he was not able to get to max speed frequently, wasn't really able to knock people into the air because he's having to take these tight corners. That's just the nature of the backlines on Hard Rock Mine, though.
Not looking good for our newest brawler in the game. Bolt so far with a 0% win rate. His debut in the BSC and an immediate loss, unfortunately, for him. Kanan and this Livy, we have been talking about how what works against him is picking anything that can knock him out of his role. We don't have a single brawler on the side of Toxic Lotus to do so, and it still worked out.
Yeah, I think the Bolt pick provided a lot of pressure at the start of the game for Stu and Rico to walk up, but we saw that once 8-Bit gets set up to turret, the brawler seemed quite impossible to play. We saw the rough and 8-Bit ignoring the Bolt completely until the Bolt got close to their faces, and as I mentioned previously, the high DPS provided Toxic Lotus with too much damage output for the Bolt to handle.
Yeah, and I think on a map like Hard Rock Mine, where there are a decent amount of walls, which makes Bolt a little bit difficult to play, that combined with the delayed Ruff's gadget, he can't go back to where he would be rolling because of how long it takes for the Ruff's gadget to actually land on the ground. And there were several times when he would accidentally get hit by that, and that just completely ruined his cycle. Now, if that didn't happen, I'm not saying the outcome would be any different, but it was kind of like enlightening to see another possible thing that could be decent into Bolts.
Pretty well spotted here, Livy. I didn't even consider that Ross could be a potential counter simply because of that gadget. Now, we talked about maybe the two of you can find some new strategies, copy from China what you've seen today, because you're going to play the August month finals on this patch also, and maybe that Ross is something you want to pick up yourself if your opponents pick Bolt.
Yeah, potentially. As easily said, the knockback gadget is quite useful when it comes to countering Bolt's rolling momentum. And yeah.
I think there are probably a couple more brawlers that I can't think of right now that have the ability to interrupt something like bolts. So as we scrim more and practice with it and playing it, we will see hopefully some more counters that come to light.
I want Radiance Boo here again. I have a question for all of you. Toxic Lotus, we call them the dynasty in China. They have been looking the best team for the longest time. They were the first ever Chinese team to win not only a set, but a match and then even make top 4 on the international stage. Can they reclaim their throne today? Is this... they're out already against Iris out, or can they still move on and make LCQ?
I think they can. It's just we need to see like a different side of them, because we are seeing consistency, and I'm going to echo the same thing that we've been saying all day, but it's not like it's changed or anything. The skill level has been there, and the respect that they give their opponents, they play like very measured and control based into them. But as we have observed, if you can't beat them, join them. We saw it on Pit Stop in their very first match of the day, that they need to step on the gas. They got to play with a little less of their brains, basically, and a bit more just like in what brawlers they're selecting. They need to be winning these drafts. That is the MO for them here, I believe, Spoo.
They look like they're leaning into a lot of their comforts. I mean, I'm seeing the same picks from last year, and it's actually the new teams that are innovating here. You know, seeing the Bolts, the Star Novas. Haven't seen them pick up Star Nova a single time, and they've left it open. I mean, they opted to bang Frank over Star Nova against A0. That to me was suspect AF. I'm just gonna put it out there, but like, I mean, I gotta ask. I mean, we've got a former world champion in here, and if you're the top of your region, you know, top of the world, do you feel like there's more pressure on you to perform, and as a result, that kind of makes you play badly? Because if you guys look at the cams earlier, do they look like they're in the zone, or do they look like they're really stressed out?
I think they look like they're in the zone, but there's definitely more pressure when it comes to being on top of your region. People expect you to always do well, and when you do lose, there's a lot of criticism coming your way. So you do have to find a good mentality, a good mindset when it comes to these competitions.
Yeah, I think mentality is a huge part of it, especially at LAN. Well, I think it's probably a little bit player dependent, but it can be easy to get in your head sometimes if things don't go your way. So I think being able to stay on top of that, whether you win or lose, wipe the set you just played and act like you just have one more set to go, I think that's the good mentality to have.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about momentum earlier. It's on the side of Toxic Lotus now. And I think what you just said now is Livy speaks volumes. You have to make sure to still be locked in here and not get too nervous. Iris out, this is their last chance now to turn things around. So Livy, what would you tell them right now if you were sitting behind them? And Kanan, for you as well, you are a coach. What would you tell your players right now in that situation?
I think I would just say to forget about what you've played, forget about the score. You treat every set like it's your last, and to just try to play what you're most comfortable playing.
Yeah, every set starts from 0-0. If you're up 2-0, you should treat it as 0-0. If you're down 0-2, you should treat it as 0-0. Every set by itself is important.
Heading into draft now, gonna throw back to us, Livy. Sirius is gonna be the first pick, followed by Barley. True throwers, I love to see it, but it is rare that we see throwers so early in the draft.
Yeah, I love the throwers. Let me see. So this is open business. So they've got, okay, 8-bit Barley. It's pretty strong. They are going to go Griff to open up the map to make the Barley a little bit less useful. And Lou got all the way to the 5th pick. So we will see arguably one of the best Hotstone brawlers in action. And then they round it out with the Stew, which is always pretty good into Lou. But they do have the Sirius to kind of keep the Stew at bay.
Yeah, the Barley might find the matchup to be a bit awkward to play, considering the map's going to be fully open, but the Stew does have a really good matchup. I do prefer Toxic Lotus's comp though. They have the Lu, which is obviously, as we saw before, very good on Hot Zone. And heading into set. Take it
Radiance Boo, this one's for you.
Yeah, let's do this.
It's a signature pick, yeah. I love it, guys. Engineer back on the signature pick. OU's on a signature pick as well. Just pure signature picks coming out from Toxic Lotus. And I love the serious inclusion here, showing us that they can actually play a little bit more modern. Now, Stu's going to be the first one to trade things out here. That's actually an odd matchup to lose. And that's going to result in early control loss there for the side of Iris Out.
Getting pressed into spawn, fighting desperately for room, but Barley finds himself too aggressive, caught between OU and Engine. On the right side, Talk holding the line versus Barley also. The thrower v thrower matchup is just not going this way for Barley. Talk also finds an opportunity to chip in some damage versus 8-Bit and Stu, going for a pinch also from the bottom side. And Iris Out are fully spawn trapped in here. This is not really something you see on open business. This is a comp diff and it's a skill diff.
Yeah, I have so many questions right now looking at this, but it's a total spawn trap from the side of Toxic Lotus. OU's even got a hypercharge ready. The Stu is going on the hunt on the right, but it's onto a Sirius that has clones at a body block for him. It just feels like with every punch that Iris Out is desperately trying to throw, it's already been telegraphed in the future by Toxic Lotus. Even now, with only 14% left, they're just playing so disciplined. It's a total spawn trap. Only 9% claimed there by Iris Out. And this is just massive momentum for Toxic Lotus as they head into match point.
And tragedy maybe for Iris Out. I mean, you saw the jubilation on their faces when they got that one set. And they started off this match with a bang. They had that one set up. Well, darn. Is this how Iris Out are down and out? Toxic Lotus completely dominated game number 1. Want to talk about also the Griff gadget. This is something that you flagged, Spoo. No wall break over here, just instead going for the coin shower on the left side. I feel like Sirius would be better than Barley in an open area, but they just don't want to play around this 8-Bit with too much risk.
I think it's also to help OU out against this poor matchup against the Stu. The panel pointed out that the Stu would be really strong, but yeah, just look at that coin shower on the left. It's making the Stu kind of, it's basically turning Griff into a pseudo thrower. He has like these moments whereby he can just basically block out and zone the Stu so well. OU is just keeping his distance and really just not feeding a single super here. They're so disciplined at the moment. There's a turret that's going to go down on the side of the 8-Bit, but Talk should be able to clean this one up very shortly.
Waiting to see it on the right side. He's having to fall back with Stu going really deep. We're pretty far into this game of Hot Zone, and there has not been much capture yet. It has been back and forth, and finally Iris Out will get an upper hand on the left side. They already have the percentage lead, but Talk is going deep once again, trying to pinch from the bottom side. A lot of times this doesn't work. You don't want to spread yourselves too thin. Toxic Lotus are feeling the effects right now. OU on the left side, getting his ankles broken by this Stu, but he will survive with enough HP. And the assistance of Talk in Iris Out spawn, just slowly picking people off, now has the control. It's just where Toxic Lotus want to be. They've managed to tie Iris Out on percentage captured now.
So far, both teams playing as expected. The Stu here is the strongest Brawl on the side of Iris Out. Meanwhile, on the side of Toxic Lotus, the Sirius is completely crushing here. It's a similar asymmetry that we saw earlier with the Stu in the backline trying to flank. But for the time being, the zone percentage is starting to count in the favor of Toxic Lotus. The Sirius is just putting too much pressure on the rest of the Iris Out comp.
Toxic Lotus now counting up to 70. They will lose Engine to some long-range snipes by 8-Bit. And Stu, once again, trying to do some recon work. A little bit of damage on OU, who's going to be recovering that just fine. By the way, a hypercharge in from 8-Bit. This could be the difference maker for Iris Out. They really need to push in here, but it's rebuffed by a loose super, at least for now. A retreat for Stu also as he dashes back to Iris outside to regroup and try and hold on because they cannot afford to lose this point now.
It's the last opportunity for Iris Out to stay alive in this tournament. I don't even know if they have enough time here, but they've got to make it count. Hypercharge there from the Stu going inside the backline, trying to desperately get some kills here, get some pressure. They've got full zone control, just counting up. They need 7% more. It's going to come down to the wire. Toxic Lotus desperately pushing in, and they break the tie. Toxic Lotus will be advancing over to the semi-final here. Their lives have been renewed here. Well, Iris Out will have to finish in a 4th place. They will be dropping out of the finals here in mainland China.
Once more, this was sort of the expectation. I think that Iris Out should be so proud of themselves to make it to this top 4, to make a very unlikely run at this top 4. But it stings. The moment that they got a set victory, that is when it seemed possible. To know that it's possible and then to have it wrenched out of your grip is the most painful part of competition. But there must only be one victor, and Toxic Lotus will go on.
Crazy match, wild draft. I actually preferred Iris Out's comp personally if it wasn't for that Griff, and I think that's the key word. A single hypercharge from him, and he gets a complete team wipe there for the end once again. Iris Out looked a bit better in that game number 2. They found some adaptations, but yeah, I don't know. Kanan, what do you think? What would have to happen for them to win this one? Is the Griff alone really such a difficult obstacle to overcome?
Yeah, firstly, commiserations to Iris Out. I think they played amazing today and showed us great drafts and gameplay. I was quite confused with the Griff gadget at first, but watching gameplay I completely understood it. Opening the map would have made Barley redundant, but also massively helped out Stu. Would have massively helped out Stu and 8-bit, so it was definitely the right choice in the end. I think because of the Griff gadget, this gave Lu a pure 1v1 against 8-bit in the mid, which has allowed them to get all the zone time and in the end clutch up the match.
Yeah, I think I was also confused about the Griff gadget. I thought they would want to pick to have Barley have the worst matchup, but the Sirius I thought played the best out of the 6 players. I mean, he was constantly in the opponent's team spawn, wreaking havoc. He was constantly beating the Barley lane, which is maybe favored a little bit for him, but it shouldn't be as consistent as I think it was. We could see the Stu as well playing very well. He was in the other team spawn, but Stu just doesn't have the same amount of playmaking ability into like decently high HP comps as Sirius might. And so Sirius just kind of kept the Barley and the 8-bit at bay, and ultimately led Lu to getting easier supers, and that's how they won the set.
In the direct matchup, actually, Barley does even better than the Sirius because he has a little bit more range, and the Sirius doesn't get his shadows as easily if he's kept behind a wall. He wants to get those direct shots. So I'm with you guys. I would have definitely expected Griff to break open the map completely, but I think it was Spoo. He put it as Griff almost turning into a thrower himself, giving his team some area control with the cone shower gadget. So it was a really interesting pick here, and I definitely rate that quite highly. Now, we're going to see Toxic Lotus later again. Big GG's to Iris Out. Unfortunately for them, their journey is cut short, but I'm super excited to see them again next year. They came in as the 7th seed in the leaderboard, beat their group in the elimination bracket to make it here into the top 4, so that's still worth a pat on the back. I hope they're still proud of themselves. Now for the upper bracket final, we're going to see Trick of China versus A0. A quick prediction from you two. Who do you think is going to be that first team to snatch an LCQ ticket?
I think A0 will take it. They looked really strong against Toxic Lotus, but then again, I think this matchup is very 50-50. Either team can take it.
I would also have to favor A0. I think they just have the momentum going right now after they beat Toxic Lotus, and I think that's going to get them to the final.
A0 and Toxic Lotus are currently the top 2 teams, just looking at the leaderboard, both sitting at the same exact amount of points. Trick of China sitting on almost 100 points less than them. So you'd think that Trick of China actually has the upper hand in this one, but we're going to find out after a quick break.
“心如止水，方能愿者上钩”。出身于新妙乐园的阿宪，天生就拥有超出常人的力量。本期秒懂英雄带来的是剑刺与风姬之子阿宪。 阿线普通攻击，愿者上钩，分为2种模式。普通单点的情况下，阿线向前挥杆攻击，造成范围伤害；而长摁蓄力则可以向远处抛杆，并造成伤害。蓄力时间越长，抛杆越远。蓄力攻击命中墙壁或者英雄时，可以把自己拉向目标。在最大蓄力时，甚至可以跳过墙壁。阿线超级技能水花四溅，阿线的普通攻击命中英雄的同时还能钓到鱼，作为充能资源，并增强超级技能的范围与伤害。当阿线使用超级技能时，会跳向目标位置，同时潜入水中，召唤一只巨鱼，造成范围伤害，并消耗所有普攻累计的鱼。阿线升至7级时，钓鱼佬出现雏形。1妙句鲜鱼寿司，阿线可以食用普攻积累的鱼而恢复生命值，最多一次性可以食用3条。2妙句天罗地网，阿线丢出自家特制渔网，将首个命中的敌人禁锢短暂时间，造成少量伤害，而角色达到9级。家传秘术让阿线彻底远离空军。1星辉浑水摸鱼，阿线使用超级技能命中敌人时，还可以钓到3条鱼。2星辉忍者风范，阿线的普攻命中敌人时，还会提升移动速度。课后总结：年纪轻轻的就染上了钓鱼，顽皮的阿线继承了完美的钓鱼技术，但是这不影响他也是一名合格的忍者。福利时间到，本周末将会上线阿线专属幸运日，各位斗士们完成每日胜利对局，即可获得阿线英雄宝箱。让我看看哪些欧皇单抽出奇迹，发在评论区，让大家沾沾欧气吧。好了，本期秒懂英雄内容到此结束，下期登场的英雄会是谁呢？快来评论区留下你的本命英雄，咱们下期再见。
大家好，我是 TOC 战队的队长戴拉麦克，也可以叫我狐狸。
Hello， 大家好，我是爱丽丝奥托战队的华丽青。
大家好，我是 Airsoft 战队的前任神。
我是 XR 战队的冷饮。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Toxic Lotus 队长 TOC 洛白。
我的队友是自信丢枪和橡皮人的友谊。我们队伍从2月份建队以来还没有经历过选手的改动，直到4月份教练匹林加入，6月份经理兰德加入才算完整。
我们队伍的成员分别是队员小欧、司机、教练兴隆。
我们队伍3名选手分别是队长下山情人还有 EXP， 然后我是作为教练。2、3月份的时候，原本是我在 EXP 这个位置，在队伍里面定位是玩坦字。后面我们引进了 EXP， 我们就全权把坦克刺客全都给他玩，然后队伍的这个实力也是进行了一个质的改善。
我有2个非常棒的队友，分别是顶级抗腰位嘎兹选手和手机操作玩家意境选手。在过往的比赛中，我们的人员有过变动。我从原先战队的指挥位变成 XR 的操作手。
总决赛我比较期待第1场和ISL的对决，毕竟自己时隔1年重回线下，比较期待自己在线下赛的第1场发挥吧。
肯定是我徒弟 TOC 啊，但无论哪个队伍出现，都希望大家带着 CN 赛区的实力，在外赛打出我们的风采。
最期待交手队伍那肯定是 TOC 啊，我必须打压一下 TOC 这个匹林兄弟，好吧？
最期待在中国总决赛与 TOC 进行交手，他们的打法风格非常的凶悍，训练强度也很高，与他们交手能有激情对拼的满足感。
LCQ 的话，那肯定是北美赛区的波比队啊，这波比一把年纪了还在这边打比赛呢，然后这个 Sense 也是啊。Brawl Cup 玩那个谢德，连情人这个格雷的 DPS 一半都不到，16 DPS， 这种队伍必须打压一下，知道吧？直接把他们打退役，知道吧？
我想跟 SKC 进行交手，他们的风格与 TOC 类似，其中的奶批树选手更是我的偶像。
金字塔的尖，方程式的解，流水的天才，铁打的前神。其他3支队伍很强，但很可惜遇到我们 Airsoft， 你们只是挑战者。
那就我们线下见真章，硬实力说话吧。
准备好了吗？我们这次 TL 要认真了。
向其余3名队伍投降。
这关键先生肯定是我自己啊，毕竟我是一个残局兜底的神。
那肯定是自信丢枪，月赛很多次逆风局都是靠他站出来，顶住压力，稳住局面的。
我们队伍的大腿肯定是意境选手了，他总是能开瑞全场，带飞我们2个。
一直肯定是我们啊，我们的实力摆在这边了，剩下一个就是他们弱者之间的竞争了，这个不关心，知道吧？
我希望能和 TOC 出现吧，师徒2人组全力应付，
尤其是 AXR 和 TL 吧，他们在之前的比赛对版本的理解一直都很透彻。那会儿还是21年我读高中的时候，放学看到几个朋友在寝室里面玩乱斗足球，我就在旁边看他们玩，就觉得这游戏节奏很快，还挺有意思。
我18年在意大利的时候，一个朋友带我入坑的荒野，我开始玩的时候很菜，但我认识那些国际服大佬都很强， 比如图腾的海尔兄弟，我也想变强。就这样玩着玩着，一晃都过去8年了。
主要是20年的时候，我的一个小学同学带我入坑这款游戏的。当时觉得这个游戏操作挺简单，现在发现这游戏上手容易，精通难。
国际上，我从24年就比较粉 Humble， 他们无论是线上还是线下的精彩表现都让我非常佩服。我最喜欢 Lupi， 他也是公认的天才少年。
这其中我最欣赏的国际服队伍是 CR、Tensai、Midq 和 Moya， 他们无论是实力还是心态都还是太强了。
最欣赏战队应该是 FUT 吧，然后最喜欢的选手是 Gastia， 他是我的一个偶像。
而我世界最欣赏的队伍是2021年全国总决赛的哪位？最佩服的选手是 TL 之前的队员考拉选手。
LCQ 在中国举办的话，相信对中国赛区也是一种激励吧。毕竟能在自己家门口看到比赛，本身就是一件让人很兴奋的事。
本土作战不用适应时差、网络，我们会牢牢抓住这份优势，全力发挥。
祝愿 LCQ 能在充足经费的情况下圆满展开，我们队伍也会以自己最好的状态去欢迎世界朋友。
说实话，当时大家心情都挺激动的，觉得终于把自己平时训练的东西打出来了。毕竟那段时间我们训练的也比较勤，加上状态也还不错。去年全国总决赛我是电军，自信溜枪是季军，那会儿我们还是对手。今年年初的时候，我原来的队伍 CNS 解散了，正好自信溜枪联系我，问我要不要一起组队试试，就这样组建了现在的 TOC。
我完全不意外，也由衷替他们开心。他们的崛起是 CN 赛区向好发展的信号。HR 和 TOC 他们6位年轻选手操作上限很高，两队的教练也有自己独特的 BP 风格，但他们的崛起不代表我们 TL 的没落。就让我们一起期待总决赛和 TOC、HR 还有 Iris Out 给大家呈现好看的本土对决吧。技术层面我们不用再分享什么经验了，主要是大家调整好心态。比赛有压力是很正常，但不要被外界期待束缚操作。压力和动力一直并存，但动力永远胜过压力。压力来自粉丝高期待与捍卫 CN 赛区成绩的责任，但这也恰恰是我们前行的动力。
首先，我们的心态是不可能会受影响的，毕竟我们在训练赛是所有队伍里氛围最好的一支。然后呢，这经常折抵在8强，只是我们队的一个障眼法。这淘汰赛我们直接就发力了，知道吧？战术布置呢肯定是有的，我们平时训练赛全局搬的都是纳吉亚和皮尔斯，但就在淘汰赛前夕，我们临时决定把皮尔斯改成了阿方，也正是这一决策成就了我们进入了这个线下赛。
Back with the Chinese Mainland Finals, we're now heading over to the upper bracket final. The team who wins this one will already get the first coveted ticket for the LCQ. Welcome back to the show as well. Ready, Spoo, Slivy, and Kanan, as we have some specialists today as well who can talk to us a bit more about the ins and outs of every draft and in-game strategy. Now, these are the maps that we're going to see from the two teams. A0 with their first pick, New Horizons. I know, Kanan, you're going to be overjoyed to see this map again.
Yeah, definitely. We might see another rough comp where they hide behind the wall all game, but hopefully we get something more exciting.
Hardrock, Minepin, and Punt are the following two. Slivy, do you think we're going to see a bit more than just the first 3 maps in this one?
I'm hoping this is the first 5th set of the day. I think, yeah, this would be the first 5th set of the day. I am also interested to see if they come out with the bolts in New Horizons. That would be fun to watch. But yeah, hopefully this goes the whole way for LCQ spot. I think that would be entertaining to watch.
You know what's fun? Frank is global banned again. He just can't see the light of day today. Already thrown into draft here. Keep in mind the map is New Horizons. Max versus Ollie. Starnova left open. Really good draft so far from both sides.
Yeah, we finally see another max pick, and as we mentioned before, I think we're looking at a cheesy Doug comp coming into play here, but TOC does have the Starnova, so let's see what she can do.
The classic gray Doug. That is the definition of cheese. TOC last picks the Pearl. I could see the Vision, I guess. And they have the Starnova. And I don't know, this is going to be interesting to watch. I think I'm going to have to go with the Doug Gray. I just played it. It was pretty easy. I haven't played Doug in 3 months, and I played it in the last monthly final. It was the easiest thing I've ever done. So I'm going to go with the Doug comp.
Let's see if they can take it indeed here. Trick of China versus A0. One of these two can move on into the LCQ already. The other one will drop down to the lower bracket, still has a second life to play up against Toxic Lotus.
And it starts here on New Horizons, just where we saw the last match start too. It's going to be a very safe playstyle from Ace0 to kick things off. They just want to take a little bit of damage and then have Doug heal it up so he can get his super and get them some insurance when they finally decide it's time to attack.
It's a monstrous comp here that I'm seeing from the side of A0 here. I mean, cheese isn't even the name of the game there. Even with a simple gray pull, they could very much just run away with this game. And the damage from Talk, I mean, with this Starnova, unless she gets a super online, even then, I think at the range, the Doug just completely outclasses here, kind of deletes her. You've already got a Hypercharge online here for the max. A0 got all the utility on the world right now.
Ace0 just flexing this for now. It's going to be a missed hook, not really the greatest look, and Cold Drink will be the first to expire. Starnova up to the sky where she's nice and safe, and Dynamite in for the Hypnosis. My gosh, it's like watching a bomb be defused in real time. Ace0 had everything they wanted, and TOC dismantled it entirely.
Getting deleted at the Great TP'd in instantly. Didn't even get any value there from the Doug Hypercharge. I think it was extremely well played. Starnova almost dropping there, but the Gadget will bail him out in the last second. You see a nice pull there from the Ollie. Gonna be missed there. Galaxy with the speed, pushing his team inside is kind of tempting. Cold Drink is eyeing going in there, but with no Hypercharge ready from the Doug, they can't make the play just yet.
Waiting for their golden opportunity. Missed shots go both ways. Ace0 falling onto the back foot for now. TOC just farming their utility for when they have to defy this attempt from Ace0. It's going to be one max speed, and she's got another one ready to move very soon. That Sneaky Sneakers gadget isn't going to do much, and it actually doesn't look like Galaxy really hit any shots, so he's not going to get it mid-hypercharge, but he will get yet another speed. Ace0 falling back really, really far, but it's just a setup for the TP in alongside Gray. Not going to get too much out of it, unfortunately, and Doug will fall alongside Galaxy. TOC, I'm not sure what to make of this at all, because here's the cheese comp. It goes exactly the way that they wanted, and they just cannot seem to execute on it at all. TOC perfectly parried it.
Yeah, the Pearl last pick with the super actually makes it very, very tricky for the Grey to just teleport in freely. You can get basically deleted. They do have Dynamite with the gadget there as the Hypnosis that can also stymie a little bit of that burst damage. And then on the side of this Starnova, I mean, she's already got the super here. That's just so much burst damage and sustainability that can somehow survive the burst damage of Ace Zero.
TOC gearing up for the next one. They have Starnova's super. They don't really want to make the first move, but every time Ace Zero back up, they're going to take up as much space as they possibly can. Ace Zero gearing up for the next push in. The longer that TOC can deny the Gray Super, the better, but some things are just inevitable. He has it. TOC pressed up against their own spawn, but no move for Ace Zero just yet. Still plenty of opportunity to farm a Doug Hypercharge off of this, or Max Hypercharge. Why don't we do it that way? Spring into action. Cold Drink is the first to fall, but he still does have the Immortal Hot Dog. Looking for another. The right side broken open. It's looking wonderful for Ace Zero. It's night and day compared to game number 1 as Ace Zero lock away round 1.
Yeah, if I was a Slivy, I'd be pretty happy. I think that's kind of how the comp is intended to be played, you know? I mean, he said it was the easiest thing to execute ever, and that did look fairly easy for them, and now they're trying to do a long pull play instead. That's another win condition for their comp. The Starnova springs into action as a desperation from him, trying to get one back here, but couldn't commit for that play. And now it's going to be Ace Zero that could potentially run away with this. Quite literally, there's the hot dog plus the TP again. It's just Dynamite that's left standing. And Ace Zero will take a game of their own.
Generational lock-in just occurred between game 1 and 2, where Ace Zero just pretty much figured out how they're going to run this. I think target prioritization was a major issue for them. Also, just when they are going to use this, they had to gain room versus TOC first, so they were not able to back up so effectively. TOC is going to spar initially. Not the intended target, it looked like, but almost took down Starnova. Weren't able to finish off that kill, but it's a good start for Cold Drink. He's already well on his way to a super. First max speed out 2. Ace Zero not too intent on using it just yet. The Hypnosis. That's what happens when you step a little bit too far ahead, and it's a good thing they killed Max so quickly, because she was about to teleport back, actually.
Yeah, I think a little bit too over-aggressive there. Kind of got punished by Dynamite. Needed to be a galaxy away for that. The long pull that connected onto the Starnova gadget. I think it's interesting that Cold Drink still attempted to make that play and kind of waste the Gray Super here. Most teams here, I think, might have just opted to just concede the round and just throw it away. Same thing with the Doug here. I mean, opting not to feed the Ollie. He fed the Pearl instead. So that's basically Ace Zero saying that what happened in game 1 probably won't happen again. They're very confident heading into this one.
And they have that bolstered by the Gray Hypercharge 2. Just kind of flexing that it exists. It's going to be a component of success. Starnova hooked, forced to take to the skies. This is their moment, knowing that she has absolutely no defense. Pearl disintegrated, and Dynamite falls in tow. It's just Starnova left, but we already know how this one goes. Gonna let her heal up if they can, so they can maybe get more value off of it. And all of a sudden, running for the hills, going, wait, she has range again. What are we doing? She's just going to get her super all over again. They'll take the opportunity to get a little bit more hypercharge for Doug, however, so it's not that bad in the end, but that was very funny to watch everyone from Ace Zero suddenly run away from Starnova.
Honestly, a bit of psychological damage as well that I think they inflict onto him. I mean, the Starnova here kind of in a confusing spot. Dynamite with a bit pull going in! And the Starnova there to synergize as well. The Doug did manage to save the Max at the very least, but that is not what you expected. And this Doug comp now, it's just left with a Max. 3 versus 1 and karmic justice for Talk here. Ace Zero, they tried to cheese this one out here with the supposedly, allegedly easiest comp in the world. And I've got to say, that does bring a smile to my face.
Oh, I think they're feeling pretty happy about it as well. The X spray on the ground, the thumbs up spray down too. They're feeling pretty happy about defeating this, knowing that running this comp is sort of a cheap trick.
Well, cheap tricks Not something you can rely on reliably against a team like Talk. They definitely impressed me with that one. I think the way that this Pearl last pick came in ready, how they dealt with it, it was just a lot of checks for that. It wasn't the easiest game on the planet, as A0 said.
We're going to get a look at the replays now. It is very memorable as far as our sets today have gone. Ace0 looked phenomenal in their execution in game number 2, but TOC were just ready. This was really the turning point, was the double hypnosis for Dynamite, and everything fell apart from there on out, Sunny.
Trick of China looked really, really efficient in this one, especially in game 3. They swept them off their feet. Max was the last man standing, but overall we did have to go into the very last round of the very last game, a super tight match, and I do hope to see that we get to see a couple more sets. It's probably not going to be a 3-0 stomp in this one. Now, Spoo, kind of made fun a little bit of what you said earlier, Sleevy. He said this apparently easy comp to play. Do you still stand by that?
I thought Dynamite on the Ollie played amazing. I think that's the only reason why they won. The Ollie gadgets that they hit ultimately was the reason why they won that game. But I think that was kind of a set that should have been to the Grey Doug. I still stand by it. It's pretty easy to play. You just have to make sure even when you're not having the utility that you need to have to win, you have to be alert and aware, because the only way you can lose is what just happened, in my opinion.
For everybody just listening and not actually watching, the Dynamite on the Ollie. Yeah, my favorite quote from this cast is actually, yeah, Dynamite with his hypnosis does a really good job. One of the players is actually called Dynamite. He was on the Ollie, so I really liked what he showed us here today. I think Ollie also had some of the most kills in this round. Played really, really well. Grey didn't really do as much as the Grey we saw earlier today came in. Sorry, you would have to unmute yourself.
We saw how crucial it was for A0 to correctly make the Grey TP Doug hypercharge super play, or else they did not have enough damage. Although I do think A0 had draft, but as easily said, the Ollie played phenomenally for them to get the win.
Yeah, I feel like overall Trick of China did win this one, but it wasn't dominant at all. We were in the end in round 3 to actually finish that one off. So now I'm excited for the next map. It's Hard Rock Mine yet again. We saw it just earlier played by Toxic Lotus versus Iris Out. The 8-bit comp together with the Ruffs and the Shade. We really like that one because of the 8-bit alone, one of the best gem carries potentially. I think Bolt had made a pretty good showing in that one, potentially not into the 8-bit, but he could very well come out again. The Starnova actually now redeemed herself as well. She got 2 out of 3 wins today.
Yeah, hopefully we see another Bolt in Hard Rock Mine. I'd love to see it work. Definitely not into 8-bit, but into another comp with less damage. And yeah, we expect to see more Assassins, Shades, Edgars, and Mortises coming out.
Yeah, I see the potential for Bolts. I'm hoping that it gets a set win today if teams are still up to picking it. Yeah, I saw the potential. I think it can work. If not, you know, cough. Fang is there. He could be picked too, but I'll be fine with another Bolt pick too.
He's still holding on to that Fang. I know we're all gonna be celebrating so hard when the Fang is finally gonna get picked up for a Slimmy today. He did show up quite often in Scrim, so I wouldn't be too surprised in Hard Rock Mine. I do feel like he is also pretty good on that specific map. Now, Ready and Spook come in as well. How are you feeling so far about these two? They gave us one of the longest sets we've seen all day, and I'm here for it, despite having a cheese comp that is usually, yeah, over pretty quickly. That Dog's just waiting for the smoke to come in, but he usually then gets the kills done. Now heading over to Hard Rock Mine, do we get to see a bit more cheese? Some kit action, maybe?
I'm hoping not. I think it would be refreshing, even though we did see already, to see a Bolt. You know what? I'm going to be a hater. The last Bolt left a bad taste in my mouth. I feel like it could have been played much better. Now, given the fact that a lot of times he's going to be, like, banned, and you know, if he's not banned, then it's usually not a place that he's good. I can understand why you would not have played him very much, but he's been in the game long enough, you know, has a hypercharge that I feel like you got to be capable of playing this brawler. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to see. I also find it interesting that, like, we're giving the games credit for duration, because that's what we want to see the most. Okay, we want to see something go on to set 5. We've been saying it all day long. We are 3 matches down, and still we have not seen a series so competitive, Spoo, that has gone to set 5.
This might be the one, though, right? This is the 2 theoretically best teams in the region. I know we've been hyping up Toxic Lotus as this dynasty thing, but realistically, both of these teams here are honestly kind of playing better than Toxic Lotus today, at least from what we've seen so far. I think that team has to lock in later on in the lower bracket. They should be watching this game, in all honesty, and you know, strategizing in the back about whether or not you know, they want to adjust their map picks and things like that. I have a question for our panelists. I mean, we haven't had a double elimination played in the BSC format just yet this year. Is there any kind of differences that you guys would do in your preparation for double eliminations?
I think one advantage Toxic Lotus has is the time in between their win in the previous game to the next game they have, whereas the losers of the upper bracket game wouldn't have as much time to prepare for the next game, and they might also feel a bit down from losing the upper bracket game, which might give Toxic Lotus an advantage.
Yeah, I think there are some mental things like that that could play in effect. We talked about mindset earlier and mentality, so that's kind of even more emphasis on that, on how important that is, especially if you're in the losers bracket. You know, you can't have the losers mentality, or else there's just no hope. So hopefully for the teams in the lower bracket today and in any tournament ever, you have to maintain the mentality that you're there to win.
Yeah, especially in this match.
Formats, Spoo, sorry. You just mentioned format, Spoo. This region's format is unlike any other. Which team do you actually think has maybe benefited the most of how these Chinese monthly finals went down?
I mean, definitely Iris out, right? You finish dead last in every single monthly final, and then you show up and you make top 4. I mean, they've already been eliminated, but they definitely, I think, had a lot of time. And the other team that comes to mind has to be TOC for sure, like TOC. They didn't have a good start in the summer split, and if this was any of the other kinds of formats where, you know, a bad spring split can carry over quite a lot of penalties into the summer split, you know, just because you're just so far behind in points. In the China region, it just really comes down to that elimination round and how you show up on that day.
Ready for you as well, Iris out?
Yeah, I've been really pleased with how they've shown up today, even though they did, you know, fall to Toxic Lotus over here. Just because I feel like they demonstrated in their match that they do deserve to be here, that they are top 4. It would have been nice to see them compete against the likes of Ace Zero, but we got to keep our eyes fixated on the present. It's time to get back tapped in to TOC versus Ace Zero. We just finished up set number 1. It's time for draft in set number 2, Kanan.
Is that a Shelly I see? And a Bolt?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this one goes. That's very interesting. Maybe Shelly is like hard counter to Bolt, which is why they picked it first, but looking like Stu is going to be picked last. He's Livy. What do you think about this Shelly Bolt combination?
Yeah, not seen it before. This is definitely a first. I'm hoping it works. I want it to work so badly. We'll have to see how it pairs. I guess I can see the vision there. And then the Janet is the safest mid in the game. It's hard to steal the gems from Janet. So hopefully, I'm gonna be rooting for the Bolt here.
We have Pearl on the other side there. I feel like she's probably one of the best counters to the Bolt. There's a ton of damage, plus her super can knock him out of his role. We're gonna see how that goes down now. I'm kind of rooting for Pearl. The panelists rooting for the Bolt to finally get a win on the board.
I want to see Bolt work. Let him work. But also, why do we have a Shelly on the team? Please make it make sense, Cold Drink. What's our target prioritization? Seems like we really like not hitting a single person. Sorry to be a hater, Cold Drink, but we got to do better than that because we didn't hit anyone on that first push.
You know what, Reddy? You can take over as the most toxic caster for this month. I will kowtow to you for that. He's gonna get this 1 kill though. Big dunk there onto the stew there. Bang! Flattened him and then gets flattened by the pro. Okay,
I mean, who cares? He just circled that guy like a boa constrictor and then hit him with the jump to finish him off. That was incredible. I was watching like Slither.io right now. Cold Drink put on a show for us. He's got yet another one. Won't be able to get any of those gems. Now they're all over to Dynamite, but that's fine. Shelly's able to break open all these walls, almost get the kill on Dynamite. I see the potential to succeed for A0.
We got any more than just potential. Dynamite now is being hunted there by the ball once again, and Dynamite gonna intentionally feed there, just stay inside that Bolt Super to transfer the gems, possession back over to the Pearl, allow himself to go ahead and play aggressive, but, you know, time hasn't even passed for the rest of them, and Cold Drink is already back on the aggressive, flattens yet another brawler, goes straight onto the Pearl, the worst target as pointed out, but still got so much pressure on the board.
Got her down to 997 HP, and I really actually thought that she was going to die from the heat. Cold Drink's going to go for it again, but TOC have a plan. It's called the Pearl Super. She'll be a pretty safe mid, all things considered, as long as she can reliably take it down, but she's lacking on the heat. Hypercharge Super ready. Was it worth it? In with the Super again. Cold Drink cannot get this kill accomplished. He's come so close, but the damage has just been lacking for the remainder of the roster. He cannot be the only one trying to take down this Pearl. It's a super forward for Galaxy, but will mostly be spectating from up there in the sky. Not much that can be done for Ace Zero. The damage is not there, and the Shelly has not really been able to do much. Again, it is difficult for Bolt to operate solo, but he was reliably able to get Pearl to low HP. It just so happens that she's able to cycle her super in such a way that every time he pushes in, she's going to get super for the next round.
I'm just going to come out and say it, okay? If this was anything other than a Shelly, A0, their comp just might make some sense. I feel like they've got a empty brawler on their hands. Yeah, you got that kill. Fine, okay, fine. He's actually not completely worthless here. He's actually doing something, but let's be, I mean, okay, all right. Make him look even better. Great. We're just running it down at this point. It's still 2 to 2 in gems, though. I mean, the Shelly is doing so much, but he's gonna get pinched down in the end. Please. Okay, he's on a roll. 3 kills for him, but the stew finally brings him down.
Finally, what we needed to see from Bolt. It was the excellent timing on the super. TOC are going to have to learn from that mistake. Bolt did fall in the end, but it's really just fine. As long as he's able to time his super, he has a 1-second window where he's immune to CC. And TOC are going to have to wait to use that till afterwards. Going to go for it again. In on the super. Looks for 1 kill. Gets it, but cannot take down this Pearl. She seems to be pretty much indomitable. And another thing to point out, by the way, is that it's a shade response to the Bolt. It's really difficult for him to do anything into that matchup. He'd be well advised to get up to full HP, then go for the super. But this time, Pearl was patient. Got that super timed perfectly, and TOC find themselves safe from the Bolt for yet another attempt.
So much pressure generated by them. You see the Pearl there getting to burn their Dynamite going into the backline. Forces Janet to take to the skies here. Galaxy not really wanting to use that super in that position. And as the Shelly with the hypercharge once again just being pressured. Cold Drink with the hypercharge goes in there. Couldn't get the combo off. No jump onto the Pearl this time. There's no solo kills going to be coming out for him.
Just a few seconds to go. Basically an impossible task for Cold Drink. Gets Pearl down to just under 1k HP again. Need to see a buzzer beater out here. But they were simply too far tucked away in the corner. TOC will survive this attempt yet. And again, Ace Zero attempt a cheesy strategy, and it is rebuffed by Trick of China. They were just 1 step ahead. They knew what to do preemptively into that Bolt. Saw individual moments of greatness from Ace Zero, especially the Shelly. That blew my mind. I can't believe this still might end up being a 3-0.
I don't know. I saw moments of brilliance from the Shelly. It felt like it was extremely well played, but I have to say, you know, if it was a more impactful brawler that was equally well played, maybe this Bolt could have been better. But Sunny, it's still a 0% win rate for our debut Bolt here.
he just can't win. That's so unfortunate to see. His debut in the BSC, and many times he's not banned out, he's not picked up, and maybe we see why. He's super hard to play against in any ranked or leather community I've talked to over the course of the last few weeks. People hate to play up against Bolt, but pro players already seem to have found a way to, consistently win against him. Picked up twice, lost twice, Kanan.
Yeah, I think we saw better Bolt gameplay in this game compared to the previous one, but again, it currently only has, well, it has a 0% win rate. The Shelly didn't really find any value outside of the initial kills in game 2, and I think the rest of the top comp was just way too strong.
I'm sad. I wanted it to work. Sunny was right. The Pearl did an exceptional job at cycling her supers when the Bolt was going in, so the Bolt could never really get the kill on the Pearl. I think the Bolt killed the Pearl once, but it was at the beginning of the game, so it didn't matter that much. I still see the potential. I still think people are kind of figuring out how to play it, figuring out what it's good into and things like that. I do think, like Spoo said, I think if there was any other brawler than Shelly, I get Shelly might be good into Bolt, but I think pairing Bolt with Shelly is just too funky, I think, to win a set versus this type of team. But I'm glad they tried it. Obviously, I know it sucks to lose, but it was entertaining to watch.
Definitely. They now need to start turning things around. They need to pull up their socks and start winning. Otherwise, it's gonna be Trick of China moving on into the finals, respectively, getting that ticket for the LCQ already. Whenever I play against the Bolt, I actually pick up Pearl. So for me, I would have probably picked up Pearl and Bolt instead of Shelly and Bolt, and maybe that would have worked out a bit better in their favor in the end. Heading over to our next map, and now we're going to be in Pinhole Pond for this one. Also a map we've seen quite often today already. I feel like every single match, actually. We saw a lot of wall break. We talked about how Ems is a really good brawler on a map like this one, but whenever there's wall break on the map, we don't get to see her. Now, apart from Fang, is there a brawler you really still want to see here?
I think I want to see I think we saw Max once, but I want to see like a Max Ash comp. I know that's kind of typical NA. I just think it synergizes pretty well. So I think, especially if Ems is not in play, I think it would be a good time to try the Max Ash. I think it's really good. But other than that, I can't think of something right now.
I'd like to see a Poco comp. When Ems is banned out, I think Poco is very, very strong. But outside of Poco, I'd also like to see a bit of Meg. I don't think we've seen her today, but Meg is quite highly prioritized in EU. So yeah, a bit of Meg would be nice.
That's actually a really good call. We haven't seen Meg at all yet, and she is one of the most played brawler across all regions elsewhere. So yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see a bit more of her today. Max, is she global banned in this match? She also didn't show up as often as I thought she would today. I think she's open. It's Search, Frank, Damien, and Lumi banned out. With that Frank ban, they also made sure that Starnova is open every round. Bolt, I guess, as well. I think if he can't work out in Hard Rock Mine, he's probably not going to work on Brawl Ball, right, Kanan?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we'll see if they're gonna dare to pick him up anyways, as Livy.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, the Max. I also thought Max was global banned right when you said it, but she's not. So hopefully, we can see some Max Ash and Poco, and then me and Kenny can both be happy. It can just be we can all be happy together with a Max Ash Poco comp.
They just need to make sure to ban out Ems, as she would counter out both of your guys' propositions. We have Reddy and Spoo as well for the same question here. Now, is there anything you would still love to see today? It's not going to be Frank, unfortunately. He's global banned for the third time already today.
Like, we could see more Miko. It would be nice to see a little bit more Heist. We're getting these done. What do you mean, what? I love seeing Miko. I know that he just kind of exists on top of the safe, and he's annoying, but if you're able to draft into him effectively, then I think he's forced to make different decisions, and I think you get to see good skill. Okay, well, I mean, You say today. We're not just talking about the next map, surely.
Okay.
So you want to
Today.
see more pit stop? You just want to see more pit stop where we have split screen and you got a monkey going this the whole game. He just does this.
Did I not just describe
And
that
then
that's
the
not
rest-
what I wanted to see? Right? Like I understand that's what he does a lot of times, but I want to
I'm
see
pretty
when he's
sure you
actually
said
challenged in a real
skill.
comp.
And Miko in the same phrase, so I'm not sure actually what you meant.
Oh my gosh, bruh. I cannot believe it. Okay, experts. Do we think that Miko takes skill if you draft into him properly?
Yeah, I do think so. In some
See?
cases, it's hard to
Let him
play
speak.
into certain comps, especially on pit stop. I know Samantha complains sometimes when he plays Miko and he's facing quite a difficult opposition. So yes, but if it's a full-on base race, you don't have to do anything other than tap auto aim.
Yeah, I think exactly what Kane said. Bilal usually plays Miko on my team.
He would.
And if he's playing into something outrageous, or even like Colt is pretty good because Colt can take his ammo on pit stop, complaining will occur, and then he will talk about how it might take a little bit of skill.
A little bit off is the key here to Miko and skill in the same phrase.
Well, the good news is that we're not seeing it in this match because newsflash, Heist wasn't even selected as a mode, thankfully. So really, not happening here. Might happen in the lower bracket final or the grand final instead. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else I really want to see at this point. I think I've seen it all. I think I've seen enough. I've got enough new innovation for my ranked matchmaking preferences. I will stick to the EMEA meta. I think that EMEA meta, I think a little bit of NA is fine as well. Those two metas are great for me. So far, nothing that innovative for me. Okay, we're jumping into our draft though.
Chester 1 is quite interesting again. We haven't seen Chester today either. I think he's kind of dropped out of the meta since the nerf to his gadgets and supers, but we see a response of Amber and Griff, which is quite good as they outrange Chester. And again, Starnova picked up quite late into the draft. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I think the Starnova kind of makes up for the lack of the Chester ability, I think. And then they're pairing it with Stu, so it's going to be even mobile than she already is. And then Ace0 is going to last pick Ashe here, which it is. I think it is a pretty good Ashe game. It's going to be making it a little bit more difficult for Stu to run around. If I had to pick one to favor right now, I would probably go with the Starnova, but we'll just have to see.
Really good call from you, actually, Slivy. You wanted to see an Ashe, you get to see it now. Let's see if they can actually pop off with it, or if it's going to be another Starnova win on the board. Trick of China has the chance to close it out here at 3-0, something we did not expect. These two have crystallized themselves as the top two of China.
Well, unfortunately for Ace0, TOC has topped their score by 2 so far, and it's put them within only 1 set of winning. Heck, they might even be able to run it down. Despite the best efforts of Amber to deny the run-it-down style of gameplay, TOC will get this one across the line in only 23 seconds.
This dude's just so fast-paced for them. They do have Coldring on a different matchup now. He does get that super online, but with the Starnova going in, tries to pop the combo onto the Ashe, but it's a poor matchup for him. Gets 2-tapped, and now Galaxy should be able to pass this one over and force the issue here, tying up the goals 1-1.
Ace0 strike back in a pretty similar time frame, to be honest. And TOC are now looking to get ahead. Stu still waiting for that opening. Wants to circle around Cold Drink on the right side, looking for a pinch. Dynamite from the bottom. Or now the right side will be able to. Meanwhile, a completely different battle happening on the left side. Starnova springs into action, gets one in the super. Excellent avoidance of the damage for Ace0. I'm not super certain about that Chester Hypercharge. It looked like it went totally astray. And Ace0 were not affected by it at all. It's going to be pretty expensive for TOC. Dynamite's not going to be getting that back anytime soon.
Yeah, blow for blow. Ace0 wanted to get the ball out of that corner there, and I think that just might be to the disadvantage here. I mean, it's going to allow ball control to go back to the side of Talk. Now comfortably moving it inside the mid. They've got a bit of a spawn threat that's starting to emerge. They don't want to go into overtime into this position. It's pretty bad for them. And we see poor matchups across the board. Galaxy is getting pinched out here by the Stew's hypercharge. And Starnova pops out that super. Gets the ball over to the Stew. Wanted to go for a shot. What was that? Just kind of bounced it off the wall there. Yielding control back. And that just seemed like a whimper of a push there from Talk.
TOC are just doing whatever they can, basically. They are ready for this to be over. In overtime, they should have a decently advantageous matchup, at least on a couple of brawlers, but versus Amber, it is going to be torturous. You can already see Stu feeling the pressure. In spite of having Indestructibles to hide behind, doing his best in spite of the dancing flames, he will eventually fall, and now it's time for overtime. This is going to be really easy for Starnova to deal with. Not really sure of the choice to hypercharge super there for Ash when it can be so handily dealt with. You have two enemy brawlers on TOC that would have a nightmare dealing with hypercharge Ash Rats. It's going to be utility lost for Ace Zero as they stay in their spawn with 40 seconds left in OT.
This is like TOC have potentially the better overtime comp here, I think, between the Stew and the Chester. On the side of A0, though, these Griff shots are very, very easy to deal with in overtime. It's going to be up to this Amber to try and make a play here, which he is trying to go. So beelines to the right there, open goal, but no, going to be intercepted there by the Stew. And a pass up there over to Dynamite, shoots it over to the left. But the Starnova is too low to get the follow-up here, but a nice pinch from there. Stu needs to find the open goal, passes over to Dynamite, and an easy open goal for TOC. They are now sitting on the precipice of LCQ. One more will do it.
An upper bracket run for the team slated as having the best shot. Might be able to do it basically flawlessly. One more game separating them. And of course, the regional leaders in Ace Zero struggling so much. TOC really running circles around them with this first push as well. Dynamite closes in from the right, but they cannot get this ball over to Dynamite. But he says, you know what, that's fine. I'll pave my own path over. Pick up a 2K to slot the first one in the goal, beating their record of last game by making that goal happen in 21 seconds.
One goal away from LCQ. And the Starnova leads the charge here. The Stew here on the right, but they're completely rebuffed there by A0. They are not giving this up without a fight here. This is Dynamite left there, and Pop Rock's actually getting value here, managing to defend that. And Cold Drink, oh no, just a little bit too far. That got caught by the Stew. Could have been a great position for them. Instead, now just equalized, and it's A0 opportunities being thrown away here.
Well, they did manage to get some damage versus Stu on the right side. Starnova at mid also feeling the heat. That's a huge opening for Stu on the right side. Breaking ahead, and now the ball in position. They want this pinch on a Galaxy, but Starnova was up in the sky for so long, but it looked like Griff looked up into the sun and was blinded briefly. A desperate hypercharge attempt from Amber. Ball passed over to the left. It'll be easily cleared by Galaxy. Dynamite just trying to get his hypercharge. That's the goal-scoring condition right there. Just wants to stay alive, but Galaxy has the opening. Cold Drink also going for the kill. Gonna pop a hypercharge. I think this is the move, though. We'll be able to punish this on the left side as the rest of Ace Zero clicks into formation on the right. No shot. No way Stu would be able to do this. It came darn close, but this ball will remain in Ace Zero's position at TOC spawn.
You can feel that TOC is just getting impatient here. They do feel it, the excitement underneath them, but it is working against them. It's a beautiful spawn trap for their Cold Drink. Just desperately wants to get it in. Gets the team wipe there. Open goal for the Amber to finish this one off. And A0, they've still got to fight in this one.
30 seconds left in OT. Ace Zero had a pretty decent matchup last time. It's really down to the Amber, who's able to keep the Stew and the Chester at respectable range. Same goes for Starnova, but eventually you run out of ammo. You can only hold down that suppressing fire for so long. Stew has that super. It's looking particularly deadly. 5 seconds to go. Ball in scoring position. Ace Zero on the back foot, and TOC looking for any opening possible.
The ball passed over to the Amber, looking for that hypercharge there. He's going to be committed it into the center. No hypercharge for him there. Couldn't get the connection. The ball is centered there back onto Cold Drink, and A0 going to make a very tough decision here. Do they play for that goal or just opt to try to do a do-over in the next round? They seem to be opting to make an aggressive play here.
Aggression on the left side. It's 3 versus 2. This is Ace Zero's shot. The piggy bank down on the ground. No, the one part of the goal you can't shoot at. But Ace Zero will still stick the landing, even if it is by the skin of their teeth. Just one tap worth of HP left on Amber as she walked across the goal line with the ball in tow. We could be heading to a set 4, but Ace Zero looked like they're running on fumes.
The last game is often the hardest to win. AOC, they feel this. They know that they have the lead. They know that the comp works from game number 1. This early pressure from the Stew. Matchups in their favor, position in their favor as well now. They didn't score a goal immediately. I mean, that's a difference from the first 2 games. I mean, there's no goal in the first 30 seconds. Ace Zero are defending this one a little bit more disciplined. No one has died just yet.
They know that they have a chance. It was proven in the last game. Just got to get rid of the Star Nova, and they have a shot. Dynamite waiting for the super. Popped out. It was that salty spray. But Ace Zero don't seem to be affected too much. Burned down. Wonder why that was placed over towards Star Nova rather than on the goal. I feel like he kind of could have gotten 2 brawlers contacted. Kept them down for a little bit longer. That's just nitpicks, but the little mistakes do add up over time. Ace Zero cannot afford to screw this up. And the pressure from the right side is just too much for them to bear now. TOC once more within 1 goal of going to LCQ.
And S0, no resources to defend this next push. We got Cauldron here on the matchup down the right. That's the one that he is looking for, but the Star Nova rotates over to there as well. They get the early ball control, but once again, just burning down there. Amber gets a beautiful super there, connecting on to the Stew. This should be a pinch for him. Galaxy just needs to get the tap here, but Stew there, just finessing him at this point. They gotta make a choice here. They've got the ball inside their possession. Could opt to just corner it and play for the defense here, or end in an explosive finish here. Ace Zero, though, they're not giving up just yet.
No, they can't afford to at all. You can't make it this far just to roll over and play dead. TOC are not going to give them that option, though. They are creating their own destiny. With superior gameplay throughout the entire match, the Stew Hypercharge isn't going to do too much for them. An opening possibly for Ace Zero. They do have the Hypercharge for Griff. It's only going to make contact with Dynamite. And also, in fact, onto Star Nova on the right side as she had herself wedged over there. Does Cold Drink have enough HP? No, tosses it back over to Galaxy. This is the moment for Ace Zero to tie things up. We only have 10 seconds left to OT. Ace Zero make it a tie game once again. They may be able to survive another set.
Beautifully played there by the Amber and the Griff there, now going into an open map. We've got Hypercharges online there for Dynamite. That's the win condition that you mentioned there, but the piggy bank gonna be knocking him away from the ball control. It's a complete open goal. He just needs to find it. The ankle breaker will seal the deal. And TOC from China Mainland will be the first representative to secure a ticket to the last chance qualifier.
Celebration all around. Yeah, settle down, guys. Settle down. Don't cheer a little too loud. Ooh, yeah, stay quiet. Yep. Make sure you get the angles on all of the player cams. Get ready for your close-up, my friends. You are going to an international land, and, well, I guess they're in the same room. That's a little awkward. They just got to watch these guys celebrate, knowing what awaits them. A couple more matches of pain. They'll go down to the lower bracket to fight for their right to advance up to uppers and go on to a grand final to play for seeding, possibly rematching these guys, but they're going to have to take down Toxic Lotus.
This is the first time this year we're going to get to see Trick of China at a LAN. At the Brawl Cup, it wasn't them who made it through the finals. Now in this one, they're looking a lot better. A very rough start into the season. They kept running into this exact team and lost to Ace Zero so many times this year. They missed April. They only got top 8 in May. But after that, it got better and better. They won the June monthly finals. They beat Toxic Lotus 3-2, a team that was up against them a couple of times this year as well. And now, we said at the beginning of the show, they might actually be the hottest team making their way into these finals. And they're going to be the first team to get that LCQ ticket. Congratulations to Trick of China here. Young last year already at the LCQ with Chapter of Happiness for the other two. I believe, correct me please if this is wrong, that it's going to be their first ever stage presence. We're going to see how well they will do also there. Now, I want to talk a bit more about this very last set. Pinot punt. We had to go into overtime a couple of times in this one. It was super close. Kanan, Sleevy, what are your thoughts after this?
I think TOC had a great draft. They had an even spread of mobility, range, and control, which allowed them to take over, but they did rush it at some points. Livy, you said during the draft that Ashe might have a good matchup on paper, but pairing it with the Griff Piggy Bank seemed a bit counterintuitive. What do you think about that?
I thought the exact same thing. I was surprised they didn't go for the coin shower guide that's been picked more than the piggy bank today. It was counterintuitive. I still liked their comp. I still do think I favor the Star Nova one, just because it's a little bit more versatile in my opinion. I also thought the Stu played very well. The Stu and Amber matchup can sometimes be a little iffy, but I thought the Stu played perfect and getting into the Amber's range, but not too close to where the Stu would die to the Amber's gadget.
Trick of China only lost a single map today, and it was this exact one, Pinhole Punt, where Iris Out actually came out on top over them. They had the Griff, Ems, and Meeple. I think with their comp that they showed us now, they have shown us that they can adapt fairly quickly to a bit of a different meta within just one day.
Yeah, definitely. They picked up a comp with more range, more control, and I think they played it really well into A0. They've shown incredible gameplay over the last few matches, and I think they will be a formidable opponent for Livy at LCQ.
Yeah, I am a little bit scared, not gonna lie. Especially, I also wanted to touch on the Chester. The Chester did more than I thought. Now that it does come down to a little bit of luck when it comes to his supers, but I thought he got some of the needed supers when he got them, and so that ended up helping them a lot.
Yeah, just to struggle against the Ashe mice, honestly, I did not think that it would work out as good as it did, regardless of that in the end. Really well played by Trick of China. They're now going to be your #1 seed of China. We're going to find out who is actually going to face off against Vetic if they make it through the LCQ, because you're going to face off against seed #2 from China. Heading into a quick break before we head to a lower bracket final, it's going to be A0 versus Toxic Lotus.
心如止水，方能愿者上钩。出身于新妙乐园的阿宪，天生就拥有超出常人的力量。本期秒懂英雄带来的是剑刺与风姬之子阿宪。阿宪普通攻击愿者上钩分为2种模式，普通单点的情况下，阿宪向前挥杆攻击造成范围伤害，而长摁蓄力则可以向远处抛杆并造成伤害，蓄力时间越长，抛杆越远。蓄力攻击命中墙壁或者英雄时，可以把自己拉向目标，在最大蓄力时甚至可以跳过墙壁。阿宪超级技能水花四溅，阿宪的普通攻击命中英雄的同时还能钓到鱼，作为充能资源，并增强超级技能的范围与伤害。当阿宪使用超级技能时，会跳向目标位置，同时潜入水中，召唤一只巨鱼，造成范围伤害，并消耗所有普攻累计的鱼。阿宪升至7级时，钓鱼佬出现雏形。1秒句鲜鱼寿司，阿宪可以食用普攻积累的鱼而恢复生命值，最多一次性可以食用3条。2秒句天罗地网，阿宪丢出自家特制渔网，将首个命中的敌人禁锢短暂时间，造成少量伤害。而角色达到9级， 家传秘术让阿宪彻底远离空军，一星辉浑水摸鱼，阿宪使用超级技能命中敌人时还可以钓到3条鱼。2星辉忍者风范，阿宪的普攻命中敌人时还会提升移动速度。课后总结，年纪轻轻的就染上了钓鱼，顽皮的阿宪继承了完美的钓鱼技术，但是这不影响他也是一名合格的忍者。福利时间到，本周末将会上线阿宪专属幸运日，各位斗士们完成每日胜利对局即可获得阿宪英雄宝箱。让我看看哪些欧皇单抽出奇迹，发在评论区让大家沾沾欧气吧。好了，本期秒懂英雄内容到此结束，下期登场的英雄会是谁呢？快来评论区留下你的本命英雄，咱们下期再见。
大家好，我是 TOC 战队的队长戴拉麦克，也可以叫我狐狸。
Hello， 大家好，我是艾利萨托战队的哈里钦。
大家好，我是 Airsoft 战队的前任神。
我是 XR 战队的冷饮。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Toxic Lotus 队长 TOC 若白。
我的队友是自信丢枪和橡皮人的友谊。我们队伍从2月份建队以来还没有经历过选手的改动，直到4月份教练匹林加入，6月份经理蓝头加入才算完整。
我们队伍的成员分别是队员小欧、司机、教练兴隆。
我们队伍3名选手分别是队长夏山情人还有 EXP， 然后我是作为教练。2、3月份的时候，原本是我在 EXP 这个位置，在队伍里面定位是玩坦字。后面我们引进了 EXP， 我们就全权把坦克、刺客全都给他玩，然后队伍的这个实力也是进行了一个质的改善。
我有2个非常棒的队友，分别是顶级抗腰位嘎兹选手和手机操作玩家意境选手。在过往的比赛中，我们的人员有过变动，我从原先战队的指挥位变成 XR 的操作手。
总决赛我比较期待第1场和艾瑞少的对决，毕竟自己时隔1年重回线下，比较期待自己在线下赛的第1场发挥吧。
肯定是我徒弟 TOC 啊，但无论哪个队伍出现，都希望大家带着 CN 赛区的实力，在外赛打出我们的风采。
最期待交手的队伍那肯定是 TOC 啊，我必须打压一下 TOC 的这个匹林兄弟，好吧？
最期待在中国总决赛与 TOC 进行交手，他们的打法风格非常的凶悍，训练强度也很高，与他们交手能有激情对拼的满足感。
LCQ 的话，那肯定是北美赛区的波比队啊，这波比一把年纪了还在这边打比赛呢，然后这个 Sense 也是啊。Brawl Cup 玩那个谢德，连情人这个格雷的 DPS 一半都不到，16 DPS， 这种队伍必须打压一下，知道吧？直接把他们打退役，知道吧？
我想跟 SKC 进行交手，他们的风格与 TOC 类似，其中的奶批鼠选手更是我的偶像。
金字塔的尖，方程式的解，流水的天才，铁打的前人神。其他3支队伍很强，但很可惜遇到我们 Airsoft， 你们只是挑战者。
那就我们线下见真章，硬实力说话吧。
准备好了吗？我们这次 TL 要认真了。
向其余3名队伍投降。
这关键先生肯定是我自己啊，毕竟我是一个残局兜底的神。
那肯定是自信丢枪，月赛很多次逆风局都是靠他站出来，顶住压力，稳住局面的。
我们队伍的大腿肯定是意境选手了，他总是能carry全场，带飞我们2个。
一直肯定是我们啊，我们的实力摆在这边了，剩下一个就是他们弱者之间的竞争了，这个不关心，知道吧？
我希望能和 TOC 出现吧，师徒2人组全力应付，
尤其是 AXR 和 TL 吧，他们在之前的比赛对版本的理解一直都很透彻。那会儿还是21年我读高中的时候，放学看到几个朋友在寝室里面玩乱斗足球，我就在旁边看他们玩，就觉得这游戏节奏很快，还挺有意思。
我18年在意大利的时候，一个朋友带我入坑的荒野，我开始玩的时候很菜，当我认识那些国际服大佬都很强，比如图腾的海尔兄弟，我也想变强。就这样玩着玩着，一晃都过去8年了。
主要是20年的时候，我的一个小学同学带我入坑这款游戏的。当时觉得这个游戏操作挺简单，现在发现这游戏上手容易，精通难。
国际上，我从24年就比较粉 Humble， 他们无论是线上还是线下的精彩表现，都让我非常佩服。我最喜欢 Lucky， 他也是公认的天才少年。
这其中我最欣赏的国际服队伍是 CR、Tensai、Midq 和 Moya， 他们无论是实力还是心态都还是太强了。
最欣赏战队应该是 FUT 吧，然后最喜欢的选手是 Gastia， 他是我的一个偶像。
而我世界最欣赏的队伍是2021年全国总决赛的哪位？最佩服的选手是 TL 之前的队员考拉选手。
LCQ 在中国举办的话，相信对中国赛区也是一种激励吧。毕竟能在自己家门口看到比赛，本身就是一件让人很兴奋的事。
本土作战不用适应时差、网络，我们会牢牢抓住这份优势，全力发挥。
祝愿 LCQ 能在充足经费的情况下圆满展开，我们队伍也会以自己最好的状态去欢迎世界朋友。
说实话，当时大家心情都挺激动的，觉得终于把自己平时训练的东西打出来了。毕竟那段时间我们训练的也比较勤，加上状态也还不错。去年全国总决赛我是殿军，自信溜枪是季军，那会儿我们还是对手。今年年初的时候，我原来的队伍 CNS 解散了。正好自信溜枪联系我，问我要不要一起组队试试，就这样组建了现在的 TOC。
我完全不意外，也由衷替他们开心。他们的崛起是 CN 赛区向好发展的信号。HR 和 TOC 他们6位年轻选手操作上限很高，两队的教练也有自己独特的 BP 风格，但他们的崛起不代表我们 TL 的没落，就让我们一起期待总决赛和 TOC、HR 还有 Iris Out 给大家呈现好看的本土对决吧。技术层面我们不用再分享什么经验了，主要是大家调整好心态。比赛有压力是很正常，但不要被外界期待束缚操作。压力和动力一直并存，但动力永远胜过压力。压力来自粉丝高期待与捍卫 CN 赛区成绩的责任，但这也恰恰是我们前行的动力。
首先，我们的心态是不可能会受影响的，毕竟我们在训练赛是所有队伍里氛围最好的一支。然后呢，这经常折戟在8强，只是我们队的一个障眼法。这淘汰赛我们直接就发了一轮，知道吧？战术布置呢肯定是有的，我们平时训练赛全局搬的都是纳吉亚和皮尔斯，但就在淘汰赛前夕，我们临时决定把皮尔斯改成了阿方，也正是这一决策成就了我们进入了这个线下赛。
An incredible run from Trick of China. They're the first ones to qualify for the last chance qualifier. China doesn't get to send any teams into the World Finals directly. Today, we're going to find out which 2 teams make their way to the LCQ, which happens to be in China. Ready and Spoo, come back on as well. I want to know if the 2 of you, what are your thoughts right now? Trick of China, have they crystallized themselves truly to be the #1 seed? LCQ, by the way, is happening in China, as I already mentioned.
Oh, wait, we should get a quick translation now, shouldn't we?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because we can't read Chinese. Oh, no, those are the familiar letters I know and love. We're going to Guangzhou for the last chance qualifier. Mark your calendars. It's October 17th and 18th. This is what everyone's been competing for all year long. You know, if they're just shy of making it to the World Finals or SPOO, if they're still on the come up, they can go compete at the LCQ with one more team that we have to qualify from today.
They get to enjoy Guangzhou as well. I mean, these teams have probably already enjoyed it given the fact that they are from China. But as Livy might get to enjoy it as well as it's going. I'm pretty excited to just see a new city in general join the Brawl Stars fray. This is the first time that we're actually getting to see China. As Livy, are you excited to go to China, or would you rather just go straight to Japan?
Well, I would
What is that
definitely
question?
rather just go straight to Japan, but I'm also excited to hopefully go to China. I have not been. I do really love traveling. I was already looking at flights today. They're quite lengthy, but I like going to new places, so I won't be too upset with going, but I would definitely rather go straight to Japan.
Trick of China is the first team to lock in that ticket to go to Guangzhou or stay there. I don't know if any of the team members actually happens to live in the country or in the city where this is gonna happen in. They don't actually have locked in seed 1 just yet. They still have to play the grand final after this next match. A0 versus Toxic Lotus facing off against each other on this exact maps that we see here. One of those 2 teams can lock in LCQ now, and the seeding is going to be decided in the final of the upper and lower bracket combined. I'm super excited for this one. I see over on event.brawlstars.com 57% of people believe that Toxic Lotus is going to take this one. Do we share this opinion? Question for everyone. Also,
Yeah.
Frank's banned out again. I'm going to quit after this.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one with the hammer. Ironic that he is getting the ban hammer so consistently. I'm noticing a lot of similarities in the bans. But, okay, I will put forth my opinion just real quick. I personally believe that Ace0 is going to take this one because we just got to, like, remind ourselves of history. I don't know if y'all are, like, you know, history buffs when it comes down to the last, like, 5 months of China. But Ace0 has beaten Toxic Lotus every single time.
No, not like this. I need to see OU again. I can't see him retire for like, what he's retired like 3 times, I think, Kanan. Like, this guy always fake retires and then comes back to dominate China. He's 27 this year. He just might be the oldest player that we see at LCQ, and I want to see him again. I want to see the whole squad. I mean, Ace0, wait for your turn. You guys are young. You guys are spanky. You're still going to be in the scene long enough, so I want to see my boys back again.
Yeah, I'd like to see Toxic Lotus on LAN playing to their best again, but they haven't beat A0 this year, and if they do, it would be a great storyline.
I mean, this would be the time to do it, right? This is when it matters the most. You cannot screw up at this point because, I mean, the winner of this makes it to top 2. This is how you get to LCQ. Now, Ace0 had their chance earlier in the upper bracket. They've lost it once. It would be devastating for them to be just inches. Of course, if you define inches as getting taken down 3-0. But inches away from making it to the last chance qualifier. They're getting another chance. Toxic Lotus have taken down immediately by #1. And we'll see after a grand final whether they are truly #1 TOC. But again, yes, I would love to see the old guard, you know, the dynasty. Will the dynasty fall today? Will we be forced to look ahead to the future? And I think really the biggest storyline here, folks, is that we are very well aware of what Toxic Lotus brings to the table, okay? They're a great team. For them to be superseded by TOC and possibly Ace0 very soon here would actually mean quite a bit for the Chinese mainland region. It would be inspiring.
At the Brawl Cup, it was A0 and Toxic Lotus. We already have a new team from China showing up on the global stage. Now, these two have a chance to go to another global stage again. Edgar, Meeple on the right side. We have Barley and Cordelius on the left. Which one do you like better so far, Slivy?
Okay, with the Lu, I like the Lu comp right now. The Barley pick is a little bit weird into Edgar. I think that's a pretty non-favorable matchup, but I guess they're going to want to have the Barley on the Nita the whole time, and then Cordelius on the Edgar, which is also kind of not the best. It's a pretty decent Edgar game in my opinion, and then it's just going to be a classic 1v1 in the middle between the Lu and the Meeple, I think.
Yeah, I think it depends on how well the Cordelius can take care of the Edgar. If he manages to keep him in the realm, then the Barley can pop off and take out the other two. But we will see how well this Cordelius plays against the Edgar here as we head into the first set.
I really like the Barley. We are on Pinball Dreams, by the way, for everybody not being able to read Chinese. I don't either, but I have the map list here, so I know it's Pinball Dreams. I love a Barley on a map like this one. I kind of side with Toxic Lotus comp in this one. Radiant Spoo, what do you...
I like to see an Edgar, personally, but I think Toxic Lotus will be able to execute on this. If it's just Brawlers versus Brawlers, the Edgar should have a wonderful time into Barley. Ace0, I think, are also just going to struggle to make this Nita work. I don't see any good matchups for it. Maybe into the Cordelius because he had better range, but that's just about it. And the lanes are very mismatched. We'll see Cold Drink now migrate over to the right side, so the lane swap is in store. But Toxic Lotus say, fine, okay, you want to play a game of musical lanes? Sure. We're going to make sure that we have the favorable lanes the entire time.
They're playing very disciplined at the moment. I think they realize that if a single brawler just breaks off from formation, this Edgar is going to get very easy pickings for them. They are leaning on the strength of this Barley, just completely dominating the fact that those walls have no way of going down here. But Edgar's still going to find a matchup there on the right. OU, though, manages to burst him down. He was damaged sufficiently by the rest of the roster there. But A0, they maintain that ball control, so there are no real risk of anything going wrong here.
Last call out. Ace0 forced to retreat, except for the right side. And now the left side. Edgar just looking for the Barley, and the Barley looking for anything but. Who's going to give up first? I really wonder who is going to be the first to kneel to the game of musical chairs. Here it comes. A wide one, a misconnection on the gadget, but they're still going to go in once again. A lot of jumping happened for Edgar, but the longer he's airborne, the less time he's doing damage. Ace0 do find an opportunity to push this effective line of scrimmage forward, but they've given a bunch of damage to Toxic Lotus, fed up those supers. Need to see one more connection for Cold Drink. Actually could have avoided trading there on the right side had he connected one more of those shots. So little micro interactions are going to keep things even for now.
Toxic Lotus are playing incredibly well, given the fact that they are going into a demonic Edgar here. Galaxy, though, nice super from him, gets an easy pick off there in the right lane. But Toxic Lotus, they're starting to get into the position of strength here. This overtime should be good for Engine to kind of take over. Even the Barley can start to just abuse the superior range here, but the box they're going to be going in there forces the Barley hypercharge a little bit earlier. There's no assistance from the rest of the team. They just trade out 1-for-1, though, and we are headed to an overtime.
Engine's still going to be favored in this overtime, as you pointed out, but the lack of the hypercharge last call is really going to hurt Toxic Lotus. It means that they're going to have to earn their way up the field the hard way. Well, with the talk on the left side, putting Edgar in the realm, things are going to be made easier. Box on the left should cover Ace0's tracks just a little bit. Good comms on the left side. And Cold Drink now has that Nita hypercharge. That is a very dangerous thing. Super down for Engine, and the CC forces Cold Drink forward. Really wonderful defense from Toxic Lotus. Played that just perfectly. But still, they have fallen back. Ace0 continue to push up. They have two supers on hand.
Boxed up OU again, jumped over, but then on the right lane, the ball was unable to be secured there. Cold Drink just snaps into the Shadow Realm there. Could have passed it over to the Edgar, but didn't have the opening to do so. The ball's going to be passed out forward there. You see Edgar with the hypercharge there, jumping onto Engine, but it's the worst target possible. Instantly frozen, turned to ice cream, and we might just be headed to a reset of this game. Number one, it's going to come down to the wire here. Ace0, a successful, easy defense puts us into another game number one.
Defense looked pretty strong for Toxic Lotus. They fell back a lot of times when they could have theoretically pushed forward, like they're in a 3v2. They just have the advantage in terms of damage, HP, and up not to, instead to fall into a defensive position. We're getting straight into game number 2, and nothing on the board just yet. It was a tie in game number 1, you know, in case you have short-term memory loss. Some of us do. Ace 0. Setting up on their lanes, looking for the rotation. Also, a little bit more stealthy, but it's been communicated. Really aggressive in from Edgar, immediately muted by Cordelius. Toxic Lotus have given themselves every possible tool to deal with the Edgar jumping in.
Yeah, it's these fringe interactions that I think we gotta keep our eyes on. Toxic Lotus are definitely just playing so well here. This is what I think in all the months people have pointed out. A0, they have, you know, a comp advantage here. I mean, this Edgar is indeed monstrous, but it's not like Toxic Lotus have a completely losing comp either. With this Cordelius swapping over that gadget, it gives them some counterplay against the Edgar, but it's a stalemate. I mean, they have to stick together, and it's really hard to control the ball when you're in this kind of position.
It is. Toxic Lotus just have not found really any openings. Ace 0 retreating as maybe they're just letting Toxic Lotus into their territory. I'll tell you what, though. The Cordelius realm has put a serious dent in Ace Zero's defense. It's just one brawler remaining. It is Edgar, the one that Toxic Lotus came equipped with everything in the toolkit to deal with. Toxic Lotus will be the first to strike with a minute left on the clock, and Ace Zero don't really have what they need in their toolkit to break this for Toxic Lotus. Engine's ready with the Hyper if necessary. Talk will put him in the realm. Talk can mute him. And OU is all the way over on the left side. Sort of checkmate for Edgar.
Yeah, he is boxed up. Engine's going to be the target there, but immediately there, Cordelius Talk comes in to save his teammate. Even deletes the boogeyman inside the realm there. That's going to open up a world of hurt there for Engine. He's got this hypercharged super, could elect to use it, still saves it for the time being. He's confident enough that he's going to be able to chain this off here. The ice rink is perfectly placed here. It's full advantage there for Toxic Lotus with the last call flying out as well. There's just nowhere left to stand for a 0. This should be an easy go surely for them. Engine now scoops up the ball. Masterfully played there by Toxic Lotus.
That's game number 2 squared away, but only one of the 2 victories that Toxic Lotus needs so far. They found the strategy. It is slow and steady control. And they did play much more aggressively this game than the last. They are sort of like trying to find that Goldilocks zone. Ball trapped inside of the mansions, rocks around a little bit before it eventually settles, still at the middle of the field. Don't expect it will be touched too much. Not the greatest scarf there from Edgar. Went sort of sideways. It'll be easily defended by Talk on the left side. And now Toxic Lotus get to start opening things up over here. With the defeat on the right side, it will be eventually traded for Galaxy. And Talk is ready for the Edgar. Ought to take that lane. Doesn't seem like Ace Zero really have the comms, but Talk is going to make his presence known.
Okay, now once again, terrible matchup him on the right, goes straight into Talk there. Tried to go for a cheeky play there, but Toxic Lotus, the mechanical skill is showing for them. They are making it so difficult for Ace Zero to make moves here. The Zedgar that was left open in the global bans could be a good bait there, but starting to look a bit dicey there if Ace Zero just kind of aggressing forward here. But once again, this is just such a good defensive comp there from Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, just have a bunch here. Barley firing over walls, getting the heals up to keep everyone alive. Engine ready to freeze anyone. Talk ready to break out of this prison that Toxic Lotus have created for themselves. That was a little bit dicey, but of course Cordelius is going to come out on top in the end. Ace Zero are being made to fight for every single inch, and Edgar is no exception to that. Curious to see him have to play like that, though, just like looking for the peak shots instead of being able to jump in. Toxic Lotus have made this a nightmare Edgar game. Even though he sees that Barley is completely blocked off, even by his teammate in this context, jumping back to avoid some of that freeze. Now Galaxy's going to go for a move, though. Hypercharge activated on the right side and is forced to move forward. Toxic Lotus, they're so good at getting the zoning with these supers, with Barley's last call, with Lou's freeze. They've done an amazing job of playing as a team, but they need to get a goal still here. 30 seconds to go, and Ace Zero now go in for the Edgar hypercharge, but can't make anything of it.
So well disciplined from Toxic Lotus. Can't wait to imagine the stats for this game. Just so many kills going the way of Toxic Lotus and A0. They're kind of just banging the walls here. And Edgar says, I'm done with this. I'm just going to try and make a play by myself. He did manage to get a lot of pressure, pushing Toxic Lotus all the way back to the final rung of their base. But once again, we're headed to another overtime, and it's full ball control on the side of Toxic Lotus.
It's looking a little bit scary, though. This Nita Bear is going to do a lot versus OU, who was supposed to have the favorable matchup versus this brawler, but with the walls broken down, he can't hide behind them anymore. But Talk gets the kill, and a super down the left side. A totally undefended goal, and maybe Nita pushing it so far up was actually the downfall of Ace Zero. Toxic Lotus will get the upper hand here. They have been swept 3-0 before. This is already a better look for them.
I'm very impressed. I wanted to see Toxic Lotus lock in here. I want to see smiles on their faces. That is what we're seeing. I think I see a bit of relief there from the side of Engine playing on this Lu. He didn't miss a single beat. This is the team play that's coming out. Meanwhile, on the side of A0, though, I mean, this is something that Kanan mentioned earlier. After losing the previous set 3-0 against TOC, could their morale be down, Sunny?
I don't think so. Personally, I think it was a little bit of a draft difference here. The draft, by the way, pretty sure it was the wrong order that was shown on stream. We theorized that Edgar was last pick here for the side of A0. The bans indicate that Toxic Lotus had first pick from you here as well, so that would make sense. But the Edgar just was not enough. I really like this Cordelius Lu comp. Also, Reddy and I, we got to enjoy a lot of Brawl Ball in the recent weeks thanks to the Brawl Ball League. Now, this is the first time in a long time I get to see a tie. It just doesn't happen in the big 2026 anymore because we have so many aggressive brawlers in the game and many rosters choose compositions where once you have a single kill, it's usually a goal, especially in overtime, Kanan.
This was a great set to watch. I think it was our first non-pinhole punt set in Brawl Ball today. Toxic Lotus played this perfectly by grouping and utilizing the Cordelius gadgets and supers while the Lu and Barley shot at the Meeple and Nita. Yeah, I think they played it really well, and I'm glad to see them up 1-0 after what happened in the last series.
Yeah, I think they did a great job at making sure each brawler knew who to target. I also really liked the decision to go with the mute cord. I thought it made Edgar almost useless every time he jumped in. There was a couple times where Edgar got away with a kill or two that was pretty impressive, but the cord mute overall was a pretty good pick. It really negated the use of Edgar against that comp, especially if the Edgar was last pick, then that's even more impressive for the Cordelius.
Personally, I think A0 has still what it takes to turn things around here, maybe even come out as the winner, but this for me was a bit of a draft. The Edgar, he must have been picked up after the Cordelius since Toxic Lotus had the first pick in this one, pretty sure. And as you just said, with the Cordelius on the other side, he was just shot down completely. We're heading into, next to Pinhole Punt, the other favorite so far today, New Horizons. Those two maps have been consistently picked up by all teams today. New Horizons, we saw so many different iterations of comps already. We just saw Toxic Lotus before with that dark gray Max comp. They won against... oh, never mind. It was A0 who played that comp. They lost with the comp. Do you think they're going to show us the same comp again? Or do they have to adapt now because it didn't work against TOC?
I think we'll be seeing another cheese comp from either team. Potentially a Glowy in there with a map break. Maybe Ross again with field promotion, or the Doug comp again. But yeah, I think we're going to see something special, something different.
I'm hoping for something different. The Russ comp, as safe as it is, I'm hoping that there's something more aggressive played. I did like when the Max made an appearance on this map. That's something that we're kind of used to doing, just to kind of speed up the process of the map, and then also pairing it with something like a Jean, which I don't think we've seen yet on New Horizons, but I think that could be a pretty good combo.
Max is actually global ban in this one, so we're not going to see her. as well as the Frank. I just want to put that out there again. He's global ban. I love talking about this today. I think Frank has actually the highest global ban rate of all the brawlers today, which is absolutely mind-boggling. But that's what I said at the beginning of this stream. It is super beautiful to feel out different draft identities by all of the regions. We have different metas in every single region. We do see a couple of the same brawlers pop up very often, like that Griff and the Stu. We talked about the Meg earlier, Kanan. We still haven't really seen her, and she has been one of the most picked brawler across the other 4 regions.
Yeah, I think the Meg is incredibly strong because of the gadget change. It allows her to become more defensive, as well as provide more pressure to the team whenever Meg gets low. Again,
why do you think we don't see her here?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe the Meg priority isn't as strong in this region, and they think other brawlers might be stronger. But we always see this during international lands. Teams from different regions come in and realize a brawler might be stronger than they think it is and pick it up during the weeks leading up to the event. So maybe we'll see more meta picks from China when they do compete at the LCQ.
Yeah, I also wonder where the Meg is. I think the Meg potential on open maps like this, and even some other more closed maps, but especially on a map like New Horizons, I think she could be paired with something that can make a bunch of space. The Hyper, if used well, is like a guaranteed round win. And when it comes to countering Meg, there are some decent counters to Meg on New Horizons, but I still think Meg is a brawler where it's a little bit difficult to counter. I mean, I know that she has her counters, but I think if paired with the right composition, I think Meg can be like one of the best brawlers on the map.
I personally feel like we don't get to see her as often here in China because we don't get to see many of these heal comps. We saw Glowy only a handful of times today, and they really like to first pick these counters already. With a Lu on the field, with Anita on the other side, I think there are better brawlers than a Meg already. Now heading over to New Horizons, a wide open map. Radiant Spoo, are we going to do a Slibby the favor and finally bring in Fang?
Well, I mean, okay, look, I don't get to have any role in this. If I did, as Livy, I would have done that for you a long time ago. Also, I find Fang to just generally be like an interesting brawler to watch because there's so much playmaking potential, but it seems to be just generally a low priority right now. I think also like Fang seem to be prioritized in other regions as like something that has a decent matchup into aggressive brawlers. I saw it into like Mina occasionally. I saw it into Mortis actually quite a bit. Just like having the stun is pretty good. You got respectable damage up close and you keep the range. So while it is not my expectation, Spoo, I'm curious if you have one that you're personally looking out for, a brawler that you want to manifest. Okay, I already picked Fang, so you got to go for something else.
You put me in the spot, Riddy. You put me in the spot.
Well, you only have 104
specific
brawlers to choose from, so it's going to be pretty hard.
Wow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to see less Toxic Lotus brawlers, because as again, I mean, so far from what we've been seeing is they've literally just been playing the same stuff over and over again. Love the dark ban that is coming in from them. I think they realize that they don't want to get cheesed into oblivion. This draft is going to go lightning fast as usual at Libby, but walk us through this. I mean, is the order making sense to you this time?
It was until I saw the Ollie. Toxic Lotus is definitely going to be opening the map, and at least I think they will, against this Ollie to kind of make him a little bit useless. You can also see the Bolt ban, so there's no cheese to be had in this set. We've got like a pretty classic kind of range battle. Again, we see the Glowy Pearl combination for the excuse me, the second time today, which is always pretty good. But the 8-bit might be, I mean, 8-bit's a great brawler to put that duo to sleep. But it's going to depend on how well this Ollie does. I think earlier we saw a lot of good Ollie plays, and if I can't remember who was playing it, but if they're playing it again, they're going to need to pull out everything.
Yeah, the Ollie pick might not come out as too well of a pick because the map's going to be completely open, so we'll see how well he does on the Ollie, but the Brock and 8-Bit both have really solid matchups on paper. We'll have to see how this goes.
Glue Pearl versus Brock and 8-Bit, those are the 4 brawlers you really want to look out for. Personally, I'm going to side with Glowy Pearl here. Pearl has one of the highest win rates across the day so far. Let's see if it's going to come true again.
Let's see. It's about the sight lines and Talk opening things up immediately, getting his super and dropping Ollie to basically 0 HP. It's an easy pickup for O. Toxic Lotus are steamrolling through Ace Zero right now. They found exactly what they need to do. The immediate wall break and deadly aim with Colt.
They feel so locked in right now. I mean, Talk is the playmaker of the team, and he's piloting this Colt, but to just run down an Ollie like that is a massive statement. It's going to be a bit more difficult to do it, though, in the second round. Now that Galaxy has that turret set up, it's going to be giving a big boost of speed to the entire team. They have a safe haven that they should be able to fall back to if things get dicey.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting that only half the map is broken open right now. I think Toxic Lotus respect that they have got to have the Pearl somewhere, right? Because otherwise, slow as she is, it's just going to be hypercharge and supercharged galore for Cold Drink on Brock. But he is actually forced to respect Engine with a forward push. Ace Zero gradually moving backwards. The places that they can safely put an 8-bit turret are diminishing, and they've also struggled to just get one to begin with. It's going to be an attempt on the left side, but it comes up short for Ollie, though Talk is destroyed at mid. Engine's going to try and make this play solo, actually. Is it worth it? I mean, he'll get closer to a hypercharge. I think Toxic Lotus acknowledged that this round was just over, and they need to squeeze every bit of worth they can out of Ace Zero as long as they remained possible to charge supers and hypers off of.
Galaxy, they're popping the turret there at the last second. Something that I think I really agree with here. I mean, he's going to have to pop the hypercharge and gets another turret online immediately, though. So that's kind of answered for. And that's going to be deleting the Pearl on the left side. It's a little bit too close there. A0 now. 2 versus 3. It's going to take a miracle for Toxic Lotus to pull this one back.
That looked miserable for Pearl. I would hate to be Pearl in that situation. You are slow. You're made of a bunch of HP. Yes, that's true, but Brock in an 8-pit just laser you from max range. There's nothing that you can do. Engine going to try and take some of the hits also with the fear, but all they're able to get is one measly kill. Ace Zero will take the upper hand here with the game victory, even though it looked far from it. The way that Toxic Lotus bowled over them in round number 1 seemed like it was spelling the makings of a walkover in set number 2, that we could just pack it up and say GG, go next. But the walls broke down a bit too much for Toxic Lotus. OU just didn't have anywhere that he could safely stand.
It's not as good of a start in this game for Toxic Lotus. Talk did not get that amazing, solo kill pressure on the Ollie this time. Now they're just playing for the end game. They're just kind of hanging back here, waiting for the entirety of the map to be broken up here. That seems to be the play. The entire team just kind of shooting the back for whatever reason. I think they're trying to signal that there might be a ghost there, or better still, a technical pause. Instead, okay, I guess that's the way that you can raise your hands to tell the world what's going on. But folks, we're heading to a tech pause here, perhaps to investigate what is going on with probably maybe some device issue maybe on the side of Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, if I had to guess, that is exactly what I'm expecting, but I wonder what could possibly be happening, because it looked like everyone was doing just fine. Nonetheless, yeah, maybe some ghosts in the machines. Maybe a mysterious 4th brawler appeared over there. But we can theory craft Spoo as to what changed in the second game, because the biggest thing that stood out to me is that Toxic Lotus did not explode out of the gates like they did last time.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way that the speed loader cult plays is kind of a pseudo max. You do have to get like a pretty good flow going. If you can dodge a few of those Brock shots, get in nice and close, you could theoretically just carry your entire team. And this Glowy is pretty much just there to keep the cult's health alive. But I think A0, honestly, like the comp just feels so much more stalwart to me. The Brock shots are so easy to land, and once you get a single 8-bit turret, it just feels like it's very risky to play that dicey, I'm just gonna mechanically diff you type of a comp, because a single shot from the 8-bit could just spell the end for you. So I am feeling quite afraid now for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, same, honestly. I mean, drafts-wise, it does feel pretty balanced. I kind of sided with the Glowy Pearl comp. The other side, with that 8-bit, has a lot of damage to deal with an HP heavy comp with the healer in Glowy. Yeah, pretty even. So I don't know quite yet if we're actually just going to repeat the whole thing because of the device issue on the side of Toxic Lotus. If that is true, then we get to enjoy another round of this beautiful map. If not, then A0 is going to take the first game, I assume.
Yeah. I wonder how it's going to transpire, but I guess we'll get where we're just going to sit and observe and continue to theory craft about how the rest of this is going to go, because we pulled out a game, so clearly something's going to be replayed here. But yes, in terms of the composition, guys, we've talked about the draft a little bit, but I feel like we can theorize just a little bit more about what exactly needs to be done. I feel like there is an important skill component that comes into play here because, again, Colt just like a bee lining up the field, getting the wall break, and going directly to the enemy spawn, hitting basically every shot. Having a super in the enemy spawn within like 10 seconds of the game starting, that's not just draft right there, in my opinion. I think that's a huge skill expression.
For sure, I think a bit of luck as well. It was a 50-50, right? Depending on left lane or right lane, he ran straight into the Ollie, and the Ollie had no time to respond. He is running, I believe, Hypnosis as the gadget. I think that's what I saw. So he has no way to bail himself out there even after he got caught. I could be wrong. I think I didn't even get to see him use it, to be honest. So, and he was run down so quickly. I mean, died off screen practically. I think they need something similar. Again, they really need to get, you know, a lucky start there for this game.
Okay, we'll take it from here. Just a little break there. Back to game number 2. Toxic Lotus down 1 game versus Ace Zero after they were reversed. It's going to be obliteration for Galaxy, but it's still a trade as OU was able to get one of his own. This is the dynamic duo that we needed to see for Toxic Lotus. OU in Engine, but also just the brawlers that they're playing. They should be practically invincible, but that Hypnosis is going to be stressful. I believe we did see a jump from Ollie earlier, and we're going to see them split apart here. Hypnosis onto OU, and just what Ace Zero needed. Wonderfully played.
Oh, beautiful hypercharge there from the 8-bit as well. Just, you know, the infinite ammo coming in. That's so difficult to dodge up against that when you can animation cancel every one of your shots. Talk almost fell down there. Coldring pops the hypercharge there, starts to run it down here. Not going to find a connection though. It's Engine that's stepping up to the plate there. Now breaking away from his teammates and creating pressure of his own. They're gonna prioritize breaking the turret up for the time being, I think, but this is a much better start there for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, worth it, by the way, on that super from Colt. Getting rid of the turret is so vital for destroying this 8-bit. Now he's back to being slow again, but he still has a serious range advantage. And versus OU, it's going to be especially painful. With 8-bit at the center of the map, also getting the turret up once again. This is going to spell doom for Toxic Lotus. Engine just needs to connect this healing onto Talk. They have formed the duo on the left side. It's going to be total avoidance of the burn. OU falls. Engine might be able to trade on the left, and now it's 2v2 in the final few seconds.
He's going to come down to Talk's hypercharge here. Can he make the plays work? He's going to delete one there onto Galaxy, and Coldring's left by his lonesome. Not going to be able to stop this one. The Glowy plus the Cold, when the map is closed up, does reign supreme. And Toxic Lotus, they bought themselves a round to breathe at the very least.
Well, that was a pretty meaty super, was changed directly into another one, but Ace Zero are able to duck for cover on the right side, and it's as if none of it ever happened, but it is a pretty rear-placed, plugged-in 8-bit turret. Cold Drink isn't really able to sit inside of the damage radius. Galaxy is pretty tethered to its range, and Toxic Lotus are going to play around it as well. They know that they have the advantage here. It feels almost inevitable, though, that Galaxy's going to get another super, especially with Cold Drink providing a buffer zone. Fear onto Galaxy. Destruction. Talk still traded out in the bottom right. A hypercharge super available for Ollie. Now would be the time to strike. Engine down. The only one who remains is OU. It's going to be tough, but it is possible.
Yeah. 2 versus 1 here. OU needs to perform the dodges of the sentry here, but the new Rocket Rain, Cold Drink just runs him down there. No way for him to hide out of that one. As beautifully played as Toxic Lotus tried their best. It's going to be Ace Zero that take the set.
Okay, finally, an expression not of just doom, but I gotta acknowledge, head down on the desk, sleeping with the phone in hand, all tuckered out after a long day, just knowing that they're one match away, 2-set victories away from making it to the last chance qualifier. It'll take everything out of you, Sonny.
A0 manages to even out the score, so we get to see at least a set 4. Now, with the bans being as they are, Starnova and Bolt banned out on the side of Toxic Lotus, I assume A0 had the first pick here in this one. As it played out, I assume Toxic Lotus picked up that Brock early on. They wanted to have it in their own hands if they break open the map, and then follow up with 8-Bit and Ollie. 2 brawlers who really need those walls to put your turret behind. For the Ollie in general, he doesn't bring in the most range. A0 then picks up that Cold, potentially quite late in that draft, and Cold Glowy just worked out so wonderfully on this wide open map. There was nothing that an Ollie and the Brock out in the open were able to do against this beautiful comp. So, what do our experts think? How did the draft go down? Was it really just a draft diff? Or did A0 wake up after they lost set 1?
I think the Brock 8-bit comp is a bit too good of a matchup for the Glowy, Pearl, and Colt once the turret is set up. And as we saw in the first game, as long as the Ollie manages to survive the start, I think they should have taken it every single time.
Yeah, I underestimated how good the 8-bit speed to the entire team would be. It was quite easy for them to dodge some shots towards the end of the game once they got the 8-bit turret set up. And once Ollie got a super, or even in the hyper, he was able to get a kill, I think almost every time, and that got them the round win.
Super nice to see that we have such evenly matched teams overall today. There was only 1-3-0. Trick of China crystallized themselves as potentially the strongest one. They still have to go up against the winner of this one. They already faced up against against A0 today. From your perspective, do you usually, when you're just waiting in the grand finals for your opponents, do you want to face up against the same team again? You beat them 3-0 once, you can do it again? Or do you want the other team to win now? A little bit of a challenge, but also, yeah, maybe Toxic Lotus in that situation feels a bit more nervous. Maybe you want that other team to have to face up against you.
I do think I'd rather play the other team because you might have exhausted all your strategies and drafts against the first team already. And yeah, in this case, I do think A0 is the slightly stronger team. So again, I'm pretty sure Trick of China would want to face off against Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, I have to agree. When you 3-0 a team, it's kind of, and you feel, and it's like a dominant win, you use your strategies, they go how they're supposed to. It's kind of a little bit weird to try to do that again. Obviously you wouldn't be able to pick the same maps, go the same comps, but the other team knows what you like to play. Now these teams already all know what they like to play in some regard, but having to do it on the same day in the same tournament twice seems like it would be a little bit difficult to do.
I'm actually surprised you agree on this one here. Personally, just looking at this from the outside, I would think, well, we beat them 3-0 once, we can do it twice, right? That's usually how we set up the storyline, but maybe Trick of China actually is hoping for Toxic Lotus to come through. It's now 1-1. It's completely open. This post-season dream still hangs on by a thread now for both of these teams. Whoever makes this their winning match will make it through to the LCQ. Spoo and Ready as well. I think we all, or you all, were a bit more on the 8-bit side comp. Is it today just the day of Pearl? Because she, again, has one of the highest win rates today.
Yeah, she's just been very popular because she's pretty good at denying aggro. She's just strong in general. I think we've also seen a big shift towards like synergistic comps, stuff like Glowy has gotten a lot more popular. Byron also, I think, is becoming more playable with there just being higher priority bans these days. So as there have been like stronger brawlers, the things that were strong, you know, maybe 2 weeks ago now get pushed down to the realm of stuff that is playable.
Yep, I I don't know if it's necessarily the Pearl's problem and more so just a lack of prioritization. I think giving away the Brock here on New Horizons, it's something that Kanan mentioned. There's a few ways to play this map. You just open up the entire map, and then what do you do? And then now you pick 8-bit to pair up with that, which basically shuts down any kind of tank on the map. And then Toxic Lotus banned their own Doug, so then they don't even have cheese on the menu. So, like, what are you even supposed to do? I don't know. I feel like the experts would have to answer that question for me instead.
Yeah, I think the 8-bit and the Brock counters the Pearl quite strongly. I guess the Pearl was there in case of a tank like Ollie, but in the end, they just didn't have enough damage to go through all the health bars on the side of A0. The Glowy doesn't have high DPS. You have to hit shots really well on Colt to do so. And I think the draft was just amazing from A0's side.
Yeah, I would also say that I thought the Colt played relatively well. Like especially that last game, he chained 2 supers straight down the middle. I was not expecting that to happen, and he almost made it work. And he played great, but it just isn't enough when you have that difference of draft.
Looking at the LCQ seeding right now, we see that NA America seed number 1. Vati could still take that one, would have to face off against that seed 2. China seed 1 would have EMEA seed 2, East Asia seed 1, and then South America seed 1 in their group. We are going to find out in our grand finals for today who actually takes seed 1 and 2. So far, it's Trick of China who are already sitting in one of these 2 slots. Which group would you personally prefer here? Now, let's just pretend NA seed 1 isn't you.
Okay. I guess I don't know. I know a lot of people have been saying Group A is the group of death, and it might be. I'm not sold on it being the group of death just because the challengers is going to be a wild card, and I think a lot of it depends on that. So I don't know. If it was up to me, I think I would rather be. I'm gonna stay in Group A.
Okay, for you, Kanan.
I think Group A might be a bit more challenging just because we're unsure of who might win challengers. There are a lot of great teams in that competition, and it all comes down to who qualifies from there, in my opinion.
It's a good point. Challengers truly is a wild card. It could be one of the teams who has made Worlds previously. I think 4 out of the 12 teams, potentially if they decide to go to Challengers instead of playing the August monthly finals, are teams that have been playing in the World Finals before, or at least made it to LCQ before. If one of those few teams make it through, it's definitely a tough opponent, but they are in Challengers because they didn't perform as well this year. So yeah, truly wild card. You never know what is going to happen with these teams. I mean, for example, last year we had Crazy Raccoon that had to go to the LCQ. They made it through there after a super rocky year for them. It really didn't go their way, and then they ended up winning the World Finals. So it is also going to depend on the meta at that day. Yeah, and then how are you feeling at LAN overall, which you two, of course, know. You played in a couple of LANs already. I think the daily form matters a lot more at a LAN than when you play from home.
Yeah, definitely. I think LAN performance is very, very important. Your online kind of mentality might be different to LAN as well. In my case, I think my team is more accustomed to playing on LANs than online. And yeah, overall...
Duh.
It's what you're known for, yes.
It is what we're known for. But yeah, everything depends on the day. You might have a good day, you might have a bad day, and you just have to prepare to play your best on that day.
Islami, what do you actually think? Your 2 teammates didn't get as much experience at LAN as you yourself so far. Do you think they're going to perform at LCQ or Worlds?
They have high expectations for themselves, and I believe that they will play just as good, if not better, at LAN. They really want to, so hopefully we can make it happen.
Kanan, now looking at the draft here, we see another Edgar, we see Starnova again. What do you feel Who has the stronger comp so far?
I see Starnova, I see 8-Bit. I'm already leaning towards the Toxic Lotus draft.
Me too, and Lumi. Remind me, this is Ring of Fire, right?
Ring of Fire, yeah.
Yes. First time we see this map today.
Right, yeah. It's cool to see a new map. This looks like a textbook, one of the best comps ever on the side of Toxic Lotus. So I am hoping that A0 can put up a fight here.
I just think personally Ring of Fire would have been a great opportunity to finally bring in that Fang we talked about all day, but it's again not going to show up. Unfortunately, no Frank either. It's going to be Global Ban alongside Surge, Otis, and Max. Ellie is a brawler that I kind of thought could pop in here as well, but this is not a draft that we're going to play here. One of those two teams could now take the lead.
Let's see, it's all tied up, at least for now. A0 just got the last one, and Toxic Lotus started things off with a bang. We may be trading things back and forth. It's Engine once again on the 8-Bit. He's been on it all day long, and I think we watched him only lose with it maybe once, but he completely melted people to pieces earlier, so I'm looking forward to seeing it once more. Well, yeah, just like that, disintegrated by the powers of both Lumi and 8-Bit. Toxic Lotus finally get to step foot on this point.
Piggybank kind of thrown out in the mid. It's just a zone Engine out for the time being. It's kind of interesting to me that he actually took that instead of Coin Shower. Not really too many, things on this map to tear apart. A nice super dive from Galaxy. Gets the long-range pick-off there to get Engine off the point here. But that's going to allow Talk on the Starnova to shine a little bit.
Edgar in once again, looking for more. Gets it, all three. And Toxic Lotus still scouting for this Edgar. Yeah, they know he's on the left side. They found him now, and he has a hypercharge. Gotta be close to that super. It's gonna be a full mounted assault around the right side. That turret is not fully defended, but I don't know if Toxic Lotus wanted it too tucked away anyway. Well, who cares? It's basically gone now, making another full team wipe for Toxic Lotus. Wait, hold up, guys. Am I just now seeing this? In Chinese Brawl Stars, they show a kill streak in the kill feed. That's ridiculous. And that puts Edgar at a 4 kill streak. Dude, make it even more. These guys are on a roll.
Yeah, Cold Drink with 5 kills back-to-back there without falling here. It looks like as soon as that hypercharge came online for the Edgar, everything just fell apart there. Toxic Lotus are playing a comp that they can't afford to give up position even once. It's not over just yet, though. I mean, they do manage to get this Grim and Frostbite and should be able to get the pinch there onto Galaxy. The last shot didn't connect there, and instead it's going to be Galaxy gets the pick there on to Engine. And A0, unless they somehow miraculously get team wiped here, are counting up very slowly. TOC, Talk is playing so well here to scout out and deter Galaxy off the point.
He may be playing well, but A0 have amassed such a crazy lead. It's going to be almost impossible for Toxic Lotus to bring this back. A 13% differential. That's all that separates A0 from victory, but they cannot seem to get onto this point. Now it looks like the 8-Bit turret's untouchable. It's going to take a pretty huge Colette super in. Galaxy knows what he must do, going to go for it, and cycles a super, but it's still not enough. Toxic Lotus now take the lead.
And notice they're going to be missing the point there. The Edgar jumps into the back, managing to clean out 1 and 2. Galaxy pushes away. TOC is going to be the last man standing, but Cold Drink will emerge victorious in that mid. The timing at the last second from A0 was what they needed. They had too big of a lead, as you said, and they take that game number 1.
I see the tissue right there. That means sweaty hands. That means it is getting very, very serious right now for A0. The pressure's starting to mount. And perspiration is just one of those things you can't get out of mentally. They have gotten the 1-game lead, though. That one came very, very close, though. Looking for the early game interactions. Galaxy forced to slip around a little bit, but it doesn't spell too much for Engine. Just a temporary retreat for A0, and 8% on the point for Toxic Lotus as 8-0 regroup, get their ideal matchups, and reaggress.
Yeah, Edgar's trying to find that Lumi matchup, but the extra credits bounces between the entirety of the team. Cold Drink going to be pinched out as well. And a full team wide has emerged for Toxic Lotus with Starnova clearing out the back as well. The Edgar did manage to make a massive comeback in the last game, but with a spawn trap emerging and Starnova in prime position, just colonizing this real estate of Bush in the back. Even Edgar, yeah, flanking play from him just got deleted there. It's a 0 that are on the back foot now.
We saw what happened last time they were shoved into their own spawn like this. It was like it was inescapable. The engine's turret is pretty low. Ooh, the Griff Super isn't going to reach. That's going to hurt. It looked like the Griff Super in a large way was to deal with that. Galaxy should get some supercharge back from that last attempt. Needs maybe one more hit to do it. At that point, he will want to get a hypercharge in onto the turret. No value there, unfortunately, for Edgar as he was trying to get rid of Star Nova. But the turret has been repositioned. Finally, an opportunity for Ace Zero to push in. But the 8-bit, again, the range, the spread on this shot is so devastating.
And it's Starnova going in there just to clean house here, just to secure that victory. This is looking a lot more like the Toxic Lotus I expect. And with the Starnova as the panel hyped up, I mean, you've got 3 of the most broken brawlers this patch. Yes, there's good checks and balances on the side of Ace Zero, but I think it's really just so dicey for them. If Edgar messes up a single interaction and they gets put into that spawn trap, it's so hard to get out.
Let's see if they can avoid it this time. Timid interactions to kick things off. Talk not revealing his position. No indication as to what the lanes are. So Edgar doesn't even have the bravery to go out, but he will be getting his super, so there is a countdown to something occurring. The Colette matchup at mid seems to be miserable. It's supposed to be one of the natural enemies of 8-bit, but Engine hasn't even taken a single hit. He has been at max HP this entire time, got his turret, and has set Toxic Lotus up for a successful game.
With the new buffies inside, I'm not even sure if Colette is considered a hard counter to 8-bit anymore. You know, you just push it directly into extra credits, and yeah, just look at that damage bouncing around inside the Ace Zero backline. Nobody has died just yet, but the percentage is counting up. There's the first push of the game there for the Edgar, and synergizes once again with Galaxy. We're starting to see similar movements there from game number 1. Talk is the last man standing. Beautiful dodges from him, maintaining the pressure in the mid, but the Edgar now at large deletes Lumi at the very least. And Toxic Lotus are boxed in the base.
Is it too much of an issue for them? We'll see. Talk on the right side manages to diff the matchup. Again, Edgar just vaporized in the face of an 8-bit, and Toxic Lotus steamroll through just deathballing, using HP, raw DPS at point blank. They'll take the lead now. Just tying and then barely eclipsing. They have to respect this hypercharge possibility for Colette on the right lane. She's constantly threatening it, just waiting for the ideal moment, waiting for everyone to use their ammunition, but the moment's not going to come. The perfect opportunity is not going to arise. It looks like Ace Zero just going to have to force this.
A missed gadget there from the Edgar is really painful as well. Galaxy now has to force it, as you said, gets the turret out, but couldn't get the kill onto Engine. He now does, though, chains it off onto a second, looks for a third, chooses patience instead, allows the Edgar back into the back line. It's just the Lumi left by his lonesome in the back, but that's not good positioning for them. The Edgar now is beginning the makings of a spawn trap here, and it's Talk that has to break his team out of this position.
See the synergy, an attempt at pushing forward for Starnova to prevent the 8-bit from being supered by Galaxy, but you just can't stop this guy. Galaxy has looked like an absolute menace, and as soon as Edgar was posted up, there was no removal. This little pest of the backlines, keeping Toxic Lotus trapped in spite of bringing things to a tied set in number 3. They will still fall to Ace Zero, the team that has beaten them every single time they've faced here in the Chinese mainland.
I appreciate the adaptations Toxic Lotus has made here. I mean, global banning Surge instead of Edgar. They beat it the first time, and it looked like a brilliant bait for them there in Brawl Ball, but here it felt like a bit of their undoing. It was definitely the gameplay for me that stood out. And Sunny, I mean, I wonder what you think about this. Was this more of a gameplay diff or a draft diff?
Really good question. Honestly, I thought the draft with the 8-bit looks pretty solid, so I don't think it's a draft diff. Also, the Lumi was banned out so often today, and she didn't get a single kill, so not really the value they were hoping to get with her. Starnova coming out once again as one of the most banned brawler ever in the history of Brawl Stars, and she's now back to a only 50% win rate. Was picked up 6 times, lost 3 times. So yeah, not as strong as we expected her to be, or maybe Ace Zero is just playing better. What do you guys think, Slivy and Kanan?
Yeah, I think the Colette and Edgar played very, very well. If it was me, I'd much rather play the comp of 8-Bit and Starnova. Edgar is really, really hard to play on this map. If you miss a super or gadget, you're basically forced to sit in a bush until the cooldowns come back. But as you saw in games 1 and 3, it's very, very possible to play well and carry the game.
And in game 2, when he did miss a gadget, that was the game they lost. It was like 100 to 12% or something like that. But yeah, the Edgar, I think they killed 2 people in the 3rd game, and they managed to spawn camp them for about 50% worth of the game, which ultimately led to A0 winning that set. I was surprised that was the outcome as well. I would have much rather also played the 8-Bit comp. I think there was a couple of mistakes on when Edgar would jump in, using too much ammo when they know Edgar has a gadget to jump after he jumps. But other than that, I thought it was played okay. But yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more, I guess, patience when it comes to playing the 8-Bit comp.
Spoo, you mentioned earlier that you could compare Toxic Lotus to a Tribe Gaming, potentially also a Humble, those consistent teams in their regions. If they now don't make it into the LCQ, that would be a huge upset. Spoo?
I mean, I am a Toxic Lotus stan. I am not afraid to admit that. Someone's got to support them, but I think I'm honestly super happy to see that the level of mainland China has gone up by such a tremendous amount. A0 have really impressed me. I think something that the Colette personally, the patience from him and the Hypercharge, finding the perfect opportunity to chain off there really stood out to me in that game number 3. It looked like Toxic Lotus might run away from it, but as Livy pointed out, the lack of patience there, some of the Hypercharges by 8-Bit not really getting the value there, and then just opening up a little bit of vulnerability in their position to just get run over. That really stood out for me. It feels to me like, yeah, I mean, the more seasoned team is not playing as disciplined as expected.
I think you put it pretty perfectly. The level overall in mainland China has risen. So now Toxic Lotus, who used to dominate this region, is, yeah, on the same level as everybody else, pretty much. It's a super close matchup. I do think they can still turn this one around. I would love to see a set 5 today. But yeah, it's pretty even now, and we're gonna see very soon what else they're gonna show us here in terms of draft as well as overall competition. I do hope that in the end they get the best 2 representatives for their region. Trick of China is the first one, and they only came in as the 4th seed. So they are probably the biggest winner of this very unique format we have here in mainland China.
Yeah, I would suppose so. Trick of China have also just looked really, really great. I think that over the last several months, they've gotten to face all kinds of different teams to prove that they deserve to be in the top 4. I think you could make a similar argument for Iris Out, because they've made it to top 4 and they had a real shot at this. But to be able to simply be top 3 and then still only be a few matches away from going to LAN, and now being only 1 match away from being number 1 seed and just having a better group, is absolutely huge. So I like the way that this looks for Trick of China. We'll get to catch up with them later. For now, it is curious that we won't get to see Toxic Lotus actually face up against Trick of China in this finals, but they have to be able to defeat Ace0 at least once to prove that they are worthy of exiting the region. Otherwise, they still have beef that they haven't squashed here in their own region. They haven't fully battled out the demons and been able to break out in the correct way.
I have a question for Kanan. For Kanan. Big question for Kanan.
Yes.
You guys are basically them now, aren't you? I mean, you've lost a foot every step of the way this year, no? How is it a mental trap that you think they're in? Is Toxic Lotus actually the worst team, or is A0 just intentionally targeting them? Because we just saw them get annihilated by Trick of China, so it's not like they're Foot Esports theoretically and the strongest team in the region. How do you reset from this?
I definitely think there's something mental. We did beat them twice in the monthly qualifiers and monthly finals at the start of the season, and beat them as well in Brawl Cup, but they had a sub. The last few matches haven't really gone our way. But yeah, there's a bit of there's a mental block going on, because scrims go well against them just on the day of the match, where things kind of go south. So we're taking a break right now, and then we'll figure it out before Worlds, I'm sure.
How do you overcome a block like this? Maybe also for you, Livy, if you ever have this kryptonite, as we like to call it on broadcast, then how do you approach a team like that?
I think it's just, mental blocks are always something that's kind of a gray area for every player. It's definitely, it depends on the player, I think. And I think it boils down to having trust in your teammates. At the end of the day, that's all you can do. You can play your best and you can trust in your teammates. And if one of those things are lacking, then I don't think you are in the right headspace.
Is your kryptonite Team Electrus then? Because the one monthly grand final you won, they dropped out in the quarterfinals already. You never actually had to face up against them.
Yeah, I would say definitely that team has been the hardest to beat this year. Early in the year with Rafiki, we lost to them in round 1, and then we played Tribe round 1 the next month, and we lost to them. But then we got a revenge against Tribe in April when we won the whole month. And then we were really trying to get our revenge versus TE last month, and we went to double match point. So hopefully next month, if we meet, we can finally hopefully beat them.
Well, let's see if Toxic Lotus can get out of that headspace and can still prolong this one into a set 5. I think the 4 of you have all voted for Toxic Lotus in the end on the website, right? eventtheforces.com.
Not because I believed in it.
I'm not even on the event. I'm not even on the event side. I'll be real here, guys. I'm busy doing my job here. I've not got no time for these chaos drop things. My account is maxed.
You could do it ahead of time. You could do it yesterday.
You did say you vote for Toxic Lotus, though. That counts.
I vote with my heart. I am with you guys. I think A0 Kryptonite storyline. Love to see them make a comeback here, but A0 are they're really showing up to play here. And Toxic Lotus, it's tough for them. It looks like they just might be just slightly weaker today for whatever reason. And I mean, I still want to see them make the comeback. Yeah, I don't think it's out. I want to go to set 5 at the very least.
I just wanted to put that out there because in that case, I'm the only one who has voted for A0. I'm just always going to go with whoever looks better in scrims. Yeah. A0 is that team. It has turned out to be super wrong in many of the monthly finals in the past, but so far today it is coming true. So I just got my pin, so I'm very happy.
Look, like scrims matter, but they also don't. But they don't not matter. But they kind of don't matter. You know what I mean?
Scrims matter.
Scrims do matter because it gives you a good test of like, okay, how are they playing? But maybe the win rate is not going to tell you everything. But also like, again, just beyond scrim rate, when we look at how Ace0 has performed in this region historically and consistently month after month, they make it to the top. There was, there were a couple months that they didn't win, but they won for 3 consecutive months to go to Brawl Cup. And I don't think they like fell off after that or anything. I think the competition definitely got better. I don't know if there were necessarily flukes. I think it's interesting that Toxic Lotus did, managed to take just 1, but it was not because they faced Ace0. Okay, they still have to defeat them at least once. Again, they have unresolved business here in the Chinese mainland. They cannot go to lane. I would low-key say that they should not be allowed to go to a postseason if there's a team that they face every single time and can never beat.
Now I actually want to ask the 2 of you, do scrims matter, Kaner and Deslivy?
I think they do, because look at NA, Electros has a very, very high win rate. They're winning practically everything. Same with EU, but has a really, really high win rate. They're winning everything. When it came to Worlds the last 2 years, I don't remember the win rates of other teams, but I'm pretty sure Humble had the highest win rate at Worlds. Or at pre-Worlds the past 2 years, and we've done great in both of those events. So scrims do matter. Some people might say scrims are for trying out, people don't take it seriously, but I assure you everyone takes it very, very seriously.
Yeah, I'm just to add a little thing. I'm very much a believer in how you prepare is how you will perform. So if you take, depending on the player, there are some that don't take it as seriously as others, but if you take it as serious as possible, I think you are giving yourself the best chance on game day.
Draft already, guys. Series Lou on the one side, Gray, Gale, and Ross. I know that Kenny would be very happy about this. Which map are we on actually?
Layer Cake.
It is Layer Cake. Surprised to see Gale on a map like this one.
Yeah, I don't really see where the Gale pick comes in play, but we do see a Damien last pick there, so Gale is a really good Damien counter, and we saw A0 also picking up Sirius, which is a really good Damien counter. So right now, I think A0 has a very, very good comp on paper, and I think Toxic Lotus has to play really well to win this set.
Yeah, it's looking scary for Toxic Lotus. I think a lot of this is going to depend on the Damien and how well he times his jumps, and I think if he times them well, I think they're going to get the set win.
Okay, let's make this happen.
We're gonna have to see it. Oh, go ahead, ready. It's all right.
Little collision here as both teams are gonna butt heads too. Toxic Lotus only barely making it away with that blue star. Nearly was a 1-star lead for Ace Zero. This one really matters for Toxic Lotus. They need to tie up the match right here and now. And Ace Zero have the method. They have the Damien, and one of the best ways to counter it, the Sirius. They have not been able to break in just yet. They're trying to acquire territory by placing down these walls, but Toxic Lotus adapt really, really well. The jump pad also from Gale. You don't get to see that every day now, do you?
Yeah, it's interesting that they opted to go for that, and now that's Gray gonna be going in there onto Sirius, but there's too many shadows there. And on the backline, Toxic's gonna be frozen there, turned into ice there by the Lu. He does manage to escape away for a moment, but no, the clone comes in with the kill in the last second. Toxic Lotus on the backlines, drafting a very defensive comp. I don't know how they're gonna break into A0 with this.
Be challenging. Ace Zero have a lot of defense. The moment that they decide to, well, okay, I'm not sure that's going to do that much, but yeah, why not? Throw down a Grand Piano to open up a 1-block aperture. That makes this left side not possible to entirely block off, I suppose. Wall's coming down on the right side. Could be an opening. Stun for Gale. So many niche things coming out here. Okay, OU might have wanted to stay on top of that, but he was forced to slip away with that little ice ring thrown down by Galaxy. Now, unbeknownst to Toxic Lotus, he does have a hypercharge. It's okay. All of China knows you're here now with the hypercharge. Here comes a super in from Cold Drink and the subsequent kill. Toxic Lotus fire back with one of their own, and Engine's going to go for this solo with only a few seconds to go. Hypercharge style, but it's not going to do anything. Do you think they should have brought the Walking Cane instead?
I don't know, I think it's just so difficult. You gotta either get the bush control, breaking it out, and keep the map open, play for that rubs as the win condition. But this is Layer Cake. It's modern Layer Cake where you can't break them with the entire map. There's still gonna be unbreakable walls all the time. And I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I think A0 just have the comp here. It's so difficult for Toxic Lotus to play from behind. They need so much resources. They can't afford to feed the loose super. They gotta get Gale Hypercharge online and get like a big team wipe just at the perfect second. I don't know how they win this. It's heartbreaking for me to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little depressing. Is this how Toxic Lotus are gonna go down 3-1 against the opponent that they've been training for an entire year to take down? They just simply can't. And they have some unorthodox methods to do it too. Things are looking perhaps hopeful for Toxic Lotus so far. They do have the treat on top. OU needs the escape plan is the biggest issue. Last time he was rudely interrupted by Rude Lu as he tried to get on the jump pad and slipped away. Still waiting for the first move in. It's going to be a bit of bush break over here to further disrupt Ace Zero's spawn. They are positively Swiss cheesing their mid. But there's not really any method of entry for them just yet.
Great positioning there. From the side of Toxic Lotus, they're breaking out more and more of the map, and they're maintaining sort of bit of a spawn trap here, but now A0, they've been allowed a little bit of entry here on that left lane to come out here. We can see the entirety of Toxic Lotus trying to corral them into their base and successfully doing so, getting a pick off there. Still 2 more members left on the chopping block for them. A complete spawn trap here. An Engine finally springs the trap, goes in there. Coldring wants to return with retaliation kill of his own, gets one, but could be pinched out here. Good dodges from him. Almost no, can't get out there. And 15 seconds left for A0 to try to mount a comeback in this game.
10 seconds. Ace0 have no tools in their toolkit, and it's looking hopeless right now. Could see something from Cold Drink, but that wall that he put up only keeps OU safe. Toxic Lotus are still hanging on for dear life. In the face of a match point that could end their season, they still stand strong.
Tensions at maximum in the room there. You can almost see it through the screen there. Toxic Lotus do not want to bow out for a 4th time this year to their nemesis. But it just might happen here. Sirius once again gets a slow there onto Engine to kick things off. They should be able to secure this blue star. Now with the wall of sound coming down as well, blocking out Toxic Lotus. But they've got OU in the background there, being insidious and scary, jumping at the last second. No, but no, Galaxy chases him down there with the pinch. And that's going to be 3 stars going the way of Ace0.
And now the defense begins. Barely any time to break stuff open for Toxic Lotus. The primary oh, hold up. Yeah, I guess if you're that eager to get back to the battle, Engine, and it didn't really make anything happen at all. I suppose they didn't want Talk to get pressed into the right side. I think Engine really needs these Grand Pianos to break open the enemy spawn. I just don't see another method unless Talk is going to get a ton of supers over here and break it open that way. Wall down, further clots up this big causeway that Toxic Lotus need to get into Ace0 spawn, but again, they just can't seem to find an angle. Ace0 are holding them back quite effectively.
Galaxy is holding on to 3 stars and the blue, so a kill there would be going the other direction there for Toxic Lotus. They just need Galaxy or a double kill here to take a comeback here. Hyperchat Super could be going on to the Gale. That's a big resource that could have. But on the other side of A0, they've still got Galaxy Super to defend there, and only 30 seconds left on the clock. It's do or die for Toxic Lotus. Their LCQ dreams here that they have to fight for.
Everything on the line now, 15 seconds to make it happen. A hypercharge for OU. Coldring needs to jump away, opted not to. Could be a recovery. Galaxy gets it taken down, and a jump back for Cold Drink, but Toxic Lotus can afford this one. With 3 seconds left and a 1-star differential, Ace0 have nothing else that they can do. Oh, we're going to set 5. You better believe it. The dream may not yet be over. Toxic Lotus might finally be able to take down their demons.
This is what the entire desk wanted to see. We wanted to see a set number 5. Sunny, we've got a set 5 on our hands, and it's for everything. It's for glory, it's for storylines, and also it's for LCQ. I'm so excited.
It had to go this way, right? Both of these teams know they're hanging on by a thread. One last chance now, one last set to go to LCQ. I'm feeling it. Kanan, you must really feel strongly for these two teams. I mean, you've been in these positions before, maybe not LCQ with the team you have right now, but for World Finals, how does it feel to be in a position like this? One last set will decide over your postseason fate.
Yeah, set 5 with everything on the line is definitely very mentally draining. I'm sure Islevi has felt something similar before, but I can't believe they managed to pull that off. I thought A0 really had comp there, but all it took for Toxic Lotus to win was to play a bit slower and slowly chip away at 8-0.
Yeah, they got the Gale Hyper. That was a big thing for me. I didn't know if there was going to be enough time for him to get it, and he got it. And sure enough, he used it within 20 seconds maybe left in the game, and that was enough to get, I think, 2 kills. And while the Sirius cleaned up the dog on the right lane, really well played from them. I was not expecting that. I'm glad we get to see a set 5. My prediction is Toxic Lotus. I still think Toxic Lotus is going to pull this out.
Gale was a pick that none of us really expected, especially not on Layer Cake. You sometimes still see him on something like Dueling Beetles or so. If Gray is not available, play the jump bet, right? Maybe even Brawl with the Twister, he's a really good goalkeeper. But here in Layer Cake, I don't think I've seen him in the last 3 years on a bounty map. And it actually was what made them win in the end. Is that something you guys want to try in your scrims too?
I think they picked Gale preemptively because they saw the Sirius pick, which is a great Damien counter, so they knew A0 were looking to pick Damien last, and they did so anyways. But yeah, the Gale hypercharge that was given to him by the Ruff's power-up was very, very helpful and managed to help them win the set.
And I also think at the beginning of the entire show today, we talked about how China is known for picking things that might be a little bit more off meta, but they also make work. And I think this was a great example of picking a brawler that no one really expected to be picked and making it one of the key win conditions.
We're now heading into set 5. Spoon ready. It's going to be Gemfort, a map we haven't seen yet at all today. What do we get to see here? I personally would like to see some Bo. We haven't seen him at all yet today. I think he would be pretty good on a map like this one.
Bo, viable. One that sticks out to me that I would just love to see again because I've been deprived for a while is Finks. And I feel like if Bolt is in the conversation, then Finks actually would be a really good way of dealing it because you could completely arrest his momentum. This is like insane like shot calling right here, but if that ends up happening, I'm going to look like a galaxy brain. I would love to see it is all I'm saying.
Wait, is that how the interaction actually works?
Yes.
Like, he's a projectile.
No, it's the one that stops people in time. It completely stops Bolt. It's the only thing that I know of that can stop Bolt, like while he is immune to all CC. Because if you put him in like Quartz Shadow Realm, he keeps moving in the Shadow Realm. He just keeps going at the same speed. Oh yeah, it's a weird brawler. I played a bunch of him. I mean, not the pro level, but he's fascinating. I would love to see him make it through the bans.
I would not. I want to see clean Brawl Stars. I don't want to end off making a final call about some team that managed to cheese the other their way to LCQ. I want to see the better team win. I need to see dead 50-50 comps. Let's bring back the good old days of that. Skill testing things. You know, I mean, Fang would be fine, right? Like, we haven't seen a Fang yet.
It's not going to happen.
Still waiting for his Fang. It's not going to happen, not on this map. I don't know. Toxic Lotus here. This is a tough map for me, because looking at Gemfort, I have a lot of... Like, this is such a scary map, right? It's a map that you really can just get away from you. I think our panelists would agree on this. Like, you know, how do you guys feel about, you know, when your teams are competing on this map? Is this a map that gives you anxiety if it comes out as your tiebreaker map?
Yeah, I think so. It's quite bushy, so it's always scary playing on this map. If you lose control, it might be very, very hard to get that control back. And there's always a potential for assassins like Edgar or Mortis to kind of shine in maps like this. So, yeah, we don't really pick this map either, so it says volumes.
Yeah, it's the same here in NA. No one's thinking of gem grab and wanting to play some jump fort. No one's really wanting to do that. Yeah, if you lose control, it's really hard to get it back unless you have like a gray mid, which we like to do. There's a lot of different combinations you can do with gray on this map, whether it's an Ems or something more control based like a Sandy, or something more aggressively based like an Ashe or something like that. I don't know if China's going to go that route. I'm okay if Bolt slips past the... If Bolt is the decider for an LCQ spot, I'm here for it.
Thank you.
Both wouldn't pick this
You make
map.
a great
It is
point.
actually
Honestly,
the
yeah, great
random
point. Fine.
decider
Yeah,
in the end. Gemfort was
Fine.
picked randomly. It is going to be the tiebreaker for here. Spoo, you said you just want to see the better team win, therefore no Bolt. But honestly, draft is a very important part of who is the better team in the end. If you leave Bolt open, Star Nova as well, which Toxic Lotus at this point is known to do, that's kind of your own fault.
It's kind of Star Dragon's fault at that point. We'll just blame the coach, right, Kanan? We'll just blame the coach.
Yeah.
The coach is responsible. When the draft goes wrong, it's just the coach. It's not the players. We'll just fire him after this if they lose. And on the other side, we'll fire who's the coach of what's their name?
Of Ace Zero.
Zero here. They have a Cruz. Okay, we'll fire him instead. Yeah, but either way, if it really comes down to it, I guess one of these guys are getting, a boot here. But nah, that's not what I meant. I agree. I think the better team should win in all regards, right? But I want to see drafts from both sides drafting their best. And I think if both sides draft their best on a map like Gen 4, we will end up with a very back and forth series. I think we've seen a lot of historically extremely exciting nail-biter cinematic finishes happen on this map, and that is what I want to see.
It is super hard to get back into this map once you get pushed out. Now, either you can counter this to just open up the map, play something like a Brock or Colt even, just to make sure your team has a way to get out of spawn again. What else is there? Because once you're pushed out, once you're back in spawn, Kanan, it's so hard to get back into this.
Yeah, you have to find a way to push back in through either the use of vision gears or to kind of double stack the lane. Like you mentioned, the use of Griff, Stu, Ross to break the map is also very, very useful. But yeah, other than that, I think the map it rotates around getting mid control, and having that control in the middle is very, very important for the overall state of the game.
And I think if there's an aggressive brawler on this map, because of the bushes, I think if the aggressive, whether it's a Mortis or something like that, something with a broken hypercharge, if they're able to get it before, even if this means not having mid control, if they're able to get their utility before, obviously, like 10 gems or something, I think that team has a good chance at winning.
Radiant Spoo, the question I asked coming into today, which of these 4 teams actually gives China the best chance internationally? Is it gonna be Toxic Lotus, who bring in the most experience also at LAN, or does it finally have to be a completely new guard with Trick of China and potentially a Zero?
I'm gonna go with Trick of China here. I think that, like, there are mental blocks that can come into play on stage, but generally, they're the better team. It's been proved time and time again, so I'm gonna put my faith in them.
Yeah, I personally think it's gonna, come down to the wire, but I would like to see Toxic Lotus make it through, so that at least we have one old and one new team coming in to the lands. A0 coming in would be bad as well, but I think as Livy already said, he isn't scared of either of these teams.
Draft now. This is your realm, Kanan and Livy.
Looking like a Bolt might be in play here. That is very, very exciting. But looking at and the BB, I don't know how this is gonna go. Livy, what do you think?
Yeah, this is gonna be another wild match. I need the Bolt to win at this point. This is the 3rd time I think Bolt's been. Yes. I need the Bolt to win for LCQ.
0% win rate so far on this brawler. We have a Lu who can freeze him. On the other side, I do think that's quite a good counter to him. There was the second brawler. I forgot the BB. The BB is also quite good against him, knocking him out of his speed. So I do think they have everything needed to deal with the brawler. As I said, in the end, it's your own fault, Toxic Lotus, if you're not banning out these new brawlers. Let's see if A0 can make them work.
It is exactly what I wanted. It is just what I was hoping for. Showing the Bolt a silver one at that. Don't think... Well, did Cold Drink mean to about face there on the right side? Looks like he got intel on who's on the left. Going to be keeping a watchful eye. Lu is a good way of dealing with Bolt. He's not as strong as he used to be. He only has 1 second of invincibility, or excuse me, invulnerability to stuns. But he still has a ton of damage, and Tox's going to find himself dashing right into a world of pain, into that electric, shocking trail that Bolt leaves behind.
And Talk is stuck inside the enemy base, no way out, pinched up from all 3 lanes, and every single gem going to be going over to the side of A0. That's the danger of this map. Another jump there from Cold Drink, but it's going to be turned into ice here in the mid. Just skitters away, though. Talk couldn't catch him in time there. The entire team low here. Could be an entire team wipe here. There's one for Cold Drink, tried to go for another. But 7 gems, now 8 on the side of A0. They are dominating this series.
This was the method, everyone. It is Bolt to keep everyone alive. It's being played so effectively. Guys, it's not a solo brawler. There has to be support. And it's been enough of a distraction to allow Pearl to just run amok. Need to see some more damage here. A hypercharged Pearl. It's a double swing with a knockback for BB, but still can't seem to secure a kill. Now, with the Bolt expiring in Ace Zero's spawn, it only got more dominant for them. Yes, Countdown has been postponed just a little bit, but he can run everywhere with his hypercharged super. Looking for more. Pushed back by Engine, and a huge hypercharged super for BB, but it simply won't be enough. Talk cannot hold this together. And ladies and gentlemen, we're once again heading on to a match point in favor of Ace Zero.
It's really just gonna come down to a ball, isn't it, Reddy? It really is just coming down to a single Bolt here, and, you know, as Livy said, what a way to secure the LCQ. If it is the one time in mainland China that it works, but I wouldn't count out Toxic Lotus just yet. I think that their comp has the tools that is needed to deal with this pesky ball. They were in mid control for the entirety of the game. They just kind of lost control there, and it was very difficult to get back in the mid, but they've changed up their focus. They're ignoring the ball now and sending Engine to just go and, you know, do some ball things of his own.
Was this the method? Oh my gosh, this man knows how to play the sphere. Escaping with the use of his super because he knows that he's going to get it back with a surprise attack on the left side. You just have such long lines that you can roll down completely undetected. Ace Zero continue to hold the control on the rest of the map. However, Toxic Lotus are getting control in their own right. Need to see the super. Cold Drink did not intend to lose all of his speed there. Look at the immunity to CC. He was completely immune for an entire second there. OU wasn't able to freeze him. And while he didn't get the kill, you can understand why this brawler is so strong thanks to that one star power.
Damage immunity do come in handy there up against Cold Drink. I mean, OU surviving that just by a hair with that thanks to hypothermia. There we go, frozen in place this time. The Bolt has been dealt with. It's a dominant showing for them as OU throws out that hypercharge super. Should be able to get Galaxy down here. No, not in time there. Push there away from Pearl, and the timing from Cold Drink just coming back here to support his team, and we're back to a tied game.
Toxic Lotus have a real shot here. They just need to keep their distance from Cold Drink. In with the super at max HP. It's looking deadly. Engine with a double knockback onto Cold Drink. Just wonderful BB tech at play. Toxic Lotus need to fight for survival now. It's very possible for Talk. He's holding all 10 gems, and he can cycle the supers, but the burn is looking devastating. Has to go up the field instead, keeping the distance from Pearl, forced to break the wall, and no contact. Oh, it just got even more serious. And I want you guys to note that there were 123 spectators. That's not counting you guys. The world is watching Toxic Lotus and Ace Zero. Who's going on to a postseason and who will be forgotten in 2026?
Toxic Lotus, they're this close to breaking the curse here. No jinxes from me. Ace Zero could make history and deny another dynasty from forming here. Eliminating Toxic Lotus here from the China mainland. It's going to come down to this game. One roll will do it all. Will Cold Drink find it this time? Talk, though, he is sidestepping Cold Drink very, very well here. It's a similar start there from that game number 2, with Toxic Lotus taking full control inside the mid, taking that early gem lead, but I wouldn't hold my breath. It's just one good push that Ace Zero need to snatch this control right away from Toxic Lotus.
Keeping the distance so far from Cold Drink. Talk doesn't have the damage, but he does have the jukes. Man put some ice skates on the ball today. 2 more gems is all they need. Holding down control very effectively. Talk, though, is just a sneeze of damage away from being taken down. It's getting desperate, going all the way to the enemy side. This is enemy territory. Taken down. That's 10 gems on the ground. Ace Zero with the total robbery.
A disaster for Toxic Lotus. Talk was absolutely carrying this game, managing to hold the backline, kiting Cold Drink so incredibly well. They will try to deny Ace Zero LCQ. Talk with a final attempt, but no! Ace Zero! The curse will not be broken today. The young dragons rising from the east will end the Toxic Lotus dynasty and qualify for the last chance qualifier.
The Chinese mainland's prodigal sons will leave Toxic Lotus in the dust, completely undefeated by this team throughout the entire year. I wonder if we'll even get a cam on Toxic Lotus. It's got to be a desolate wasteland on that half of the room. Just saddening to see this bastion of the Chinese mainland region now not going to a postseason for the first time in a long time. By the way that they're looking at the match already, you can tell that we're in the denial stage.
They're analyzing the match already. They're not quite sure yet how that could happen, how they're not moving into the LCQ. This was the best performing Bolt we've seen all day. It was a huge risk to pick him up. After all, he had a 0% win rate today, this new brawler. But Cold Drink made him work in the end. We did tell them in their set against Trick of China, maybe pick up Pearl and Bolt together instead of Shelly and Bolt together. I guess they listened to us, guys. They definitely are watching the English stream. Who's caught? But yeah, I do think that this comp worked out a bit better. It almost looked like it's gonna stay at a 0% win rate, though, not gonna lie. It looked like Toxic Lotus found their way in game 2 and 3 as well, Ganon.
Yeah, commiserations to Toxic Lotus and congratulations to our second LCQ candidates from mainland China, A0. That was a great Bolt performance from Cold Drink. And overall, I think great performance from both teams, but the overextension there at the end might have costed them an LCQ slot.
Yeah, I mean, especially the first game, I thought the Bolt played perfectly. Toxic Lotus made the right changes in games 2 and 3. They just kind of ignored the Bolts and focused on the other two at the beginning, and that got them like an 8-0 gem lead both games. But yeah, like you said, Kanan, the overextension at the end really was just a little bit too much for them to cost, and then that ultimately costed them that game. Yeah, it's really sad to see Toxic Lotus lose, but also congrats to A0, as I think it's some of their first times going to a LAN, so that's quite exciting.
Yeah, they did play in the Brawl Cup, but this is only their second time right now.
Okay.
So really big fat congrats to them. Yeah, the Bolt played in the end phenomenally on Cold Drink. We had to see him being picked up 3 times for him finally getting a win today. A0 looked pretty good across the board. Toxic Lotus in that game 3 did have control for the longest time, but as you guys put it, just a little overextension at the end. It had to go down to a double match point set 5er between those two teams, though. So, Reddy, you said in the middle of the cast that they're gonna be forgotten now. Come on, nobody's gonna be forgotten after that. The fat GGs to Toxic Lotus as well. They fought really hard today.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they really gave it their all in the end. I got to give props also to Talk, formerly known as White, for really, really trying to hold it together in the final few seconds. If he just had like a little bit more ammunition, could actually have possibly interrupted that countdown, clutched it up. But you saw the plays from Ace Zero looked amazing. They were tanking for each other, distributing the damage. They won it. They deserved it. This is not a fluke. They've proven it so many times that they deserve to be in a postseason over Toxic Lotus.
Spoo for you as well. They're now going to Guangzhou. They're staying in their home region. A0 gets another chance. You called them the young dragons. At the same time, Trick of China are the even younger dragons, right? They haven't played in a LAN so far this year.
Well, if you think about it, Trick of China was a team that did come into the year touted as the second highest potential of the region. And they showed up at the end when it really mattered. They were the most dominant team here today. They will get to play one more time against Ace Zero and, show us as to whether that spanking we saw earlier, that 3-0 was really deserved, or if, Ace Zero, they plotted this out. Their master plan was to always, play them twice and then, win in the grand finals instead and snatch seeding right from underneath them. We'll have to just wait and see. But no, Trick of China, the name has some homage. We will not be seeing Talk, the player, go to a LAN, but his legacy lives on.
TOC will go there. It is actually super interesting to me how we have such a different format here in China, where we have monthly finals, they play for a leaderboard, but that is only a seeding for then a group stage in an elimination stage. And today we have this double elimination bracket where TOC comes in as the only 4th seed. In the lower bracket, we now just had number 1 and 2 seeds. They lead the region by a whopping 100 points, each of them. I mean, it showed here as well, 3-2 in the end. Those two are very evenly matched. Does Trick of China just have a better day today and so they make it into LCQ? Or is this format overall actually something we should have a look at also for other regions?
I think that if we were to see this in other regions, it would have to be with a shorter season, right? I think that with the season being shorter in the Chinese mainland, then it makes sense to have things cap off with this like epic finale. But in other regions, I personally like the format that we have currently with President Monthly Finals. I feel like it's very opinion based.
Spoo, you seem to have an opinion? No?
I have no thoughts. No thoughts at all. Zero thoughts.
No shorts thoughts that you can share?
Not in a position to have opinions. I'm just a caster. I just sit here and you tell me the format and I will talk about the format. That's totally all that I do.
What do our experts think then? Would you like to have a format like this where it comes down more to just today's performance and not really the whole leading up to this with the leaderboard?
I think teams who perform well over the course of the season would rather the format we have currently. So I'd say that. But teams who are lower in the seedings and might want something like this format we have in mainland China, so that they can get an opportunity to go to lands, get an opportunity to kind of show out for themselves for the region.
Completely agree. There's not much to say. I guess like players that are consistent throughout the year are going to. It wouldn't feel like much of a reward if a lower seeded team made it over maybe a more well-deserving team that just had a bad day. I don't know how to say it. I hope you know what I mean. But it could be like a good team that's been consistent throughout the year, for example, and they had a bad day and they lost to a lower seeded team and that was a difference maker on a postseason or not, that might not feel the best.
We do have figured out there are 2 teams to represent China right now, but we're not done just yet. We have to figure out who will go to Group A, who will go to Group B in the LCQ. So stay tuned for our grand final.
You don't have to. What are you waiting for? This number now! Nobody will go later on. Okay, yes, and it. Yes! Money, money, money! Money? Oh well, aloha!
心如止水，方能愿者上钩。出身于新妙乐园的阿宪，天生就拥有超出常人的力量。本期秒懂英雄带来的是剑刺与风姬之子阿宪。阿宪普通攻击愿者上钩分为2种模式，普通单点的情况下，阿宪向前挥杆攻击造成范围伤害，而长摁蓄力则可以向远处抛杆并造成伤害。蓄力时间越长，抛杆越远。蓄力攻击命中墙壁或者英雄时，可以把自己拉向目标，在最大蓄力时，甚至可以跳过墙壁。阿宪超级技能水花四溅，阿宪的普通攻击命中英雄的同时还能钓到鱼，作为充能资源，并增强超级技能的范围与伤害。当阿宪使用超级技能时，会跳向目标位置，同时潜入水中，召唤一只巨鱼，造成范围伤害，并消耗所有普攻累计的鱼。阿宪升至7级时，钓鱼佬出现雏形。一妙句鲜鱼寿司，阿宪可以食用普攻积累的鱼而恢复生命值，最多一次性可以食用3条。2妙句天罗地网，阿宪丢出自家特制渔网，将首个命中的敌人禁锢短暂时间，造成少量伤害，而角色达到9级。家传秘术让阿宪彻底远离空军，一星辉 浑水摸鱼。阿宪使用超级技能命中敌人时，还可以钓到3条鱼。2星辉忍者风范，阿宪的普攻命中敌人时，还会提升移动速度。课后总结：年纪轻轻的就染上了钓鱼，顽皮的阿宪继承了完美的钓鱼技术，但是这不影响他也是一名合格的忍者。福利时间到，本周末将会上线阿宪专属幸运日，各位斗士们完成每日胜利对局即可获得阿宪英雄宝箱。让我看看哪些欧皇单抽出奇迹，发在评论区让大家沾沾欧气吧。好了，本期秒懂英雄内容到此结束，下期登场的英雄会是谁呢？快来评论区留下你的本命英雄，咱们下期再见。
POC and Ace Zero are keeping their World Championship dreams alive by securing their LCQ slots. Now we're going to find out who's going to Group A and B respectively by finding out who is going to be seed 1 and 2. I'm going to bring back Spoo, Reddy, Kanan, and Aslevi, who are chilling in a call with me today. Aslevi, for example, who wants to know who he is potentially going to face up against in the LCQ. North America seed 1 will face up against China seed 2. Who are you hoping for at this point?
I mean, I think it's bad luck saying who I want to play, but for for casting's sake, for the broadcast, I think I would rather play Ace Zero. I don't really have too many reasons on why. I just think I would rather play them. It's just like a gut feeling, you know?
Okay, these are the maps that we're gonna see in the series. You said Trick of China, so let's see if they're actually gonna end up losing to Ace Zero. Heart of Mine is a map we've seen a couple of times already. Pinhole Punt seems to be the favorite in this region, has been picked up almost every single time when we get to see Brawl, Dry Season, Kaboom Canyon, and Ring of Fire. We haven't seen Kaboom Canyon today either, so I hope we get to see at least a set 4 here already.
It would be interesting. Do you think the Frank and Surge band's going to be an important component of that? Yeah, it seems to be the most. Is something going on?
Frank.
Like, is there an inside joke that I'm missing, or did these two images like get stuck there or something, and we can't figure out how to remove them? Why is it that so consistently Frank and Surge are banned in tandem? It boggles my mind.
That would be my first question now if I would get a chance to speak to the winner of today's match. Why are you banning Frank in every single round? I think it was the global ban in every single match today except one. That is insane. How are you two rating Frank, Aslevi and Kanan?
Well, I think it might be Ace Zero's pocket pick. They picked against us on Hideout at the Brawl Cup this year, and I think it's been banned against them every single set today.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know. I guess Ace Zero is like the best Frank team in the world. I'm not sure, but yeah, I guess it's just their kind of specialty pick, and I kind of wish I could see it. I mean, it's been banned every time. I kind of wish I could see it because I'm uncultured and uneducated when it comes to how good they are at Frank. But we'll see how it goes.
You'll see it. You'll see it at LCQ, unless I mean. I'd rather not that for your sake. I'd rather you get to not see it, which means you go to Worlds. Cough, cough. Haha, please. But somebody will see it. Eventually, we'll see Ace Zero in the postseason. I'm sure if no one did their homework, they'll get to feel the Frank.
That is probably like banning out the Barry against Humble. That's what Fruit Esports did in the past. On the side of Vetic, what is your pocket pick that people want to ban against you?
Recently we've been playing a lot of Barry and Gray. I don't know if we have like a specific. I mean, in the past it's been either Mina or Mortis, just because Ducky and Bilal are really good at those brawlers. But recently it hasn't been so much of those two.
I know against Reddy I would probably just ban Bolt.
Okay, well, look, I'm not like a Bolt merchant or something like that, but I do really like him. I do enjoy the Bolt. I feel like if I were a comp player, I would be finding every place to play Bolt. It's just something about him that has my dopamine receptors firing so constantly. It's not even that it's just, the latest and greatest brawler in the game. It's just the movement and the flow state of playing is so addictive. If you haven't played much Bolt, I would highly suggest giving him a try and figuring him out because, he's like not that intuitive of a brawler, actually, but is incredible fun to play once you get accustomed.
It's a really zen brawler. You just get to roam around the map. You don't really care about anything else. It's a bit annoying if some stuns are coming in. We saw Pearl, for example. Super annoying. He just, blocks out your path. You just want to roll around the map and have some fun, right? We have 2 berry lovers, it seems, on the panel today. And we didn't get to see Barry very often, yet I feel like on Hard Rock Mine he could actually have some great showings today, maybe together with a Fang.
Yeah, there's been one
they-
person that's been shouting out the Fang repeatedly throughout the day, and it just like has not materialized. What is happening? Has the meta just shifted? Like, is there just not a spot for Fang anymore? This is something that you clocked as Levy, so I'm curious, like, in what context you saw the Fang so frequently.
I mean, I was just watching a bunch of streams from last month, the month before. I just kept seeing it. I saw it on Hard Rock Mine. I saw it on Pinhole Punts. I don't know if I'm watching the wrong streams or what, but I kept seeing Fang, and now I'm not seeing it. So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, well, meta has shifted, evidently, and it's going more in the direction of the new stuff, basically. Maybe just like not really room for him to do much in the age of 8-bit and Pearl basically everywhere, huh?
Ready? Could we maybe have another
balls.
look at the LCQ distribution once again, what it actually means for these two teams if they come out on top here? Seed 1 goes up against East Asia Seed 1, EMEA Seed 2, and then South America Seed 1. Do you think there is a chance for any of these two teams actually saying, we actually want Seed 2 at this point? We want to go in Group A.
I mean, you're looking at probably facing Foot, Team Electros, and whoever goes through Challengers, which, I mean, it could be any number of teams at the moment, as Challengers is like an alternative route for teams that are kind of like on the cusp of going to the last chance qualifier anyway.
I mean, Foot and Team Electros are not gunning to LCQ.
Yeah, that's true. I looked at seed number 1 and my brain short-circuited. You'll have to excuse me.
That makes sense after 6 hours of broadcasting already, heading into draft. And now, as I mentioned before, we are in Hard Rock Mine. Kanan, take it away here. What do you think of the draft?
We see an Otis pick here and a Girl pick, which is very, very interesting considering the team. Ooh, Bolt's coming out again. That'd be lovely to watch. Yeah, cold drink on the Bolt. I'm sure he'll make some magic out of it.
I have seen the Buzz and Bolt matchup. The Buzz stun is good into Bolt as long as the Bolt doesn't have super. Obviously, we see they listen to Sunny. They took the Pearl and the Bolt because they know that Pearl, I guess, is too good into Bolt. So we'll see. We'll see if it works on Hard Rock. I think it's 0 for 2 on Hard Rock so far, so we'll have to see.
Bolt could fall off again after he finally won his first match, picked up for the 4th time now. Ready? How are you feeling? Is this going to be another Bolt round, or is his win rate going to drop back to 30% after this?
Yeah, because I think he's at 30. If we were just looking at a set-by-set basis, we're looking at a 33% win rate for him right now. So we could see him shoot up to 50 or go down to 25. What's going to happen? I'm always going to put my money on Bolt. Doesn't matter. Well, actually, it is.
You're a
trick of
Bolt
China.
merchant, Ready.
Stop
Just
calling me a
admit it.
merchant, man. You wouldn't know.
You're a
You wouldn't know the
Bolt
power of
merchant.
Bolt if it smacked you right in the face, like it's about to annihilate this crow. Check this out. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
It wasn't even a
Womp
trade.
womp.
Okay, well, look, I will not insert myself further into this. This is a very important match, Spoo. This is for seed number 1. It's Trick of China, who have been dominating the region lately, versus Ace Zero, who have had the most consistent number 1s in the region, though that was in the first half of the season.
Coldrey's gonna get an easy kill there, just running down the Crow there, but Dynamite in the backline was able to scoop up all the gems for the side of Talk. It's not a good gem carry to have, but I mean, in all honesty, it is the most stalwart brawler to deal with against that Bolt. Yeah, he doesn't mind going into this now, just kind of forcing the issue to getting the stun there and getting out. It's a good resource to, you know, just burn that Bolt super for now, give your team a little bit of safety, but he is still at large.
I love the Buzz matchup into Bolt. I think it's one of the greatest ways to deal with him. Also, it's just like a pocket pick for Hard Rock Mine. But still, can you actually chew through all of that HP? It is a countdown for Ace Zero right now. TOC have the method, though. Dynamite will be rocketing up the field, hypercharge style. He's only got a few seconds to go, and he will not be able to catch Cold Drink by the looks of things. He's just too speedy. You cannot catch up to the Bolt at max speed. Not when he's in a super, especially, where he gets, I think, plus 15 per... Whoa! Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. 15% extra max speed, I believe.
You guys can't see it, but we can see the cams of all the panelists. So even off camera, we know their reactions. I turned my head to 2 panelists after watching the Bolt delete the buzz, and it was just a grin on both sides of their lips, and Kanan just licked his lips, and it was just like, yep, that's the Brawl Stars we've got to deal with in the next monthly finals. Folks, it's a teaser for now. You've got practically an unbeatable brawler. China is still figuring it out as we speak, but it's only game number 1. I wouldn't give Coldring too much credit just yet. It looks like they've changed up the strategy. Just ignore the ball, let the ball do ball things, and try and play regular Brawl Stars 2 versus 3 in the back.
Ace Zero applying the ball differently. On the right side onto Dynamite, super in. Dynamite being very patient, didn't even use his super. He knows to wait for the end of that 1 second immunity window for CC that Coldrink's going to get as part of the star power. Dynamite also just trying to do more, can't even take down the Pearl, but the rest of the team will be able to deal with this Bolt quite handily. It's night and day compared to last game. Dynamite has decided it's not really worth it to spend all of his effort only on the Bolt. This teamwork on the right side has worked out wonderfully for Ace Zero, though, with Galaxy getting a mute. And now the countdown begins for TOC. A hypercharge out for Griff. Coldrink on the right side getting a little bit of destruction and a countdown interruption.
Still 9 gems to them. The Bolt is taken down here. Good play there from the Griff, spotting him out there. Dynamite will scoop up the last gem forcefully here. And Galaxy, beautiful stun from him. Almost gets the Griff down. Coldring should be able to clean this up, but no! Burst damage from Griff, just too much to deal with there. And that should be Talk easily getting this countdown, this nice strategic adaptation to, you know, I call it the ignore the Bolt protocol. Go for backlines instead, working out for them.
I mean, if they are able to beat the ball, I think we can officially say that they have ball knowledge. I mean, maybe all of China knows, because this could very well be a 25% win rate for Bolt in situations where it looks very viable to play him, but like into Griff, Griff's going to be getting a bunch of damage, and Buzz is also going to be getting those stuns. Getting a visual on where Dynamite is. They don't actually know. Coldrink knows that he's on the right side now, so it's time to spring into action, go for this Crow who's on 1 tap. That is how much damage he does. Legitimately, he could get that kill on Griff. It circled around. That was definitely the wrong move since he was 1 tap. But Ace Zero, they don't really care about that. It's just about getting the super for Bolt, and that is when he gets really devastating.
Oh, and the 360 turnaround bonk onto him, now turning over to the Crow. It looks like the way that I'm looking at Bolt, I'm totally not taking notes for my own games here, but it's like for Bolt, there is an element of greed here. It's good to go for 1 kill. If you go for a second, you kind of just get deleted here. Goes in for the Crow there, but just took too much chip damage there from the Griff. They are still leading there in gems, and Dynamite there steps up to play. Beautiful super there from the Griff, catches out 2, and it's just Coldring against the world now.
Yeah, good to see that Coldrink was part of that team fight, that he'll be instead going completely solo on TOC. It's one of the drawbacks of Bolt is that so often you are away from the rest of your team. 5 seconds left, and Ace Zero have pretty much nothing. Coldrink will come in with a super, but it is far too late, and would not have done really anything there. The ball will fall down to a 25% win rate here in the China Finals, where he's been played 4 times total.
Yep, the ball. I'm happy for it. I don't like the ball. I'm
well,
a
the ball doesn't
hater.
like you either.
I think we're figuring things out, and I think our panel will agree that this was a very entertaining game to watch. But whether it was educational, I think I'll let Sunny and the panel decide.
Entertaining for sure. Educational. I mean, so far we've learned that picking up Bolt is actually super, super risky. A0 just comes out of a gem grab set where they win with the ball. Now it didn't work out for them. Why is it that, yeah, he seems to work out less often than not?
I think there's very specific situations where Bolt gets value, and this just wasn't it. In games 2 and 3, Talk heavily pushed into A0's base. We saw this earlier with Toxic Lotus against Talk as well. Just focusing on the other 2 and letting the Bolt do its own thing is probably how you'd approach facing a Bolt.
Yeah, I think when like a primary win condition is Bolts on a map like Hard Rock Mine, I don't think that's the way to go. I think the educational value I got from this is that Bolt's not it when it comes to a win condition on Hard Rock Mine. I can see it if it's into something squishy, but I think it's just a little bit too easy to counter right now.
It was actually the second try already. Hard Rock Mind was played in the final of the upper bracket, which was also Trick of China versus A0. Trick of China won that one 3-0. They also won the Hard Rock Mindset. Back then we had this Shelly Bolt comp. I did like the approach a bit better now, picking up the Pearl again. We mentioned that that might be a good solution. It worked on Gem Fort against Toxic Lotus now. Right now it didn't work. Maybe Trick of China is also just a better team. They beat them 3-0 before. Maybe Bolt could work out better if it wasn't against this team, you know? I'm excited to see some more of this brawler. Again, this is the first time we ever see him in a final of the BSC. So yeah, Bolt might not be too bad ready, so don't cry just yet.
Okay, whatever. Look, I'm not crying.
Okay, whatever.
I'm not upset. I just like seeing this guy played, and I know that not everyone is going to enjoy it, especially if you've been playing a lot of ladder, because Bolt is kind of the current pollution. What? Okay, what's up, Spoo? You got something to say, man? Just say it. Just say it.
Yeah, I play a lot better. I've been getting flattened by this guy. I have a very low % win rate against this guy. And I'm gonna say it. I think Star Nova is less cancer than this brawler because it has completely changed the way you think about the game. I mean, it's not just gem grab that. So far, we've seen him in gem grab. That seems to be like the safest place to run because it's like a long mode. I want to see people take the risk and bring this guy into like a knockout series, you know, where it's really just like one mistake. You slip in, this guy rolls your team over, and you're left thinking to yourself, wait, what could we have done? Like, this is the type of feeling that you have. It feels unfair to play against, but then you guys have pointed out rightly so, it's got a 25% win rate, so surely it is still very skill testing.
I feel like you have to develop an internal timer against him where you focus on the gameplay, then, Bolt is rolling around again, let's try to stun him or just ignore him, whatever, let's just try to dodge him. And then you focus back on the gameplay, picking up those gems left and right, and then, Bolt is coming around again, be ready to stun the guy. And so far, Trick of China seems to know exactly how to face this brawler. They faced him a couple of times today, and they came out on top every single time. We're now heading over to Pinhole Punt, another map that we've seen. Actually, is it? Yes,
we've seen it.
Punt, another map that we've seen
a lot
in this matchup. A0 versus Trick of China played on the map before. We talked about it a little bit before, Kanan and the Slivy, how maybe they don't want to face A0 right now. Trick of China might hope Toxic Lotus wins because they know exactly what they play here. They played Star Nova, Stu, and Chester. Would you in this position now ban one of these three brawlers?
Potentially. I'd like to see a more aggressive approach from A0, potentially bringing out the Kenjis, the Edgars, just something different rather than playing full control on this map.
Yeah, I also think, I mean, I would ban the Star Nova. It's too good, in my opinion, to leave open on this map, and especially if you've already seen a team win with it. You don't want to let them win with it twice. I think that would be kind of a waste of a set. Unless they've got a rock-solid plan that they're going to go against the Star Nova, I would probably ban it.
Another approach would be to maybe just let them have the same exact comp, but pick something completely different yourself that you know will do better into it. We saw the Chester come out of Trick of China that we kind of questioned a little bit. It worked out better than expected into that Ashe. He struggled with those mice, but yeah, I don't expect him to come out again. We talked about aggression. Is this the time for Fang?
I mean,
I'm already so tired of this.
Eventually.
I think it's gotta happen. I think it's got to happen. I didn't pay attention to which team was picking it when I was watching, but I thought every team was, so I don't know. I'm giving up on my Fang dreams, to be honest. I'm satisfied with the Bolt gameplay
You
I've
don't
watched
have
today.
to, yeah. We get to see at least 2 more sets. We got to see Bolt already now. We got to also believe in that Fang for you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, we've got at least 2 more sets, so it's entirely possible we'd have to see some like bounty action. We're talking like shooting star or something like that. It could be possible on, I guess we're moving to pinhole punt also. So I mean, maybe, just maybe. It's curious because I feel like we haven't even seen some of like the normal stuff that we see on this map, like a Leon and an Ems to get into mid. It's been like, well, here comes 8-bit because he wasn't banned out for some reason.
And where's the Megs? Where's the
Yeah.
EMEA?
Where is she?
Where's the EMEA, like, you know, like hacks, right? I think Meg is pretty hacks right now, IMO. I don't know, is it the patch that they're playing on? Was there a secret nerf that China got that we didn't? But we're not seeing it. And I mean, I think Meg is hyper versatile right now. He's not even that bad into the bolt. Correct me if I'm wrong even. So it's kind of like, okay, I mean, interesting that mainland China's just not valuing it. Looks to Kanan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I
we all
mean,
do.
I think Meg is very strong on pinhole, and as you said, her high DPS allows her to hypothetically play into bolt very well, and I'm assuming her gadget cancels bolt's momentum as well, which might be very helpful. But yeah, pinhole pun as we're heading into draft. We see a Otis first pick, which is quite normal. And a Buster Amber in return as a response. Is Livy?
Yeah, so this is a more standard draft so far. Otis is a safe first pick. The Buster's a little bit different. Okay, we've got Poco Butt. So this is the aggressive comp I've been waiting to see on this map. I'm curious as to what TOC... Okay, 8-bit. Alright, well, I mean, this is a great 8-bit game. If it was actually picked last, that's kind of shocking to me. But I mean, it's going to depend on how many shots this 8-bit hits. I don't know what gadget the Poco's going to run because there's an Amber, but I don't know. This one's going to be interesting. But if I had to pick one comp that I had to favor, I'd probably pick the 8-bit just on paper right now.
Kanan, you wanted to see a Poco come in. Are you happy, and are you thinking that this is also the better comp now?
I'm happy, but I don't think they should have left 8-bit open because 8-bit has a really free matchup right now into A0's draft.
Heading into the match here, TOC has the chance to extend the lead into a 2-0 A0. Come on, we want to see a bit of a closer match in our finals than in the semi.
Could still be a Trick of China sweep. A0 did look hopeful, but they kind of had to rely on Bolt, which they were not able to succeed with. It feels like Bolt is a strong brawler, but the execution wasn't there, and A0, this has become kind of characteristic of their team where they get good drafts and then just like fail to use it properly. So far, TOC have fallen back quite a bit, but it seems to definitely be the move. Dynamite is able to get this kill over on the right side. They still have not been able to push into mid. The hypercharge for Poco is going to suppress them yet more. Dynamite with 1, 2, and 3 on Poco and a super to show for his efforts.
And now just walking it in here, the Buster should be able to force this one, actually being patient there, passing his teammates over there. The 8-bit now with the speed and the damage kind of couldn't find the opportunity to put the ball in there. Cold Drink did manage to intercept it, now cornering the ball. There was an excellent defense there from the side of A0, but Talk, they're not relenting just yet. Dynamite's already back, passing the ball over to him. It took a while to get there, but they finally got the goal in.
Number 1 for Trick of China. Here's the hypercharge for Ace0, and that was the hypercharge for Ace0, and that was also Cold Drink on the right side as he's turned into a fine red mist. Just one walkthrough is all they need, and guess what? 8-bit gets a touchdown. The slowest brawler in the entire game gets to walk things to the enemy side relatively unscathed.
Talk showing that they are still the top of their game here in China. They got a 3-0 earlier in that upper bracket final qualifying there for LCQ. They're continuing their dominance here against Ace0. This is the matchup that they've played against. You know, they've beaten them in June. They've beaten them in the elimination round. And today they just might beat them not once, but twice to secure that number 1 seeding. This comp is just looking so dominant. I mean, it's just impossible to dodge the onslaught of attacks here from Talk. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it isn't over just yet.
Talk have only grown stronger with that last win. It's like they have the confidence that this matchup is totally indomitable. A pass up to Dynamite lets him walk this one in, and Ace0 have almost nothing to show for pretty much being walked into constantly. It's Cold Drink immediately being lasered by 8-bit, and there's a plugged-in star power as well. It's mid-dominance for TOC so far.
At least the Buzz is going to be trying his best to stop this one on the left lane here. Got a kill and jumped back there to save it. Cauldron once again playing keeper there for A0. Buying them a second shot here. They're going to take away this turret there inside the mid. But Dynamite back inside center control. It's still A0 that are behind, but just so much here.
Hypercharge for Ace Zero. It's the Buzz around the right side. He gets disintegrated in the end, but one of his compatriots falls. Should be a goal for TOC, rather Ace Zero. TOC unable to defend it in the face of that Otis mute. Rollout for TOC, however, looks promising. 2 hypercharges strong. Ace Zero can only fire back with a Buzz that doesn't really have that much HP. Dynamite's looking for the interaction, knows that he can stun in mid-super to get extra value, but it's going to be challenging, and the closer that Dynamite gets to his own super, the less risk this poses. Does have a super now, and they've dealt with the Buzz issue with a hypercharge forward for Amber. They have the angle that they need. Everyone falls in a row. Need to see the stun for Buzz, but Dynamite had it just in time. Lock it away, friends. It's set number 2 for TOC. Everyone regards him as regional number 1, and they're about to put that in writing.
And they don't even look impressed with themselves. It's just another day at work for them. Coach is even chilling in the back there using his phone there. Meanwhile, on the side of, A0, they don't look too disappointed themselves. Yeah, it's the smile on the face of the coach. I wonder what's the thought process going through their head. Curious to see what the panel thinks about that too, Sonny.
I'm too, especially as Livy, who wanted Trick of China as their opponents. Watching them today, though, do not feel like it's going to be harder to face up against them. It seems like they are the strongest in this region right now.
Oh, well, I thought I said A0. I meant to say A0 if I said...
maybe I misunderstood. China. You want A0 okay to lose this one, so it's going well for you, for what you want to happen.
Right, yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I don't like saying I want someone to lose, but in the most respectful way possible. Yeah.
Well, I hope you take some notes in A0's comps today. You potentially face them at LCQ if they become seed 2 here. For you, the same question, Kanan. Would you want to face up against A0? TOC looks like the stronger team, but maybe you can actually read them better?
Yeah, I mean, Talk looks much more well prepared than A0. I quite liked A0's comp until I saw that they forgot about their last pick, which absolutely melted them. If one of them were to qualify for Worlds, I'd like to see A0 in Japan, because they do seem, or Talk does seem like the better team so far.
Okay, well, we don't actually know the draft order, so it could have been that the 8-bit was picked up even earlier, but then picking up the poker would have also not been the best possible option, potentially. We have Dry Season now. Kaboom Canyon would be set 4, so I'm personally hoping that we do get to see A0 now take a set off the hands of Trick of China. It was a 3-0 already in the upper bracket finals. I would hope for a bit of a closer one here, also because I love Kaboom Canyon. Dry Season up next, though. Also, we haven't seen even once today so far. What do we expect here?
Yeah, I think this map is purely a control-based map. Rocks, Byrons, Bells, but there's also room for something sneaky, such as, again, Doug Gray comp, Max comps, also assassins like Kaze and Edgar might come out. But yeah.
I'm curious to see on Dry Season if China at all prioritizes brawlers that get the blue star first. I wonder if they're going to base their compositions around holding the lead from the blue star, or if they would rather have something that is easy to push into something that they know they might not get the first blue star with.
That is a meta we've actually seen in East Asia, South America, and EMEA. Not as much in NA. The other regions focused a lot more on getting that blue star. Do you know already, is Bolt actually going to be faster at picking up that blue star than, for example, Kaze or Mortis?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say Kaze will beat Bolt, but I could be wrong. I guess I don't know exactly how long it takes for Bolt to get to his fastest speed, but off the top of my head, I think I want to say Kaze gets it. What would you say, Kanan?
I think Kaze is probably faster than Bull. Takes a few seconds to charge up this the momentum of the rolling ball, but yeah, I'd be very happy if we see a Bull in the set.
I do think there are a couple of brawlers who are even faster. The Edgar, for example, can jump over the wall as well, so I think he's a tad bit faster than the Kaze. Which one is the best blue star brawler though? Because there must be some reasons why you still want to go with Kaze over the Edgar, because she's the most picked on this map actually.
I think Kaze is the fastest brawler, isn't it? There's Mortis, there's Leon, there's Jae Young, Max potentially as well, but Kaze does get the boost the quickest out of all of them.
I see.
Yeah, I just want to see, like, normally if you get like a Jean or something, like a Jean paired with something that gets the blue star is really good, because then the Jean is going to get pulled because the other team will push into you, and it's kind of difficult to push into a Jean that has a pull already. So I don't know, I'm just curious, and they might not even go a brawler that gets the blue star. I'm not sure, they might just go full control. I think that's kind of the route I would expect from them. They seem like a very control-based region from what I've seen today. So I don't know, we'll see.
We saw a Gray earlier today from Toxic Lotus who pulled off what you can only describe as gene pulls, really used his walking cane gadget so effectively and absolutely won the game for Toxic Lotus there. So that could potentially be a brawler here as well. I want to bring in Reddy and Spoo as well. How are you feeling after these last two sets? Are we actually going to see a set 4? Or is it going to be Trick of China winning this one 6-0 today against A0?
Yeah, I think that this is going to be one of, the Chinese Mainland's newest tricks, that they will go completely undefeated here. That is the trick of China after all. And I legitimately think that this will be a 3-0 just based on what I've seen, even in the face of like the oppression of Bolt, how dominant he is. But guys, just look at the draft.
Oh
my
goodness.
We get Bolt again.
It's quite exciting because it's not actually a zeroing thing this time. It's Hawk, and there is one of two very high HP, high DPS brawlers in the side of Damien and Griff.
And it's Bounty, so this is the first time, I think, that we've seen Bolts not on Gem Grab. True. Oh wow, okay, they've got Kit Damien, and once again we see the Pearl Bolts combo. We've seen that, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time today. I don't know. The Bolt always leaves question marks in my head. I'm not sure how good it's going to be on Bounty. This will be his debut for this mode, I guess, in the competitive scene. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, let's see if Bolt can redeem himself and get a higher win rate percentage once again. I really like him being paired with the Pearl. I think she's potentially one of the best counters to him. But yeah, overall, I kind of hope Bolt loses here because I want to see a set 4. Ready? Are you sharing this Bolt hate watch with me?
What do you mean, am I sharing a Bolt hate watch with you? I've been so, like, adamant on how much I like this brawler the entire day, and you have the gall.
It's me.
To ask
me.
me.
She meant to say me.
Oh.
She meant to say me.
I meant to say Ready.
Sure.
All good, all good.
Just rage baiting me. How about we focus on what's really important here? TOC are just one set away from sweeping through the Chinese mainland region, proving them as the recently most dominant team in the region. And Ace Zero are doing the same old Ace Zero thing, Spoo. It's always Kit or some kind of glowy something with these guys, but okay, if it works, then that's fine.
So you're saying, now, I apologize to the folks who are like looking forward to proper casting.
Sure.
But you're saying that you'd rather watch A0 play Cheese of the Old and you prefer Bolt to it. Because right now that's what's happening. The Cheese of the New, this Bolt is absolutely rolling through. It's working for TOC. But it's not even because the Bolt is good. It's because they took the blue star and Pearl is like literally the best turtle brawler in the game. He can go in 1 versus 2 against the kid. He doesn't even care. Oh my word, the Damien. gonna be brought down there, and Cold Drink is left by himself there, waiting for the Byron to come and just finish this pitch, but no, he's gonna get out of there. I think Dynamite's not done with him yet, though.
Oh, no, he's not finished with his food at all. He's going to continue playing with them. A full team wipe would be pretty promising here. We're looking at a calm, 9 stars? It would be enough for Ace Zero to win the game. So TOC can't get team wiped. They don't seem to be too concerned. The way that Dynamite is just doing donuts right now is quite funny as well. What needs to happen right now for Ace Zero is they need this Damien super. Galaxy can probably soften people up, and now he's taking enough damage to, yes, have that super and the hyper. But he needs a team wipe to make this truly happen.
17-13, a single double kill could spell the end there. Big Damien super so far is working out there. Dynamite is falling low here, just needs a little bit more. A0 at the last second, deny the ball. Another win here, and yeah, drops the win rate percentage down even more.
Yeah, just
now.
a fluke.
I'm
who's counting?
just a fluke. Okay, who's counting? Who's counting?
It's
right?
25%,
the ball was up
guys.
to the very end. It's gonna drop. It's gonna drop to 16. Okay, it's gonna drop to 20. My math
16.
is not great.
Is that
That's
your
why...
quick math? Is that what 1/6 is? Or excuse me, 1/5?
Look, I'm a caster. I wasn't trained in math for this. 1/5
it would
is
drop to
20%,
20%, my friend.
It would drop to 20%. Okay, all right. You got this one.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, the ball's rolling around. You got the blue star. It's the kid doing things again. What's new this game?
The only thing that is new, really, is that TOC have to acknowledge that this Damien is an actual threat. Dynamite's still going to go for it just to get smacked away once again. Getting a bunch of hypercharge to these guys is the main concern. Ooh, little pump fake for a Cold Drink, but he's not going to get the better of Byron. In fact, Byron's just going to completely body him at range. You know, these walls are going to break open just a little bit. It's also just like suppressing fire to keep the Byron back, but the real play is on the right side. It's Damien and Kit jumping in. Should be a kill for them onto Pearl, but not quite. The damage is just unreal, and Cold Drink has no choice but to keep on moving inside of this burn from Dynamite. Galaxy will catch him on his quite predictable path as a bullet. It's one of the disadvantages of playing this brawler. And it will close the lead to 5 stars. Still a significant one for TOC, though.
But just that from the Damien gonna be going in there. Catches 2, the vulnerable 2 at that. But the Dynamite is trying to come back in there. The Bolt, he had the hypercharge at the ready. Didn't want to pop it yet. Waiting for his teammates to respawn before a last push from them. He's rolling in the back at the moment, just waiting to build up some of that momentum. It's going to be the Pearl that leads the charger with the hypercharge, wanting to get onto the Kid, which gets the stun, interrupting it, and once again, another one onto Dynamite. Goodbye, Bolt. Kid, one of the more underrated counters that A0 has sprung at the last second.
And a poor use of a super. Also, that really hurts for Dynamite. Hypercharge gone, super gone. They're going to have to make something out of nothing. With 4 stars to go and everyone smacked up against the speakers, Ace Zero make it yet another 20-star victory. And it's down to 20%, and I am also down to about 20% of my will to continue watching Bolt played, because I expected this guy to be so dominant today, and it has been quite the opposite, Sonny.
I'm sorry for you already. I didn't want to laugh there.
Thank you.
I'm not.
I do.
I'm not.
Okay, well, y'all cancel each other out, but do you understand that I actually want your pity here?
I see. Yeah, I'm very sorry. Anyways, talking about more important things now. It is actually insane to me what Trick of China is pulling off here today. Yes, A0 finally showed some signs of life. They're prolonging into set 4. This is exactly what I wanted to see. But Trick of China entered the season, keep running into this exact roster every single time they lose. There wasn't a single time this season they won against A0. Then they add a coach. Pirin is that said coach. He's drafting super well today as well. They still continue by missing April, only came top 8 in May. Then all of a sudden in June, they win the whole monthly finals. They sweep everyone in the elimination stage 3-0. And today, yeah, they're almost sweeping A0 twice in a row. What happened with them, Kanan?
I think it was an amazing cheese comp with the kid Damien. Once the kid jumps on Damien and comes online, Talk can't really do much against it. And as much as I want this forward to succeed, the Bolt was a bit lackluster.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I see Bolt played, I'm seeing a new counter. And so I just don't know if he's gonna be that good, like at all, to be honest. I know people are still learning how to play him and everything like that, but I'm losing hope, and it's sad because I do like watching him being played. But yeah, Damien's gotta be, I mean, the knockback, the super, I don't know if the bolt goes through the wall. No way, right? Does the bolt go through the walls?
He can't, no. I think he needs to get rid of it first.
Right.
But yeah, it seems like if not even Trick of China, who have swept A0 just before, can win with this brawler, maybe it's just not as good in the current meta as everybody makes it out to be. What I hear from Leather and Ranked is everyone complaining about that brawler. They don't want to face up against him. He's super, super strong. I heard pros and content creators say, if you want to reach pro this season in Ranked, just pick Bolt in every map and mode and it's going to work out just fine. Maybe that's not true after all.
I think there's a big difference in competitive play compared to ranked and ladder. You might see randoms complaining about Edgar or brawlers that aren't as good in competitive play just because the pros know how to perfectly counter them.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Especially since Bolt is so new, there's also gonna be the majority of people in ranked and ladder don't know exactly how to counter him yet. But I think I can see how he's annoying. He's definitely annoying. Like, someone's just rolling around the map for the entire time. You can't really do anything once he gets on you, if he gets on you. But I think there are some takeaways that you can get from streams like this or other tournaments that will have Bolt played in it. And I think the complaining about bolts will lessen.
So maybe the best counter to Bolt is actually team play, because that's potentially the biggest difference between competitive and then ranked in leather, where you usually don't talk to your teammates unless, on leather, of course, you have your teammates on Discord, but it's still miles away from a team who has scrimmed together for up to 3 years already, in your case, Kanan, where the synergy is just there. They know exactly how to react to this brawler. Spoo and Ready, we get to see a set 4 just like we wanted, and I get to see Kaboom Kin, and I'm very happy. We always mention how this map is a lot more focused on mid control rather than base race. Very different from Pit Stop, the heist map that we saw earlier. We could see Finks, for example, now finally.
And about getting control inside the bushes, anything that has good value with vision gear, I would say is a top priority here.
Agreed.
Thanks for your
I was
input.
just taking notes. I was just taking notes. I was taking notes, guys. I was taking notes the whole time of the whole conversation. You know, I loved it there. But yeah, I've got a bolt counter.
Oh, look at that.
There we go. Yeah, I struck out Cord because somebody told me he can still roll in the realm. I think that
was me.
I think that's not
that was
fair.
Me. Take full credit.
I think we need to remove that from the game. But yeah, 20% win rate today, Ready. Your ball is not doing well, and
No.
I think I'm all for it. I need this to trickle down into Mythic. I need people to realize that there are counters to this ball.
Mm-hmm. Like
Maybe
team
you just
play.
need to start playing Powell counters to him.
Yeah,
Me? Me? Why is it my responsibility?
If our conclusion is that the solution is team play, I think that Mythic, that's going to fall upon deaf ears. You know, that's not exactly a region of the game that's touted for its capability of playing as a team. Now, is it?
All right, I struck out team play. It's not working anymore.
Okay.
But,
well, okay. Now we're just picking out Mythic.
It's a Mythic, bro. I know the counter. I know the counter.
Okay.
I need to ring up Ace Zero players, Trick of China players, not Toxic Lotus, because they lost to it, because they don't know how to beat it. So don't call Toxic Lotus about this. Call the other two teams. They obviously have a very good win rate. They understand the brawler better than anyone else in the world right now.
I want to focus on Kaboom Kennen now, since we get to see the draft every time as it already goes on very late. I want you two to actually draft against each other. Kanan, you have first pick. The bans are just the global bans, nothing else.
They're just the global bans. It's a great question. Global bans are Frank, Surge, Damien, Lumi. I'm gonna probably go. I'd go max 1 here.
Ooh.
Is Livy 2 and 3?
I think I would
Get a
go...
timer up here. Get a timer.
I think I would go something safe like a Lola maybe, and pair it with maybe something like a Kaze or something quick. I'll take sorry, not Lumi, Lola Kaze.
Well, that gives me 8-bit and Brawl as my 4 or 5
Oh,
picks.
8-bit's open.
lost.
Yeah, I did
You lost,
forget about the
Mr.
8-bit.
You lost the draft already.
Yeah, I might be cooked.
You need Fang. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean Bolt's open too. Like
It is, yeah. I mean, looking at the draft, we see a Finks, as Reddy mentioned earlier. Also a Glowy and a Chuck here, which is a first for today.
I don't know why I didn't get to even see the draft. It didn't come up for me. But
Oh, good. I
okay.
think Max 8-bits and what was your last
Brawl.
pick, Kanan? I really like that draft, actually better than
Yes.
both of the drafts we actually see now on our screens. But yeah, we're gonna get to see a couple of new brawlers pop out here as we head into the match. We get to have another look here at Glowy, Chuck, and Otis versus Finks, Ellie, and Lola. So one of the brawlers you picked, Aslev, is actually showing up here. Radiance Boo, who's gonna take this?
Yeah, it's a tough call. I like Chuck just in general better. The Glowy is fascinating. I think that once it's on your safe, this one is going to do a ridiculous amount of damage, but the Finks defense has been pretty solid, and so is the Otis defense, to be honest.
Yeah, the Chuck comp is working out so far. Kind of managed to get themselves set up in the back there. Now it's an inevitable string of damage that is going into that red roster safe. A0 though, they're trying to get a base rage started on their own with Cold Drink there on the safe, but it is the Chuck's inevitability that they have to contend with. They've opted to kind of ignore it here. I think they realize that this game might just be over. 13% left with Dynamite on the point there. Just needs to get one more super to clean this one up, and he does. Talk now on a match point, potentially going into LCQ as your seed number 1.
In doing so in 4 sets, they nearly finished it quite cleanly, but the Bolt was just not the method. I'm still disappointed in that. But Chuck, is that any more honorable than doing that with a Bolt? I suppose at least it's not a Miko though, right?
We're still talking about Bolt on the match point here between Tuck and A0. I think, Reddy, you and I are obsessed about that ball. We need to let it go.
We might be a little bit obsessed, but yes, you're correct. There's a match at hand. So far, Ace0 have to weather this Chuck that has gotten set up on top of their safe, just looking for that last post. Meanwhile, they're going absolutely ham on TOC safe. We could be extending this match point. In fact, Chuck's going to be getting back to the enemy side, but the defense is just not there. Galaxy and Cold Drink absolutely dismantling the right side, hiding in these little pockets on the left and right where nothing can really be done. The Glowy on defense to get as much defensive damage as possible is 100% concerning. The match point continues. Ace0 might be able to reverse this.
A fatal weakness has been discovered on the side of the Talk comp. Turns out having Otis as your sole defender is just not enough. You can't defend against these 3 brawlers. Not especially when they are, quite literally in every nook and cranny of your base. Can't force them out there. So a beautiful one push there coming from the side of A0. They'll be looking to replicate that success here in this game. So far, so good, though, for them. Lola is being pushed out there by Engine, and trades here fly out on the other side. Mid control still remains with the Finks, though, who will be getting into this corner, and summarily getting pinched out, though.
Good pinch on the left side for TOC, and the Chuck setup on the right side is looking promising for their future. Galaxy, though, is just a menace inside of the bushes, an apex predator, and provides enough pressure for Lola to get respectable damage on the left side. TOC falling behind on the tempo, as they've only gotten 13% on the enemy side. Once more, it is Glowy on defense. He was such an important component of offense last time, and he's not able to play around this indestructible the way that Lola is. It's getting quite concerning for TOC, as they are actually quite equal on the percentage now. Dynamite needs another super to make this really even. The defense looks amazing on the left side, but it's still a very even game.
Safe crack to 50% for both teams here. Galaxy continues to be a menace here. Nom Nom munches up yet another player. The Dynamite, though, flattens him and turns him into roadkill. That's another brawler down there. The poor Alligator went down there, 23% left, and Dynamite is going beeline straight for the save. A few more shots to do the trick here. Talk may just be seed number 1 of China. A0, a good effort for them. But they will be going to the group of death. They will have to face potentially as Livy or Bobby, which is quite a scary feat to think about.
It is a scary feat. You heard him talk about it on the interviews before the day, but it's all cleared away now. The only way to look now is forward to the last chance qualifiers. Your first place, TOC, and second place, Ace0, both advance on to an international LAN played in Guangzhou. They'll get to welcome others into their home. Will they boast the home field advantage? Well, you're going to have to wait till October to have your questions answered. But there's one thing for certain, these two teams are the best in the Chinese mainland.
LCQ for A0, it's Group A. We figured out a lot today. Not only the top 2 teams of this region, they can make their region proud and potentially get an even better finish than the previous best finish in the region. That record is held by Toxic Lotus, top 4 at LAN. And one of these 2 new dragons, as we like to call them, can turn things around now. Now, what we also figured out today, Bolt actually only won a single time. He has his debut today in the BSC, and the only time he won was in the decider from A0 versus Toxic Lotus. So, yeah, that must feel even worse now. Maybe Gemford is just really his map. I want to thank the 2 of you for being here with me today, for guiding everybody through the matches today. I want to thank our wonderful panel as well. You 2 did a phenomenal job. It was a bit of a different rendition of a final. We didn't have as much time to actually talk about draft. Do you have any lost words or anything that stood out to you overall today in China about draft specifically?
I think we saw a few very unique picks today. I learned a lot. I really enjoyed the Bolt showing, but I've had a lot of fun today, and thank you for having me on the desk.
Yeah, it's been a blast. This has been a first-time experience for me. It was really fun. I also learned a lot. It's cool to see how other regions, especially a region like China, that the world doesn't really get to see as much as the other regions. It's cool to see how they draft, how they play, what they're good at. I think it would be cool to implement some things back home at NA that we see from China. But yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's been a blast.
It was really great to take a closer look at the Chinese mainland as a region. We get to see a bit of a different draft. We got to see Bolt for the first time. Star Nova was left open a couple of times, and we finally know 2 more teams that will go to LCQ. Ready, Spoo? Are these 2 representatives gonna make China proud? Do you feel like Group A and B have to make sure they don't give them a too easy time, because potentially they're gonna go to Worlds?
Yeah, I think that these teams need to be respected. I think they're going to be in their comfort zone. And I think also that they've proven themselves very capable of like playing up to speed with the current meta. A lot of times in the past, like the Chinese mainland build of the game has been quite a bit behind. I think that's been a significant disadvantage for the players. And what we're witnessing here is much more up to date, you know, with the global build style of Brawl Stars from these guys. So I think that things are really, really going their way. There's a chance for Chinese mainland to produce a strong competitor in the last chance qualifier. Now, let's talk about who exactly we are looking at as far as competitors for them, Spoo, because things aren't set in stone yet, but these are the teams across the globe that have the best odds of going to that stage.
Indeed, we see as Livy's team Varix smacks center. That's not by design, just by coincidence here. But yep, these are the top contenders for LCQ that is upcoming, and I am still curious about what our panel thinks about this. Where would you guys put mainland China on a tier list of these teams? Do you see them beating some of these regions, some of these teams, in your opinion, a little bit more? What's the odds for you guys?
I'm gonna be upfront and say no, but we have seen Toxic Lotus surprise us, so hopefully we do see an upset again. But looking at the teams on my screen, they're all very, very strong teams, and I'm expecting them to go into the match as favorites if they were to play against China.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree. I do think it's a little bit scary, like a team like Trick of China or something like that. They have the potential to upset, and upsets are always like, you don't want to be the team that the underdog wins against, you know? That's always not a great feeling. But I would, if I had to pick a team out of these 10 teams on the screen right now, I would have to favor one of them.
Interesting. Now, it of course also comes down to the form of the day and also the meta that we're gonna have by the time LCQ rolls around. Because as we've seen today as well, A0 comes into this year as a completely dominant team, and Trick of China was more of an afterthought. They lost to them every single time. Today they beat them 3-0, 3-1. It can change in just a couple of months, and it's still gonna be a couple of months until LCQ.
It's going to be coming up very, very soon. It's not often that you see a metamorphosis from one state of a team to the next in such a short period. I think we've seen it maybe only a single time in history that we've seen like such a quick adaptation or development. Only like the miracle that was the FUT roster at Brawl Cup really comes to mind as an example of a team adapting so quickly, and that's from a very developed region with a deep roster of talent. It's going to take something very, very special for mainland China to produce a true competitor on the global stage, which, by the way, I feel like we ought to start talking about that as well, as we need to fix our attention on the future. It's not just LCQ that's coming up, it's also Challengers that's going to produce a team to go to the last chance qualifier in one of those spots.
Lots on the menu. I'm so excited for Challengers. That's going to be the next event that you guys should put into your calendar. It's going to be on 5th to 6th September. And of course, LCQ, which we've revealed to be in Guangzhou, China, is going to be happening on the 17th to 18th October. Worlds is happening shortly after that. But yeah, this is the immediate future that we are thinking about. Any teams from Challengers, my dear panelists, that you guys think have a very good shot of winning it all?
We know SK's going, Reject's going, and of course there are other teams for the region as well, but I'm mainly focusing on SK, Reject, and of course Revenant, who made the semifinals last year at Worlds.
Those are
yeah,
the...
we could...
Sorry,
Just leave you go.
Okay, I was just gonna echo, I think like those three teams are the ones that most of the world is looking at right now. Not to say that other teams don't have a chance or anything like that, but these three are ones that you would expect to be on the world stage, and definitely have the potential to end up there.
There are a couple of teams who have played in the World Finals before, also at LCQ, that will enter Challengers. There's going to be 12 contenders in total to play in the Challengers Finals in Istanbul from all across the globe. They get one last chance to qualify for LCQ. To add to the list that Kanan has already mentioned, Team Heretics, for example, big as well. They have to decide now, I think it's this weekend actually, if they want to play in the August monthly finals or if they choose to go the route of the Challengers. So we're going to find out very soon who the actual opponents will be, and whoever wins this one is also going to make it into Group A, as we've seen on the graphic earlier, so potentially also one of Vatic's opponents at LCQ. As we mentioned before, it could be a huge wildcard because we're talking about these teams right now who have been playing in Worlds and LCQs before, but it could very well just be a completely new team, and that is what the Challengers are for. Now, I want to give you all a last afterthought, a last highlight of the day. What did you feel like is going to stay with you today as you go to bed soon, I assume?
I think, first of all, it's very sad to see Toxic Lotus, again, you know, we use this phrasing, but they are the old guard of the region, and I think they put mainland China on the map. To quote an interview, a post-match interview with Star Dragon at Brawl Cup last year, he says, "This is the rise of Chinese Brawl Stars," and it really put it, you know, Chinese Mainland in the forefronts of everyone's minds. It's what has me respecting these teams so much, to be able to defeat Toxic Lotus, all of the incredibly skilled players on that roster, and has earned the attention of TOC specifically, in my mind.
Yeah, I think they were trailblazers, and a lot of respect has to be given to the team. I'm quite sure we will still see Star Dragon likely coaching another team in the postseason. We've seen him on the likes of helping out Revenant, and sometimes he offers service to other regions as well. So at the very least, I think we'll still have his representation, but it is a baton pass now to the younger generation. And it's a full baton pass. Like, this is very different to other regions, I would say, where there's still a little mix of the old and the new. I was hoping that we would have that here in China as well, with, you know, Trick of China being that sort of semi-new team that is rising to the top. But instead, we've got two new entire contenders instead, in the form of Ace Zero and Trick of China. And really, really happy for them. I hope that you panelists are wrong, and I hope that China will really rise up and not get grouped at LCQ. That is my expectation. I want to see them go pretty far, you know, kind of at least have one of the two teams make it to day number 2, spice things up, and show that it's not just a one-team region.
Yeah, it's been a great day. I learned a lot about China and its region, and I hope they will prove me wrong at the LCQ. And I'll also be looking forward to Vatic against Ace Zero in Group B.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun to, first of all, scrim versus TOC, but then also, hopefully, assuming we make it, play against Ace Zero. I would say the highlight today, and the big thing I'm taking away, is that there is an era of Brawl Stars pros that is ending is getting closer to ending every single day. The people that started a couple years ago, the time is running out, myself probably included, but this new generation of players in every region, I think, are impressing the world, and I think that it's kind of scary being an older player, but it's also kind of cool to see.
The prodigies are finally grown enough to come into the competition. We have talked about it a lot in other regions. It's true for China as well. I want to thank you all for being here once again, not only the 4 of you being on the panel and on the casting desk today, but also for everybody tuning in. I absolutely loved this desk today because we have people from all over the world. The broadcast has started for some of us in the middle of the night, for others very early in the morning, for others it's been very late in the evening. So it's such a blast to see people from all across the world coming together to watch the China finals today. Thank you out there for watching, and we're going to see you next in 2 weeks for the East Asia and EMEA monthly finals.